There's a reason I'm not going home to the manor every time I get this year. He's turned it into his personal torture chamber in more ways than either of us could imagine. It's only because of my aunt that my mother can stay out of harm's way so far. Her letters are. He trailed off and stared into nothing for a moment while he seemed to collect his thoughts. I know what's going on outside, because I'm stuck in the middle of it, and I'm trying to find a way out, but you talking about it, he scoffed in derision and turned his back to her completely. Hermione waited one moment to gather her courage before she got up to stand behind him. Hesitantly, she placed her hand on his shoulder and was glad when he didn't flinch from her touch. I didn't know, she whispered, but that only seemed to make him angrier. Of course, you fucking didn't know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You only hear what the stupid prophet gets the wind of, but that's barely scratching the surface of the monstrosities that go on. And if it weren't for you, me? What have I done now? He whirled on her then and he nearly knocked her over in the process, but she shifted on her feet to regain her balance and face him head on. Fuck, Granger. This is all your fault, worming your way in as you did. I was doing just fine before all this started. He let out a frustrated groan but kept staring at her. I still don't get, of course, you don't. For the first time, the most brilliant witch doesn't have a clue what's going on. Malfoy threw up his arms and began pacing the small space between their table and the bookcases around them. I really should curse you, you know, Granger. His voice was calm the way he said it, and that scared Hermione more than anything, but when he looked at her it was not to scare her. It's your fault, after all. I didn't do anything, Malfoy scoffed and barked out a laugh. Course not. You and your sodding Gryffindor spirit wanting to be friends. And your stupid pretty smiles all the time. His voice was starting to get higher again and it somehow emboldened Hermione, because even though he said he wanted to curse her, she knew he wouldn't. Like you've been any better? The way you've kept trying to. Hermione faltered, unsure how to say what she knew he was well aware of. You've been ridiculously charming ever since. Ever since. And you've been infuriatingly understanding, it's making me sick. With each sentence spoken between them, they took a step closer to each other, eyes locked on each other, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Oh, and showing up in your Quidditch uniform is supposed to be completely by accident, I suppose. Hermione crossed her arms and tried to glare at Malfoy but failed. Like you haven't gone out of your way to make me. He paused when they simultaneously realized how close they had moved just then. Their chests were nearly touching. If Hermione inhaled deeply, she was sure her chest would brush Malfoy's. Their noses were inches from each other, and their eyes roamed the other's face on a loop, trying to find a point to fixate on. Make you what? Hermione pushed. She had had enough of this. Malfoy stared down at her and she felt him lean a fraction closer and noticed how his eyes moved to focus on her lips. In time, she licked her lips and saw his throat bob in anticipation of what they both knew was about to happen. Hermione stood completely still and very slowly closed her eyes as Malfoy's breath ghosted warmer and warmer across her face. Care. He let out a warm breath and she could practically feel her lips warm from the sensation. And just when Hermione was about to raise herself on her feet to close the remaining distance between them, they both heard a small crack close by and they jumped back at the disturbance. Hermione felt the longing she could see on Malfoy's face. Searching the space around them, she soon spotted Dobby wringing his ears nervously in his hands by the end of the bookcase. He kept peering around the corner and hiding back whenever Malfoy would glance that way. Wait here, Hermione instructed and walked over to Dobby. What is it, Dobby? Hermione crouched down to face Dobby, who looked rather miserable with his situation. Potter's Weasley asks to get Potter's Granger, miss. Says Potter is being much strange. Dobby seemed to think he had safely delivered his message and with one last glance over at Malfoy, he vanished with another crack. Hermione sighed and rose back up to face Malfoy, who had used the time to try and compose himself. The heat that had been between them mere moments ago had fizzled away with the arrival of Dobby. Hermione figured that might be for the best. The library might not be the best place for what had been very close to happening between them, where everyone could have walked by and seen. She heaved a long inhale and went over to Malfoy again. "I should go." Hermione offered meekly and started collecting her things. Malfoy stayed silent and waited for her to finish. When she hoisted her bag onto her shoulder, he grabbed her arm and pulled her to face him. "Granger, it's all right, Malfoy. I understand." She cupped his cheek and felt a warmth in her chest when he closed his eyes at her touch. With his eyes still closed, she found the nerve to say her next words. "Because I care too." His eyes shot open and there was genuine happiness in them she had never seen before. "I should still go." She was about to pull her hand back, but Malfoy's strong Quidditch reflexes grabbed her wrist before she could pull away. His hold was soft as he opened her fingers and tenderly kissed the palm of her hand. Hermione felt shivers down her spine. "See you around, Granger." When Hermione got back to the portrait of Fat Lady, she had to take a few moments to gather herself from what had happened in the library. For a moment she stood and just got her pulse to come back down again. When she gave the password, the Fat Lady smirked at her and Hermione felt rather exposed again. Of course, the Fat Lady would have had to witness her fair share of students running around the castle trying to understand their bubbling emotions. She found Ron on a sofa with his head between his knees. He nearly cursed her when she prodded his shoulder. "Sorry." He huffed and apologized again. "You just missed Harry." "I tried to stop him, I really did." "Ron, slow down and just you why to explain what happened." Hermione took the seat next to Ron, who kept looking glum and very upset. "Right, so like we discussed this morning, Harry got back from our last class and decided to take a gulp of Felix this afternoon. At first, nothing seemed different, but then he changed to this very sickly cheery Harry, and he wouldn't stop grinning. And when I asked him where he would most likely meet up with Slughorn, he just said he wanted to go visit Hagrid." Ron groaned and stuck his head back between his knees. Hermione gaped. There were a few times when she had no words, but this was one of them. It sounded like someone had hit Harry over the head with some form of over-the-top cheering charm. But neither of them knew the effects of Felix Felicis. Maybe that was a side effect they didn't know about. "Well, he's gone now, so there's not much we can do. We just have to trust the potion, I suppose." Ron groaned at that again and didn't lift his head back up. Hermione realized he probably didn't want to face things before Harry got back and they could determine how horrible the night would be. During the time they waited in the common room, Hermione chose to read something that wasn't homework for once. With the Easter holidays just around the corner, she figured she would have plenty of time to catch up on whatever homework they were sure to get. She wasn't planning on going home to her parents anyway. She knew Harry and Ron would be staying at Hogwarts, and she wanted to spend some more time with them. Malfoy made a small appearance at the back of her mind, and she had to pull her book much higher to hide the smile that stole across her face. Based on their discussion just hours before, she suspected he wouldn't be going home for the holidays either, and maybe. She stopped herself from that line of thought while she was sitting next to Ron before things became much too weird. A while later Ginny joined them and Hermione relented for a game of exploding snap with the two of them, even though she knew she was rubbish at it and would most likely lose. She was right, of course, but Ron was so much happier after he beat his sister. Though the smile on his face was wiped clean off when they all spotted Lavender and Parvati return that night. Ron ducked plain out of sight and excused himself to the 100. He took much too long, but Hermione and Ginny figured he was just hiding. When he finally returned, he proved them right when he asked if Lavender and Parvati had gone to bed. Hermione didn't get to answer before Hermione suddenly clambered back through the portrait hole with a smug grin plastered all over his face. Both his hands were occupied by something that was most definitely not his wand. He sauntered over to Hermione first and thrust a fistful of long glittering strands into her hands. "There you are, Hermione. Hagrid sends his regards and wants to know when you want to meet the little Neasles again. Is this?" "Harry, how on earth did you? I told you Hagrid would help. He won't miss it anyway. He had plenty more, said it just flies around the forest getting stuck all the time." Harry shrugged but kept grinning at the TLNEE of them. Hermione ran her fingers through the long sheen of glistening unicorn hair. "So?" Ron prompted. "Did you get it?" Ron glanced at Ginny on the floor, who was of course oblivious to what Ron meant. It seemed Harry was a bit too. "Oh right." Hermione seemed to remember something just then. He reached to pull Ginny from the floor and without further hesitation planted a firm kiss right on her surprised lips. They didn't stay surprised for long though. Hermione squealed and giggled at the same time when Ginny kissed Hermione back in earnest and wound her arms behind his head. Ron gaped in a mixture of disgust and what Hermione could discern as being impressed by Harry's bold move. When Harry finally released himself from Ginny's hold on him, they were both grinning from ear to ear. "Yeah, I got it," Harry declared and went in for another kiss. "Oi." Ron finally came to his senses and jumped to pull them from each other. "Let go, Ron." Ginny protested and was about to hex her brother. "Could you just don't snog in front of me, all right?" Ron hurried to say, and Ginny calmed down. She nodded in silent agreement and stepped closer to Harry again. "And the other thing?" Hermione piped up behind them with an equally huge smile on her face from the utter happiness radiating between Hermione and Ginny. "Oh right, yeah." Hermione showed them a small phial of clear liquid in his other hand. The smile on his face was still large, but it was less over the top and Hermione figured Felix must be wearing off. "Shouldn't you go and see if Dumbledore is in his office then?" Harry frowned at Hermione's suggestion and she could tell he desperately wanted to stay and snog Ginny senseless. Ginny, for her part, looked just as eager for this. Eventually, the effects of Felix wore off just enough for Harry to act sensibly again and with another long kiss for Ginny, was Ron's response. Harry departed for Dumbledore's office. "I'm going to bed," Ron declared and left Hermione and Ginny to chat in earnest about what had just happened. Hermione had trouble during lessons for the next day. It was the first time in her time at Hogwarts that she would wish for time to move faster for the lessons off that day to be over. She really couldn't wait to see the look on Malfoy's face when she would pull out the unicorn hair later that night. As eager as Hermione was, she still had the time to appreciate the new turn of things among her friends. She didn't think she could remember a time when Harry had smiled this much or been genuinely happy as he was that morning. After he had returned from a long night with Dumbledore, he had found Ginny sleeping on the sofa in the common room and they had taken advantage of the quiet of the place for once to start their new relationship. Ginny looked exhausted but exceedingly joyous when she finally emerged for breakfast that morning. Once they were all in the Great Hall, Harry wasted no time moving as close to Ginny as possible and placed a timid kiss on her temple before grasping her hand. Neither of them seemed to care how difficult it made for them to consume breakfast. Both Ron and Hermione were quick to pick up on the whispers that started almost the second Harry had placed his lips on Ginny's head, but the two concerned were not even bothered and only seemed to have eyes for each other. It made Hermione smile, and she was positive she could detect a hint of a begrudging smile creeping around Ron's twitching lips as well. "I think you're handling this well," she had whispered during breakfast, and Ron had just shrugged and mumbled something about people deserving happiness. For some strange reason his ears had turned red at the mention, and he wouldn't speak to Hermione for the rest of their time in the Great Hall. All morning Hermione kept hearing people whisper about Harry Potter going out with Ginny Weasley. It made Hermione think about what the whispers would be like if people ever found out about her and, well, there wasn't anything to be found out. Yet. She felt her features twist to a smirk. That was another reason she was very eager to show Malfoy the unicorn hair. She was positive it would be a final factor in him making his move. He had been so close the other day, and she had felt more than ready to welcome his lips with her own, but they had been so rudely interrupted. Ever since she couldn't help but picture what it would be like to kiss Malfoy again. She wondered if he was thinking the same thing, or if he had been glad for the interruption. From the way he was acting that day, she could tell there was something off with him. He still linked his hand with her every chance he got, but she felt it was more for a sense of comfort for his own sake than anything else. It didn't stop Hermione from fidgeting and growing restless for the day to come to an end. When evening finally crept around, Hermione left the Gryffindor Tower and two of her friends not paying attention to her departure anyway. On her way out, she nearly stumbled into Ron, who seemed only to be getting back from yet another flying practice. "Have you been flying all afternoon?" Hermione asked and saw Ron turn scarlet before he started muttering. "Yeah, well, Harry was, you know. And I just figured. Might as well. Good time, really." Hermione frowned at her friend who was not making any sense, but bid him good night as she was eager to be on her way as well. Malfoy was waiting for her outside the dungeon, and though he appeared more tense than usual, he still held the door open for her. Hermione made sure to step just a bit closer to him on her way through the door and heard a satisfactory gulp from him as she did so. "Right, let's get started then." Malfoy moved away and turned his back to her to start their work for that night. That was strange. Most other nights when she had done that entering the dungeon he had been flustered, but would do his best to get close to her. This night he seemed to want the distance between them. Was it because of other day? Hermione tilted her head as she stepped closer to Malfoy, who seemed ignorant of her presence. His shoulders were pulled tight up his neck and there was a definite strain on the muscles in his neck as well. His fingers would move much too fast to hold on to anything he reached for. When she moved to stand before him and found his eyes, she saw how heavily clouded they were and how many masks he was trying to keep on simultaneously. She let out a deep sigh. Maybe tonight was not the night to show him the unicorn hair after all. Or perhaps it could be just the thing to pull him from whatever melancholy had dragged him so far from her again. She placed her hands on the table and leaned forward a bit to try and catch his eyes, but he kept ignoring her. "Malfoy. Will you know?" "Fine." Hermione blew out a frustrated breath and went to retrieve the bundle of unicorn hair. She only took a part of it, not wanting Malfoy to waste it all that night if his foul mood kept them from brewing correctly. "I had a little help and was able to secure us this," she announced and waved the hairs under his nose when he still wouldn't look up at her. When his eyes caught the light in the glittering strands he froze and with much too quick reflexes his hand closed around her wrist. Hermione hitched a breath in her throat from the contact and what it did to her heartbeat. "How did you?" Malfoy finally looked up at her and she was elated to see he had dropped nearly all his masks and there was a smile trying to make its way out. "As I said, I had a little help. But it doesn't matter. This is what you wanted, right?" "Yes." He breathed the word and still hadn't let go of her hand. She didn't mind though, not at the time. They stayed that way for several moments, where Malfoy would use his other hand to slide through the strands of hair to feel the softness of them. "Should we get started then?" Malfoy seemed to pull out of whatever trance he had been in and straightened to look her in the eyes. The gleam was back in his silver stare. And it made Hermione's stomach clench with nerves. He nodded and moved to make room for her on the other side of the table. For the next hour or so they worked in comfortable silence as they always did. Malfoy's mood had improved immensely with the procurement of the unicorn hair as Hermione had hoped, but he was still far from the person she had argued with the other day. She kept grazing her fingers with his from time to time, and he would twirl a finger around one of hers when she did it, but instead of holding on, he would just let it slip away and continue with their work. Not wanting to push her luck, Hermione cast her focus on the work ahead of them instead as well. When it was finally time to throw in the unicorn hairs, they locked eyes again, and the anticipation they both had was written across each of their faces. Malfoy sprinkled the hairs in the cauldron and stirred 6 times before stepping back. "And then we just wait?" Hermione asked, still with her eyes on the cauldron. "For 6 minutes, 1 for each stir," Malfoy confirmed with his arms crossed and his eyes still on the cauldron. Hermione pulled her wand to spell a timer for them to wait out. It was the longest 6 minutes Hermione could ever remember having to wait out. Malfoy was biting his lips so hard she didn't dare ask him anything, let alone try to make small talk or goad him into an argument. The latter, she had to admit to herself, was amusing to do when she knew she did it on purpose. Hermione used the time to fidget with the hem of her skirt, all the while casting glances at the cauldron or Malfoy, who kept his eyes completely averted from Hermione. Something else that was very strange compared to the past several weeks. Studying Malfoy in those 6 minutes told her that he hadn't slept well the past few days. Purple bags were starting to show under his eyes again, and there was a strain on the way he held himself. He must have heard something from whatever it was that was going on outside the castle. Hermione pursed her lips, trying to decide if she wanted to know or not, considering how it had changed Malfoy's behavior over the course of just 1 day. Suddenly he rose from his seat across the dungeon and went over to the cauldron. Hermione checked her wand. There was still time left, but then she saw it. In the small amount of light the dungeon had, it was clear that the color of their potion was changing. Hermione went to stand next to Malfoy rather quickly and took a hold of his hand. She told herself that it was because of nerves, mostly. The way Malfoy held on told her he felt just as nervous, and when her wand indicated the 6 minutes had passed, he twitched on the spot. Simultaneously they leaned over the cauldron and looked down at a silvery sheen of potion that smelled of sunshine. That was the only way to describe it, even though Hermione knew it sounded fanciful. In reality, it probably didn't even have a smell, but it was the fumes and the effects of those that made it give off that scent. "Did we actually do it?" Malfoy pulled a small phial and filled it with the shimmering liquid. They both stared in amazement, and the phial. Hermione clutched Malfoy's hand even tighter. "We won't know until we test it. Should we?" They turned their gaze from the phial and to each other instead. Hermione imagined the fire she felt in her stomach from what she suspected was a surprising success was showing in Malfoy as well. His hold on her hand seemed to be pulling her close to him, and Hermione let him. Seconds later she found herself pressed flush against Malfoy's side with their hands locked together between them. "Not tonight," Malfoy whispered and searched her face for an answer she didn't know she held. He was holding back because of something. She could tell. Hermione battled with herself if she should push him or let him pull further back. In the end, she settled for something in between. She closed her arms around his waist and embraced him as she would any friend, and smiled when he was visibly surprised by this show of affection. It took him a moment or two before he closed his arms around her as well and rested his head on top of hers. Hermione breathed deeply and took comfort in the feel of Malfoy's arms around her. "I don't think I could have done this without you being such a prat half the time," she teased and felt him scoff in her hair. "I know." She gently shoved him back from their embrace and shot him a teasing glare, now standing a few feet apart again. He shrugged with that familiar smirk back in place. "I am rather brilliant myself at potions, as this goes to show." He flashed the phial between them again, and Hermione went and reached for it, but he was too quick to pull it out of reach. Instead, Hermione lost her footing and had to grab onto the front of Malfoy's robe to steady herself back again. When she looked up, Malfoy had entirely focused on her again, and after stuffing the file in his pocket very quickly he moved his hands to hold onto her arms. For the balance, of course. Granger, the other day. It's all right, Malfoy. I meant what I said. Her Gryffindor heart roared at her bravery, and Hermione strengthened her hold on Malfoy's robes. His eyes widened a bit before moving frantically across her face again. Hermione felt that same tension from the other day in the library, a tension she had secretly feared wouldn't return. She leaned into it and pushed herself closer to Malfoy, even as she could see he was struggling with himself again. Granger. Malfoy bent and rested his forehead against Hermione's forehead, and she closed her eyes at the touch. Malfoy moved his thumbs up and down her arms very gently before they came to rest on her shoulders. And just when Hermione was about to brace herself for what she anticipated with a coiling sensation in her stomach, Malfoy pushed her back by the shoulders. With a sinking feeling in her stomach and a fluttering of disappointment, Hermione opened her eyes to a masked Malfoy once again. We should clean up for the night. He stepped away and proceeded to do just that without another word. With a heavy sigh, Hermione followed him and continued to think about the past few minutes. Something was affecting Malfoy from acting on what he had been trying to pursue with Hermione for the past couple of months. Hermione was blind to many things, but having spent so much time with Malfoy, she was certain he hadn't done everything he had done for the last months just to pull away like this. Whatever was going on outside the castle, and what news he had heard since the other day, was what held him back. Hermione knew that it wasn't for her to push him, despite how much she wanted to. He had started this game and she had entered it quite willingly. They were both so close to the finish line, and now both of them feared to cross it because of what might await them once they did. But maybe there was more to it for Malfoy. She knew he hid things from her, he said so himself. And maybe that was part of the reason for his withdrawal as well. If Hermione wanted this thing between her and Malfoy, she realized she would have to be the one to take the first step over the finish line and then invite him to join her on the other side, if he so wished. But she didn't get a chance to do so that evening before Malfoy had spoken his usual, "See you around, Granger." And she was left to greet him as she always did. "See you around, Malfoy." The last Friday before the Easter holidays was tenser than anyone could imagine, with the holidays just around the corner. The younger students noticed nothing, of course, but to Hermione and her fellow 6th years and possibly 7th years, it was clear from the behavior of the teachers that something was going on. Perhaps the lack of teaching over the next week would bring about much-needed peace of mind for everyone. Though if Hermione's suspicions were correct based on the sudden lack of news in the Prophet, she had a feeling that lessons or no lessons wouldn't matter to anyone. She was starting to feel the tension as well when she was in class. She felt on edge since she woke up that morning, and when that morning's owl landed with yet another empty Prophet, she pushed it aside with a scowl that kept both Harry and Ron from asking her about the issue. When Hermione left early due to a lack of appetite that morning, she paused on the way out the doors of the Great Hall. Malfoy was just about to leave as well, but unlike her, he was not alone. For a second, she thought it strange that he wasn't flanked by Crabbe or Goyle as he usually was. Then she tried to think back rather quickly and realized she rarely saw Malfoy with his usual goons at any time. Haney had even told her last week that he had seen those two whispering to each other one quiet lunch. Instead, Malfoy was accompanied by Zabini and a very sombre-looking Theonot. Malfoy paused in his tracks when he spotted Hermione, which caused Zabini to notice her as well, and his entire face lit up in a radiant smile. "Granger!" He nearly purred as he inched his way closer, having to move around a rather stiff Malfoy. "Zabini." Hermione smiled but held back when she saw the strained look on Malfoy's face when she did so. "I must say, I miss seeing you around, Granger." Those dinners were dull for one reason, but rather appetizing for an entirely different one. Zabini made no move to hide the fact that he then took in all of Hermione's physical appearance from bottom to top, and there was a distinct glare in his eyes when he zoned back to her face. "Is that so?" Hermione crossed her arms and glared at Zabini somewhat mischievously, at least that was how she thought it should look. From the twinkle in Zabini's eyes, she seemed to have done it satisfactorily. Even more so when Malfoy then shoved Zabini forward and made them keep walking. "See you around, Granger." "See you around, Malfoy." Hermione had goosebumps up and down her arms and hurried to get to class before anyone would think to find anything unusual in their small encounter. The rest of the day passed without incident, and nearly all the teachers were adamant to give everyone just enough homework to make their Easter holiday busy enough for them to feel overworked, but still with time to enjoy themselves if they wanted to. Hermione was just returning to Gryffindor Tower after a short session in the library with Malfoy. He had been less talkative than usual but still reached for her hand. Their planned hour hadn't even been up before he had declared he had to leave. He would be returning to the manor for the first part of the Easter holiday, he then told her, and Hermione felt cold dread run through every vein in her body. He must have seen the feeling in her eyes, because he tried to reassure her that nothing was amiss, and it was just to appease his mother, who for some reason had requested his presence. He wouldn't say more at the time, but she could feel that he very much wanted to. She had wished him a happy Easter, and he had done the same before hurrying from the library. On her way through the portrait of the fat lady, Hermione nearly bumped into Ron, who was once again in full Quidditch gear. Hermione was reassured in her feelings when she didn't feel like ogling Ron the same way she had troubled keeping herself from doing with Malfoy. Quidditch practice? At this time? Well, no. Ron ran a hand through the back of his hair and looked around nervously. "Then where are you off to?" Hermione frowned at her friend, who seemed even more nervous than usual. "I, just wanted to do a bit of flying." "Oh. Well, have fun." "I saw Katie was heading in the same direction. Tell her Happy Easter from me. I don't know if she's staying at Hogwarts this holiday." "Right, if I even see her." "I don't know, she might not want to fly." "She's not. I mean." "Right, see you, Hermione." And Ron left far faster than she had expected, and with far redder ears than was necessary for just a spot of peculiar, thought Hermione, but didn't want to pry into her friend's odd behavior. He was clearly hiding something, which she was too. And if she wasn't ready to tell Ron her secret, she couldn't blame him for having one too. Hermione did see Katie that day though, only it was much later than she would have expected. Hermione had spent the rest of the afternoon and evening in the common room with Harry and Ginny, who had promised to keep the snogging to a bare minimum whenever they were with Hermione or Ron. Hermione was just getting ready for bed, having switched her Hogwarts skirt for her most comfortable pajama bottoms, when she felt her pearl warm on her collarbone. She glanced at the clock and saw it was far past curfew. The pearl heated again much stronger. It must be urgent, whatever it was. Hermione was hesitant for just one more moment, in which the pearl warmed one more time before she decided to ignore her half-assembled night attire and went to creep down the stairs from the girls' dormitory. She hadn't even taken 10 steps before she bumped into someone. "Bugger!" they muttered as Hermione lit her wand and came face to face with Katie Bell. "Hermione!" she nearly shrieked before she seemed to remember where they were and at what time. "Where are you going?" they asked at the same time and narrowed their eyes at each other. "I forgot a book in the library," Hermione said. "I was just going to get some water," Katie said. An awkward silence fell between them, where they both knew the other was lying but didn't want to outright ask the other about it. Hermione felt her pearl warm one more time. As if in a silent agreement, they descended the rest of the stairs without another word. When Hermione went to open the door to the common room, Katie started to cough noisily, and out of the corner of her eye, Hermione saw the door to the boys' dormitory shut close hurriedly. Hermione couldn't help the twitchy smile she then had to fry and hide from Katie. "Well, Happy Easter, Katie." I'll see you then. Hermione's smile for Katie was true and warm with affection, which Katie saw and smiled back, though a bit more nervous than Hermione would have thought. Just as Hermione was closing the portrait behind her, she heard Katie call in a hushed voice, "You can come out now." Seconds later Malfoy's hands were around Hermione's arms and pulling her along down the deserted corridors. "Malfoy, what on earth?" "Hush, Granger. Not here." Hermione knew better than to fry and ask questions when he was this frantic. Malfoy was still in his school uniform, and she suddenly felt much too insecure in her pajama bottoms, but he hadn't left her any time with his urgent call for her. His hold on her arm was stronger than usual, like he was afraid she wouldn't follow him or be left behind. After some of the longest minutes of her life, he turned another corner on the 3rd floor and pushed her into an abandoned broom closet and then held his lit wand between them. "Listen," he hissed, and his breath caressed her face from their proximity. He'd let go of her arms but was still keeping close to her, his tall frame making her crane her neck to catch his eyes. They were frantic and raw with emotions. "I'm going back to the manor to help secure my mother. Snape and I. Fuck. I shouldn't be telling you this." He ran a hand through his hair and closed his eyes for a moment, in which Hermione reached out and placed a tentative hand to grab a hold of that hand. That seemed to calm and ground him slightly and he was able to continue, though he still kept things back. "They think something is about to happen. Because of my lack of actions." He grimaced at his phrasing, but Hermione just squeezed his hand for the fact that he had even thought to stop whatever it was he had been doing. He squeezed her back and found another breath to tell her more. "They won't ever stop, so they just think of new horrors." He shuddered involuntarily and leaned closer to Hermione. His voice was much lower when he next spoke. "You should hide your parents as well." Hermione's breath hitched in her throat to hear such sentiment from Draco Malfoy. If he hadn't been holding his wand she would have reached for his other hand as well. Instead, she closed both hands around his one hand. Malfoy looked down at their hands. "I don't know what will happen, but I'm sure it's nothing good, so just..." Hermione nodded because she was afraid her voice would break if she spoke at that moment. To have her friendship with Malfoy solidified in this manner was something she was not prepared for after the past couple of days of small happenings between them. "Granger, listen," if one suddenly Malfoy tensed. He cut himself off, and just then she heard the doorknob rattle behind him. She tried moving away, but Malfoy's quick reflexes meant he had put out the light on his wand and then shot out his arm to pin her between what she then realized was Filch's unnatural amount of brooms in the blink of an eye. His eyes searched hers in the seconds it took for the knob to turn. "Sorry about this," he whispered just as the door squeaked open and his lips crushed down on hers. Hermione's surprise matched that of Filch behind them. But instinct had her hands moving up Malfoy's chest, grabbing handfuls of his robes. Malfoy took his time with her lips, making sure whatever it was his plan was would maintain their secrecy. Hermione felt split in half. The first half of her brain wanted to push him away for this forceful behavior. But then the other half was yelling at her to keep quiet and lean into the kiss. This was what they had been close to doing so many times over the past few days, and she felt a sense of elation at finally feeling his lips on her own. It wasn't exactly as she had thought it would be, with Filch as an audience. The hurried reaction from Malfoy meant it was supposed to look the part, but despite this, the kiss was still somewhat chaste. Hermione had been certain Malfoy was one of those kissers to be eager to press his tongue into her mouth. And Hermione felt like she wouldn't mind just then, despite Filch's annoying presence. But then Malfoy moved from her, yet still shielding her from Filch's view. "Can I help you? We're somewhat busy, as you can see," he drawled in his best Malfoy manner. All Hermione could hear was Filch's wheezing as he stood dumbfounded. "It's past curfew." That was all he managed to get out. Hermione could tell he wanted to yell at them, or at least go tell Dumbledore about this, but there was something about Malfoy's posture and attitude that had Filch rooted to the stop. Could he tell it was her? Yes, I know. And if you could let us finish, we were just about to make our rounds, as prefects. He turned his body halfway away from her, making sure to flash his prefect badge still on his robes. She noticed her hands were still clutching his robes, and grabbed to shut the door. She didn't know what to expect once the door was closed, but she hoped his lips would return to hers. They were still tingling slightly. The door clicked shut and Malfoy towered over her, his eyes locked on hers. Sorry, it was Hermione, silenced Malfoy with a small finger against his lips. She took a steadying breath and then curled her fingers more tightly in his robes as she prepared herself. We better make sure then. She spoke in a hushed voice as she lowered her eyes to Malfoy's mouth, which was still inches from hers. He made Thesmolist but very surprised fivitch of his lips before he leaned forward to kiss her again. Only this time she was ready, and she opened for him only seconds after their lips met again. She could feel his surprise at this, but he seized the moment and pushed closer to her, deepening the kiss. His hands were still on the wall on either side of her head, but as the kiss stretched onwards, one hand moved to cup the nape of her neck and the other went to push her flush to him on the lower of her back. She moved her hands up his chest and pulled on his collar to get him closer, and then her hands were in his hair, and he gasped into her mouth. In turn, she laughed into his and their tongues danced in wonder. This kiss was nothing like the kiss they had shared on Christmas break. That has been strange and drunken, and with little experience on either side. There had been little heat between them, like she could feel a crackle between them now. The Christmas kiss had simply been an experiment on both parts, one she had mostly thought had been reviewed in the negative ever since, which she had berated herself for feeling a loss for. But the last week had proved to her that there was something between them. And this kiss was the result of weeks of mounting anticipation for the both of them. It was frantic feelings and rushed in eagerness, and Hermione felt like there was a fire deep in her belly waiting to be released. The way Malfoy's body enclosed hers and his hands moved along her body, touching and yet clearly holding back, she confirmed that his test results from Christmas had been different as well. Only he had been less reluctant to admit to it as she had. His actions ever since Christmas spoke volumes about how changed his view had been of her, while she had not been ready to own up to her side of things. But the last few weeks had made her realize how much she wanted this. How much she wanted him. And the way he held on to her told her that he felt similarly. It empowered Hermione to grab tighter onto Malfoy and try and tease him even further with her tongue. From the sound he let out, she managed to do just that. She couldn't tell how long the kiss lasted, only that she didn't want it to stop, but eventually, they both had to pause for breath. He rested his forehead on hers and their eyes locked once more. Without a word, they both shared huge grins that made them nip at each other's lips again for a few more minutes. I should get back. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper, and his nod was so slight she could only feel it because his head was still touching hers. Granger, remember what I said? His tone was serious again and Hermione nodded. He hadn't let go of her, and she ran her thumb along his jaw. He closed his eyes at her touch and leaned into her hand. I will. She whispered before kissing him almost featherlight. His fingers tightened on her neck, but he didn't hold her when she pulled back from the light kiss. I'll see you after Easter. There was desperation and something else in his voice that she didn't want to think about just yet. He looked almost in pain when he had asked, and Hermione moved to embrace him. For the first time, he wasted no time in securing his arms around her and Hermione breathed into his chest. Come back, Draco. She urged before she forced herself to sneak out of the broom closet and back to Gryffindor's common room, which was thankfully empty. Whomever Katie had been meeting in secret had gone to bed as well. Parvati and Lavender were both asleep as well when she made her way to bed. Hermione lay in her bed staring at the canopy for a long time. She kept running her finger over her lips, which felt slightly swollen having just kissed Draco. It was his face she thought of, grin, when sleep eventually overtook her and she was consumed with dreams of flying brooms and stolen kisses. Chapter Endnotes Squeal. It happened. The slow burn is no longer going to be as slow. And next chapter will bring a different change to the story as well. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. His mother's son chapter notes. Are you ready for a change in POV? Also, be aware that from this point out we will start to earn the rating of mature. It'll later turn into explicit. You have been warned. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco woke with a start. It took him a few moments to recognize that he was in his bed in his room in the manor, and not his dormitory room in Slytherin House at Hogwarts. Letting out a huff of breath, he then realized he was still fully dressed, and books nudged his ribs. He moved to sit up in the darkness, only separated by the slivers of moonlight still shining through the windows on one entire side of the room. Draco let himself heave a few steadying breaths before he came fully to, and the last few days flooded his awareness once again. With a grunt, he got up because he was fully awake and knew he would be for some time now that his brain was catching up. Daft thing. The fire in his room was still blazing, which meant some off-house elves were still up. If he listened carefully, he could hear them scurry around the house in their frantic haste. But of course, they would be. In the morning his mother would be leaving for France to preserve her health. At least that was the story the papers would be getting. Draco ran his hands down his face, still staring into the darkness, not at all inclined to get up. The past few days had been grueling, to say the least. The Easter holidays would not be a meanwhile relaxation as they had been in previous years at the manor. But then again, that was not entirely Draco's fault alone. He had just brought another stone to weigh them all down. Perhaps except for his mother. Which had been his hope and intention all along. When he had first approached Snape, it had been with heavy stones in his gut, telling him it was the tong thing to do. But when he witnessed the small flicker of relief wash over Snape's face when Draco mentioned his wish, he knew he had made the right choice. This was for his mother. Nothing else mattered. Draco cringed because that wasn't entirely true either. These days he was balancing a tight line of rights and wrongs, and it was getting increasingly difficult to keep track of things by the sheen of moonlight. Draco could tell it was late, but not too late in the evening. He had been so tired after having to argue with his mother and Snape all afternoon, that once Snape had finally left, Draco had gone straight to his old bedroom with a few selected books to try and clear his mind. When that hadn't helped, he had practically passed out on his bed, apparently being spent from all the built-up nerves he had had to manage over the past week. He called for one of the manor elves, and seconds later a small crack announced the presence of little Nippy. "Is my mother still up?" "Yes, young master. Mistress is in the drawing room. Mistress is not wanting to sleep or eat, young master." Draco could tell by the way Nippy was wringing her hands that this was most upsetting to her, that she could not properly help his mother. "Right. I'll talk to her. Bring us some tea, yeah." "Of course, young master." Nippy bowed deeply, touching her nose to the floor before she popped out of sight. Draco inhaled deeply before he set off to find his mother. All his life Narcissa Malfoy had always held herself higher than most. Her posture had been almost as strict as her upbringing of Draco, and yet he had never questioned his mother's affections. In turn, neither had she. The woman waiting for him in the drawing room was but a shadow of his mother. He could see the tops of her collarbones peeking out just above her neckline, something he had never seen before. Her skin looked much paler than it ever had against the deep purple color of her robes, and her hair seemed less alive. Draco cleared his TLNO to announce his presence, and his mother turned to him and lit up with a smile, the smile she had only ever reserved for him. "Draco, darling." She extended a hand and he rushed forward to fall into her embrace. This was something he never shied away from. His mother's embrace could heal almost everything, he was sure of it. But even her arms appeared frailer around his upper body. He realized he had grown to be able to look her directly in the eye. He had always looked up to either of his parents. She reached up to cup his face in his hands and suddenly he felt 10 years old again. Severus didn't explain much, but I am fairly certain this was never his idea. His reluctance to divulge any unnecessary information is, well, perhaps for the better. She moved to stroke his hair out of his face and Draco closed his eyes for the briefest of moments, thinking back to the many times his mother had done just that. If things had been different, she would have sent him to his bathroom to await one of the house elves to come and give him a haircut. As it were, she just sighed, and he could tell she was trying to read him. Before Draco had learned occlumency, he had always been an open book to his parents. But last summer his mother had felt a need to teach him something from her side of the family. Since then, it was an entirely different matter with his mother. The craft ran in the Black family line after all. His mother had never claimed to be a strong legilimens or occlumens, but as Draco thought back off the years it only made sense. How she had always been able to see through his every trick and bad behavior he had tried to hide from her. Or how she was always able to tell when he had snuck his way to the kitchen to pester the elves for more sweets. Surely, she was accomplished enough to pull that kind of information from. This was another reason he had avoided his mother a bit more than he wanted to for the past year. Despite his own occlumency, he was fairly certain that there were particular things he didn't want his mother to find out about. For many years I've watched your father try to mold you into a certain kind of man. For the past years, I feared his ministrations had. Her eyes turned to the floor, and she seemed to be thinking hard about what to say. Draco recognized the smallest signs of his mother's occlumency before she continued. It was only because she had been the first one to teach him, that he saw the hints in her eyes. His father never saw. But your choice in this matter tells me, that some of my influence remains in my son. And of that I'm proud. Though if I'm not mistaken, I cannot take all the credit. We shall speak none of it, for I believe that would be best. For either of us. Draco sighed and leaned in for another embrace. You never have been a good liar, Draco. At least not to me. But from today on I fear you must learn to be just that to a great many people. Draco nodded into her shoulder, afraid how his voice might betray him at the moment. I will explain to your father, that you shall spend the summer with me. If things go as planned. I am sure Lucius will have many things at the manor to oversee. She left the sentence unfinished as neither of them wanted to even think about what his father would have to endure because of this action whenever he was to be released from Azkaban. I know very little and that is all for the best. But I know one thing for certain. She pushed Draco to lock eyes with him once more. I am proud to call you my son. She placed a kiss on his forehead, and Draco nearly wept like the small child he felt breaking out of his chest. He just nodded and held back the lump forming in his throat. How long before your portkey activates in the morning? Even his voice sounded choked, but for once Draco didn't feel embarrassed by it. His mother just looked at the ornate table in the middle of the room. In the center of it stood a fine china vase. Normally it stood in one of the glass cabinets in his father's office. Draco recognized it and knew where his mother would be journeying. Hester and Lola will come with me to make sure everything is run as it should. And for company. His mother shrugged at the fact that the only company she would entertain for the next many months would be 2 house elves. Right. Draco strode over to look at the tiny vase. His mother followed and he could feel her presence just behind him. Will you come away with me, Draco? He felt her delicate hands on his shoulders, and suddenly felt weighed down by several pounds. He hung his head and knew his mother knew his answer before he voiced it. "No, Mother. I'm sorry, but I have to go back." There's Draco turned in his mother's hold, and he could tell by the way she held on to his shoulders and narrowed her eyes, that she was trying to use legilimency to read him. Draco was far more practiced these days, and he didn't even hesitate to throw up his shields to block out his mother. The twitch of her lips told him she was proud to see him wield it so well, but still hurt that he wouldn't let her in. So, he gave her an inkling of what was going on. He showed her a tiny fracture of a memory where his hand enclosed tightly around another hand, much more delicate than his own. "I see," Narcissa Malfoy said through pursed lips. "Is it the Parkinson girl?" Draco could tell by the way his mother said Parkinson girl that she hoped it wasn't. He didn't know what to read into that at the moment, other than to feel relieved that she wouldn't force him to pursue things with Pansy just because she was a Parkinson. "Salazar, no." She nodded very lightly and looked him in the eye once more. "But you still won't tell me any more? It's safer this way, for the both of you. You know that, Mother." She stroked a hand down one side of his face again with a small smile. She let out a deep sigh. "Well, if you were to take after your father in one way, I suppose this is the best of his traits you could get." When Draco frowned in confusion, his mother went on. "Every Malfoy man I have ever known or heard of has always been fiercely protective of their." She paused and tried to read her son again when his eyes widened at what she was about to indicate. Narcissa Malfoy cleared her throat softly before cupping both hands around Draco's face. "If you must then stay at Hogwarts, Draco. Listen to your professors." She inclined her head to show him which professors, in particular, she meant for him to listen to, and he understood. "Remember what I have always said, Draco." Narcissa Malfoy shifted and took one last look at her son. "Keep everything in order and stay here to this." She tapped the side of his head first before placing her palm on his chest, right above his heart. He swallowed audibly and nodded, unable to get any words out. "I will be gone before sunrise, but I will see you this summer, darling." She kissed his cheek again, and that was his cue to leave her. Without another word or even a glance in her direction again, he left the drawing room, wiping at his eyes furiously. The tray with tea stood forgotten on the small table. Cursing his sole existence, Draco drifted about the manor before he ended up in the family library. He hadn't known what to look for but decided to read up on the use of unicorn hairs in potions. He woke up on his bed once more after having fallen asleep again in the middle of his current rare potions book. He moved to push the rest of the books aside to prevent them from getting damaged or being further poked in the ribs by their hard corners from the dying embers in the fire. It was in the very early hours of morning and Draco could hear no movements in the house. His mother and most of the elves must be asleep then. Or they might already have left. If it was the first, that was good. They all deserved their rest before the coming morning, which would be a pain to his mother and her two chosen elves to accompany her. Glancing at his windows, he was confirmed by darkness. Sunrise was still a while away, but not by far from the looks of things. Draco had to occlude slightly again to keep his fear and frustrations at bay. This only made his idiotic brain wander back to the one place it had grown to favor over the last several months. Granger. Frustration seeped through every fiber of his body, and he rose from his bed trying to walk some of the restlessness from his waking body. He went to splash some cold water on his face and stared at his reflection in the mirror. That was a bad idea, as it only brought other memories of Granger to the front of his mind. Ugh! He hit the still water, making it cascade all over the floor and the mirror. Not that he cared as he left the bathroom that was attached to his bedroom. Draco had gotten very good at non-verbal magic, and he flicked his wand to light a couple of lamps in his bedroom. He recognized the tension in his body and knew he wouldn't find rest for the next few hours anyway. Not after having fallen asleep reading. Reading books about potions. Potions which also made him think of Granger. His treacherous thoughts circled back to the way her eyes would light up the smile on her face whenever she'd find something in a book they could use for their potions project. He was sure his brain was addled when the corner of his mouth turned up at the mere thought of Granger's smile, and he tried to shake it off. Of course, he knew that was useless. Over time he had tried countless things to rid her from his brain, but whenever he thought he had succeeded, there she was again. Her smile brighter than ever, which made his stomach do the Runsky feint all on its own. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, he realized that Pansy had never made his stomach do any of those leaps. Pansy had been a steady factor in his life even before Hogwarts. It had only been natural for them to come together, expected even. He supposed that was partly the reason why she had been so angry with him when he had broken things off with her back in October. The break had nothing to do with Pansy, and more so to do with the state Draco had been in at the time. And it certainly had nothing to do with Granger, though he was glad to be rid of Pansy at this particular time in his life. Salazar. Who in their right mind would have thought that Draco Malfoy would ever be friends with Hermione fucking Granger? But here they were. Draco hated her for sneaking up on him like that. Except he also didn't hate her. Bending over his knees, he needed his hands in his hair frying to sort out his bewildered mind and all the pathways he had otherwise tried to block. There was one pathway in his mind he had tried boarding up several times, and yet Draco never succeeded. Because the memory behind it was so recent and so pleasant. And pleasant was an understatement, to say the least. Draco gave in to temptation and found himself reliving a very heated but much too short moment in a broom closet. The way her eyes had strayed to his lips before signaling to him that she also wanted more. That their half-acid drunken attempt at a kiss during Christmas break had proven to her as well, that maybe the Amortensia hadn't been lying to either of them. Draco touched his lips reverently as he thought back to just the way hers had opened for him, and how well her body had fitted close to his. The kiss was by far better than any he'd had before. And though it had started as a ruse to keep Filch from suspecting a thing, the bleeding witch had tested his sanity even further by wanting to kiss him again. Willingly that time. And with much enthusiasm, he smugly added to himself with a great deal of personal satisfaction. Of course, Draco had been wanting to taste Granger's lips for a long while now, and they had come so bloody close so many times, but something had always kept them apart. Except for Filch, which was ironic when he thought back to the incident. He realized he was smiling to himself in the darkness, but he couldn't help it. Thinking back, Draco was fairly certain Filch hadn't even seen who was with Draco in the broom closet, thank Merlin for that. As had been his plan. Their friendship outside of potions was known to very few select people. And that blooming friendship would determinedly be put to a great number of tests if anyone discovered that they might be more than friends. It had only taken a couple of months for Draco's world to be turned completely upside down when Hermione Granger decidedly accosted him into their, at first, stupid potions project. But by Christmas, he knew he was doomed. And not for the reason he had been doomed before. But then again, Draco was a Malfoy after all, and Malfoys nearly always got what they wanted. At least that was what he had been taught since childhood, mostly so by his father. The last time Draco had worked hard for anything it had been to make sure Potter and all those idiots had been caught by the horrid Umbridge. Draco groaned at how much had changed in less than a year. Back then he had wanted nothing more than to see Potter and all his friends suffer. And that included Granger. But now, when the summer had started, he desperately wanted to replace his father in the ranks of the Dark Lord. He had wanted to prove himself, that he was more accomplished than his father who couldn't even manage to overcome Potter and his friends. Draco had been determined to make quick work of that ridiculous vanishing cabinet, but the work proved more troubling than first anticipated. That didn't stop Draco from working hard on making it work as he wanted it to. That was until Granger came along with her stupid project and her stupid pretty smiles and Draco groaned and turned in his bed, which caused his awakening erection to twitch unnecessarily. He rubbed himself to alleviate some of the tension, but it did little to satisfy him. He knew what to do, of course, but he had come to loathe his very regular routine that had started sometime around Christmas. It was also around Christmas that his priorities changed drastically. His need to prove himself was still there, it always was. Only this time it wasn't the Dark Lord he wanted to prove himself to. It was to another specific person. Somehow, Granger had worked her strange magic on him, and she had bewitched him completely. Draco was no fool, and he could admit he was attracted to Granger and her small figure. Merlin, she was petite in comparison to other girls, but Draco didn't mind. It only meant her frame would fit more snugly against his. If he had had any doubts, Sloane's Amortensia had sealed the deal right before Christmas when he had smelled everything he connected with Granger in that cursed cauldron. And their little academic experiment had done nothing to put him out of his misery. On the contrary, it only made him want to work harder to get what he wanted. Draco Malfoy had always worked hard to get what he wanted, and by Salazar, he decided he wanted Granger. Since Christmas, she had become his new mission. He wanted to show her that he wasn't just the fright most people saw when they heard his name in the corridors. It had proven to be one of the most difficult tasks he had ever set for himself, and he had battled with himself on several occasions to just let it go. But the next time she had smiled at him so timidly it had made him plot out another way to get her to see him as something else. Even before Christmas, he knew she had shifted her opinion about him, but he could never be sure she thought of him as more than a friend. Until he had started to reach for her hand, and she hadn't pulled back once. Granger's hands were so delicate it was no wonder she was so good at potions the way she handled the various ingredients. Merlin, it had been a blow to Draco's head when he was forced to admit that Granger was actually as brilliant as everyone said she was. But even after working with her for just a few weeks, it had been clear to him that her mind was truly spectacular. If Draco would ever ui and reason with himself, he would come to see that her mind was also part of why he was so attracted to her. Pansy had always been full of herself and blabbering on about something contrite and social as was expected of her. But Granger had no time for that, and despite spending so much time with her nose in between books, she was very stimulating to have conversations with. And not just about potions. Draco ran his hands through his hair and thought back to the last time he had held Granger. Since Christmas, he had gone out of his way to try and get close to her, and he slowly managed that. But it wasn't until he had accidentally shown up in his Quidditch uniform that he knew her views of him had changed as well. The first time had been accidental, of course. The others were less accidents and more tests of Draco to see just how much he could make her blush or babble, or a delightful combination of such. When he thought of Granger blushing, it made his head spin with many other ways he would love to make her cheeks pink. Like they had been in that broom closet, he was sure of it even though it had been so dark. She had been so soft under his hands, and he had worked extremely hard to not overtly grope her too much for fear of short-circuiting his brain. There were so many places he wanted to touch her, and he desperately wanted her to touch him. Fucking Merlin. Flunking back on his bed with a groan of frustration, he hoped Granger had taken his warning and gone to secure her Muggle parents as well. His fear for her and her parents quickly subsided to the most recent memory he had of her. They had been dancing around each other for weeks, and as the coward he was, he had backed off several times. In his mind, it was to protect her from him and everything he was associated with. But she had firmly broken a hole in the line of protection with her delectable lips. Draco's return to the manor had been a far better success than he could have hoped for. It helped, of course, that Snape had gone along with him to talk to his mother, but she was going to be safe. It was like a weight had lifted off of his shoulder and his entire body felt less restrained. The first step in his ill-thought-out plan was going to work. He ran a hand down his face and let out a strange barking laugh. and it wouldn't be long before he would be returning to the safety of Hogwarts. Perhaps she'd be there too. Draco tried to use occlumency to cool his heating thoughts of Granger. His groin twitched in eager anticipation of the path his direction of thought had started to take. The morning was still far off, but he suddenly felt the need to take a cool shower to clear his mind. He discarded his clothing and turned on the cold tap. He concentrated on his breathing a few times before he stepped into the cold stream of water. A hiss escaped him as water pummeled his back. Stepping backwards, he let the water run over his head and cascade down his face and chest. Even a glance at his marred left arm did nothing to the churning thoughts of Granger's lips and the little sound she had made when he pushed her closer to his body as they kissed. Nothing he could do helped. His mind seemed to have found, well, a mind of its own, and he had no control over it now that his fears had been pushed further from his mind. Once again Hermione Granger wormed her way into his consciousness, and his groin responded with enthusiasm he had come to recognize over the past months. His internal groan escaped his lips as he rested his forehead against the cold tiles. His constant occlusion had failed him as soon as he let his guard down, and he was physically paying for it now. Before he would do anything more though, he made sure to place his signet ring on the cabinet beside the shower. He had taken great care to remember this most of the times when his hand and groin would decide to become best friends for a small, yet pleasurable amount of time almost daily. There had been times he had forgotten, of course, like that night she had pretended to drop her wand and bent to pick it up. Draco had never felt blood rush to one specific body part of his that fast in his life. It had taken every muscle power in his body and magical restraint to not push her up the wall and claim her with his lips right then and there. But deep down he knew that would have been the wrong move. It would have been too violent. He knew he would have to be subtle and slow with Granger, and for once he didn't mind. Especially not when it led to kisses like the other night. Closing his eyes under the cold water, he very slowly moved his hand to his eager erection, which was surprisingly warm despite the cold water. He let out a sigh, thinking back to Granger's lips and body flushed against his while softly stroking himself. As he was doing so, he felt both elation and disgust at himself. They had barely decided to cross that barrier of friendship, and he was terminally ruining that hesitant step by seeking his pleasure just thinking of her. He tried thinking of something else. Zabinai's mum didn't help, quite the contrary actually, and he let out another groan as he gripped himself harder. Fuck, there was nothing to it, and he returned his thoughts to Granger and how he had nearly grazed her breasts. He could feel the release already building up as he kept pace, and his strokes grew more rapid. Foregoing any shame and remorse of his action, he kept his pace, and with a final twisting stroke of his length release barreled through him and left him panting for breath. He turned the water to scalding and set about cleaning himself, all the while muttering to himself. Fuck. 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 It had been one stupid kiss, well, two if they counted the timid one they'd shared at Christmas, and he was going to town on himself at the mere thought of her lips. He hadn't even dared think about more than that, afraid of what it would do to his groin. Returning to his room stark naked, he went to his wardrobe to find new clothes. Holding the wardrobe open, he stared at the darkness of his clothes, thoughts still churning about Granger's smile. Shite. I'm in such deep shite. He muttered before grasping for random clothing, not even caring what he picked, and then tried to find out what to do with himself before he would return to Hogwarts once the sun made its appearance. By some miracle, Draco had fallen asleep again, and he had slept all through the morning. He knew his mother had decided to leave before sunrise, and they had said their goodbyes the night before, but it was still strange to wake up to an almost empty house, except for the elves, of course. Draco decided to take advantage of the solitude and told Nippy that he would return to Hogwarts the following day and that he would like to spend this day on his own. They could leave him dinner in the drawing room once he returned from what turned out to be a joyous afternoon of flying around the grounds and jostling the horrendous peacocks from their hiding places. It was an old game from when they were children. Draco, Blaise, Vincent and sometimes Theo would fly around trying to see who could find the stupid birds' hiding place and then spook them. His mother always scolded them for upsetting the birds and they were not allowed to play again for a few days after that. But that day there was no one to tell Draco what to do and it was a kind of freedom he had never felt in his entire life. There were rare times in Draco's life when he felt completely in control of his life. Most of his pure blood life had always been dictated by his mother, his father or the rest of society. And then came the Dark Lord to take away his choices only to force others on him. Draco forced those thoughts from his mind. He refused to spend the day miserable about his previous poor life choices. Instead, he chose to think of what might await him when he returned to Hogwarts. Once he had showered again, he ventured into his father's study. Lucius Malfoy had never directly expressed that Draco could not enter without his father with him, but it was a sentiment that hung in the air whenever Draco would approach him in his younger days. The pristine appearance of the study spoke volumes about his father's attention to detail and how he wanted the world to see him. Draco blinked away the shiny details of the life this study would force him into if he let it. Then he went and pulled a small piece of parchment and a very obscene quill to write the singular message he had planned for Granger. Meet me in the astronomy tower the night you get back. He felt certain he would be the first one back, and he had resigned to wait for her every evening if he must. It would at least give him time to UI and determine how to pursue things from then on. And try and figure out if she wanted him as badly as he wanted her. Draco used one of the smaller owls that he knew were much cleverer than the others. He gave it a small nudge and felt certain the brown little feather duster would be able to find Granger wherever she was. Off you go then. He ushered it out the grand window and Draco turned to poke about his father's supply of alcohol he only ever invited very rich guests to taste. Draco intended to enjoy his last quiet evening in the manor before he would be forced to face reality the next day. Pouring himself a decent amount of his father's best fire whiskey, Draco fruckled across the hall to the drawing room where he was sure to find a warm meal waiting for him thanks to Nippy. It was the first meal in days that Draco felt able to fully enjoy. All his meals at Hogwarts felt rushed. He rushed to get to lessons. Or he rushed to catch Granger unawares. Or he rushed to try and fix that stupid vanishing cabinet. Though he had given up on that now, he still felt rushed every waking hour he spent at Hogwarts. Except lately when he was alone with Granger. Draco was contemplating how best to be alone with Granger once they were both back at the castle when he heard the Floo roar to life 3 rooms down the hall. Dread sloshed through every fibre of Draco's body as to who might call upon the manor at this hour. He knew his deranged aunt had a grand house of her own with her even more deranged husband. Of course, Aunt Bella didn't know yet that his mother had left. Draco rose very slowly from his previous comfortable seat in the grand chair and switched the near-empty tumbler in his hand for his wand. Grasping it tightly he turned to face the doors and await who might appear moments later. "Father!" Draco spoke in a whisper when Lucius' matted head poked through the doors and his eyes lit in mild surprise to see his son pointing his wand at his chest. "Draco!" His voice was hoarse and he cringed as he spoke, which told Draco he had not used his voice for quite some time other than possibly to scream. Even though he was in a fine set of black robes, they hung on him and his face looked gaunt from the many months in Azkaban. But his eyes were the same pointed grey that could make Draco spill every bad thing he had ever chosen to do. Not anymore, Draco thought desperately and TLNU up his mental shields without a second's hesitation. Where? Mother isn't here. She's safe. His father nodded as if that was all he needed to know. Nippy. Draco called and the little elf materialized quickly with a small crack. She didn't even get to open her mouth before Draco spoke again. You know what to do. He indicated his head to his father, whom Nippy turned to view with a look of surprise. She seemed at odds with herself, wanting to obey her young master but still wanting to tend to her old master. Finally, she turned to Draco. "Yes, young master." She snapped her fingers and vanished again. Draco turned to stare at his father, who just stared right back. Neither of them spoke for the time that stretched out from when Nippy vanished and Draco heard the flu again. Moments later, the swishing of Professor Snape's long black robes was the only sound in the drawing. "What is this?" came his father's croaking demand as he stepped closer to one of the dining chairs to support himself. No one spoke. "Someone tell me what is going on in my own house." His father had certainly found his voice then and was glaring between Draco and Snape. Draco couldn't help but be impressed with the level of calm Snape carried in his posture and voice when he next spoke. Draco asked that I might be here to explain certain. He paused and moved slightly on the spot. "Issues, once you found your return from Azkaban?" Snape clasped his hands on the front of his robes and reverted to that insane reverence of peace he always carried about himself. Lucius Malfoy was staring openly at his son and Snape. "Draco," he insisted, but Draco kept quiet. He didn't know what to say to his father at that point, and frankly, he didn't want to be there. For once in his life, he was not desperate for his father's approval. Snape turned to Draco then. "If you wish, Draco, the flue is still open to my office. You may return to Hogwarts tonight and I shall speak to your father. I should ask you to wait in my office for my return if you so choose." Draco straightened his spine and thought hard about what to do. "I'll stay." Chapter end notes. I feel slightly relieved that we've made it this far. Over the next 3 weeks, you'll be getting 2 chapters a week as my Christmas treat for you guys for being such amazing readers. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Change of plans. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Several moments passed when no one spoke another word. All Draco could concentrate on was his father's labored breathing. "Why don't we take a seat?" Snape flicked his wand and 3 chairs moved for them to sit. Draco noticed his father was quick to grab the chair at the head of the table. "I expected my Aoife to greet me when I returned home and if I was lucky my son, but I fail to see why you are here, Severus," Lucius said once he was seated and his breathing had eased. Several months in Azkaban had broken Draco's father in a way he had never imagined seeing him. It pained Draco to see his father this week. He had always been such a force of power in his life that it was strange to see him succumb like this. "Plans change, Lucius, as I'm sure you are aware." Lucius Malfoy then summoned another house elf to bring him some food and a large tumbler of alcohol to numb himself from what Draco was sure to be a painful discussion. While his father ate in tense silence, Draco couldn't help but scoff at the idea of his father even listening to him. If it weren't for his mother already having left, he was sure his father would have just sent him to his room already. But with his food, the house elf had handed his father a note, which Draco recognized was his mother's handwriting. He couldn't be sure how much she would inform him in a letter as short as that one, but whatever it was had steeled his father's expression into cold indifference while he all too slowly tried to force his food down. The combined leer and sneer that Lucius Malfoy then managed to direct in his son's direction was one Draco had witnessed several times in his young life. But this had been the first time it had been mingled with disgust and what Draco assumed to be a sliver of hope. He couldn't be sure, of course, because his father was nothing if not a closed book. But he saw it for a flicker of a second and knew what his mother had titten had been the determining factor. That his father would recognize this for what it truly was in his eyes. A way for the Malfoys to come out on the right side of things after all and secure the family name. And I suppose I am to be given no choice in the matter. Draco flew from his chair in outrage at his father's choice of words. Choice. How fucking pathetic of him to use that particular way of saying it. So, like his father, to play the victim when in reality he had been the butcher of Draco's fate from the moment he chose to play with the dark arts. You think this is about choice? He snarled in his father's face and watched him recoil from Draco's temper. Draco held firm in his determination to finally speak his mind. He pulled the sleeve from his left arm and forced the mark under his father's scrutiny. "You chose this for me. Mother never wanted it for me." "And I again." He paused and weighed his words carefully before continuing. "I was never given a choice but to accept what others had already decided for me." They had both huffed their clear disagreement at that point. A silence had fallen between them, which Draco had recognized as his father reluctantly agreeing with Draco in his statement. Draco had determined for a long time never to voice his utmost desire. The desire that had been building in him for nearly a year after watching his father muck things up. That he would never have to answer to that cursed mark or fulfill the task he had been set. Mother hasn't been herself since. Draco's strength had left his body at this point. There was no point to argue this with his father, who had been absent to see the deterioration of his mother. How she had turned into a ghost of herself when Draco first saw her the other day upon his return to the manor. She had always been frail and light, but the woman who had greeted him the other day was a mere shadow of the woman who had hosted grand galas with little effort through the years. The Narcissa Malfoy who had lived alone for several months with no other company than her deranged sister and any number of Death Eaters had physically changed her for the worse. Draco shuddered to think about her mental welfare because he had seen her hands tremor on more than one occasion during his brief interactions with her the other day. "I did what I had to do to keep her safe." "What you failed to do, father." Draco emphasized the last word with menace, and he saw his father flinch. He knew his father would never have agreed to any of this without that final means of persuasion. The final thing that could hopefully persuade even his proud and stubborn father. "They have promised to keep her safe." Draco practically deflated back in his chair after that statement and had to work very hard to control his breathing for fear of whatever reaction his father would deal out. Minutes trickled past, and Draco could only wait, while his father tried to suss out the way that would serve them all the best. Through all this Snape had kept quiet and merely waited for his time to speak. From his guarded silence it still wasn't his time to speak, so Draco rose from his chair again and spoke one last time before departing for the flue. Everything was for her. He paused with his hand on the frame of the door and let the words sink into himself. Because all of a sudden, he wasn't completely sure which her he referred to just then. "Have Nippy bring my things to Hogwarts. I'll wait in your office, Professor." If Draco hadn't paused on the threshold to say his final remark, he most likely wouldn't have heard his father's resigned reply. "If you insist." Draco was still pacing Snape's office frantically when he finally emerged from the green flames in the fireplace. He dusted himself down much too calmly for someone who had just had a world-altering conversation with Lucius Malfoy. But Draco supposed that was what made Snape such a good spy on both sides. He was always able to wear himself without any hint of emotions in his expression. Except for his pure loathing for Potter that would always shine through, and for that reason, Draco had found Snape to be his first ever favorite teacher back in his first year. "Sit, Draco," Snape instructed as he took a seat himself on the other side of the desk. Draco recognized the order hidden in the request and sat down without a word. He arranged his long limbs to accommodate the uncomfortable chair and waited for Snape to begin whatever it was he had planned and discussed with his father. "By this time tomorrow, the Prophet will have picked up on your mother's departure to stay abroad indefinitely. We are confident her ruse will reassure her safety, but as we have discussed there are several other protections at work. You should not spend more time in fear for your mother's safety, Draco. You chose wisely." "What about my father?" "Yes, well, that is a matter of its own entity. It would appear the Dark Lord has changed his course of plans once more given your lack of success." Snape paused to link his hand on top of desk between them. "I think it will be a few more days before the papers will hear anything about the small breakout from Azkaban, if anything at all." Your father and I have discussed several matters concerning your continued role in this. Draco inhaled deeply and prepared for the worst possible news he could get. That he would be sent off as well and not even see the sunrise at Hogwarts the next day. That the Dark Lord was on his way to pick him up as his personal means of torture. He was not prepared for Snape's next statement. Given your choice in this matter, you are now a double agent. But your father and I agree that you are to be kept from the severity of things as long as possible. Therefore once again Snape made a pause and tilted his head slightly to narrow his eyes at Draco. He felt the slight prodding of legilimens and tlnu up his shields instantly. Good. Keep up your work on your occlumency, you will need it. For the time being, you must at least appear to attempt to carry out the original order the Dark Lord presented to you. Appear. Draco couldn't hold back his surprise at Snape's words. Yes, Draco. Your very few attempts up until now have been foolish and the Dark Lord is less than pleased. Which is why he has thought of other plans and requires the assistance of your father. However, he is still convinced that someone like you is best suited for this particular task. Snape's eyes bore into Draco as he tried to piece together what it was Snape was, or wasn't, telling him. Right. You may return to your dormitory. We shall speak only when necessary about this. Do as we have agreed and play your part, Draco. Draco had no trouble catching the severity of Snape's words that time and he could only nod his reply before he left Snape's office in the dungeon for the small trek to the Slytherin common room in the lowest part of the castle. As he expected, Nippy had already unpacked all his things and a new set of bright green pajamas were waiting for him. Draco shucked his clothes but only bothered to put on his bottoms before he climbed into his four-poster bed and forced himself to sleep after a very long and grueling day he had to occlude for a long while before his body could relax at all. He started the way he always did. By returning to his serene place, the grounds surrounding the manor where he had always felt a great sense of freedom once on a broom. From there he worked through his mind to collect his thoughts and memories to sort and shift them to his liking, making sure those with Granger and her lips were stacked neatly together but further out of reach than he would normally put them. It was for the best if he was to function somewhat normally. It almost made him start over at that point and put a greater effort into occluding. A little more than an hour later his body felt the restraints of ordeal, and he thankfully collapsed under his blankets to a night of restful sleep. Draco spent the following days in a state of constant awareness. At one point he even grimaced as he thought back to their horrendous teacher in his 4th year and his constant roaring about constant vigilance, but that was a state Draco felt far too familiar with at present. He kept waiting for some horrible news to arrive in the Prophet, and without Granger around to badger him about what she did or did not read in the paper, he had begrudgingly taken out a week's subscriptions just to stay on top of things during the week of Easter. The news of his mother broke within a few days after various socialites failed to see her in public, and when they went to the manor they were met with an almost sealed-off house. This also meant his father's recent return from Azkaban had been forcefully kept from the public eye, and Draco could only continue to wonder what the fuck that was about. He didn't ask any questions though. He was somewhat relieved to be kept out of that particular turn of events, as he was sure it could be nothing good if it involved his father and the Dark Lord. Draco hadn't seen much of Snape either since he had returned to Hogwarts. Not that he expected to, since Draco had reached out to him. The less they saw and spoke of each other the better for people not to start whispering things. Draco hardly expected Snape to turn up at the Quidditch pitch anyway, which was where Draco spent most of his time these few days anyway. He had to do something to take his mind off the many things that kept creeping up on him whenever he let his guard down. At least when he was flying, he could tune out and just focus on the wind in his face and how to avoid flying into the hoop posts and the weak bludgers Theo would try and hit at him. Draco had expected to find Theo at Hogwarts as nearly the only Slytherin to remain at the castle for the Easter holidays. Most other Slytherins were of course purebloods, and their piranha mothers would want their offspring home to continue their grooming for whatever shite the Dark Lord had concocted. Draco shuddered to think what he would have had to put up with if it weren't for Grenoble. Not now. He wouldn't let her sneak up on him just as Theo struck a bludger his way and Draco veered left to avoid getting hit on his shoulder. "You're getting better." Draco thumped his friend on the back as they made their way back to the changing tents. Theo just grunted his acceptance of Draco's tiny show of praise as he slouched his shoulders and pushed through the flaps of the tent first. Draco followed close by, and they kept silent as they showered and changed into clothes that were neither Quidditch nor school robes. Theo had always been the quiet one in their group, Draco thought, but over the past year he had grown increasingly quieter and Draco couldn't help to think it was closely linked to the lurking presence of Death Eaters in his father's house and perhaps even Draco's budding involvement as well. It was nothing they could ever pretend to be able to talk about, and definitely not now with the state of things. It wasn't up to Draco to make his friend come out of his shell, but if he were being honest with himself, he missed the laughing Theo from when they were younger. The Theo that would laugh at every stupid thing Draco told him, or how they would make fun of Potter and the Weasel together. Draco grimaced when he spotted a much too familiar head of black hair as he and Theo made their way back to the castle. Draco tried his best to just avoid Potter these days, but lately, the GIT was making it more difficult than necessary. He wasn't even trying to hide the way he was groping the girl Weasel, nor was she hiding the fact of how much she seemed to like Potter's hands all over her. Draco had half a mind to shoot a hex at the two of them when they finally realized they were in plain sight and ducked around one of the greenhouses. Letting out a sigh, Draco trudged up the stairs to the castle and towards the fumes of warm stew coming from the great hall. Theo asked to deposit their brooms in the common room and Draco accepted with a curt nod. The time it took Theo to go chuck their brooms gave Draco time to think about why he hadn't just shouted any number of insults at Potter and his girlfriend. Pulling a bowl of stew to him, he realized why. Granger. But he didn't want to think about her just yet. She would have to wait for her time to parade about his brain. Not that she gave a flying fuck about that, as the image he had of her smiling coyly at him made Draco smirk at his food. Flirting with the stew now? Theo teased when he plunked down next to him and reached for his bowl. Sod off. Draco chuckled and shoveled food in his mouth that kept betraying him with a glint of a smug smile. Yeah, I'll just go jump in the lake as I always do when you get like this, Theo mumbled between bites and returned to his usual silent manner. They ate in perfect silence and Draco didn't even feel uneasy when he spotted Potter and the Weasels laughing over by the Gryffindor table. It didn't stop him from scowling at them, however. It wouldn't do if he suddenly started acting all friendly, ugh. He would only ever reserve that for one person. And she obviously hadn't returned yet. As they finished their dinner, Theo cocked an eyebrow at Draco as he had done the other night. Yeah, see you later. Draco hedged and left his friend. Casting a disillusion charm on himself to avoid the small number of people mulling out the doors of the Great Hall, Draco made his lonely trek to the top of the castle and the astronomy tower. He was almost certain she wouldn't be there tonight either, but he didn't want to not be there in case she did show up. This was the second night he would prepare to freeze his balls off waiting for her. But he didn't mind. That wasn't entirely true. He hated waiting. But it was also the one time of the day when he allowed his mind to wander freely down whatever pleasurable path it wanted to. And it always wanted to think about Granger. Draco immediately started pacing the perimeter of the tower top while his mind started going over every little conversation or physical contact he had ever had with Granger over the past year. At one point his legs would grow tired of the same route, and he'd sit in the same spot he had when he and Granger had held hands their first night up here mindlessly. His hands would trace the other for where Granger's fingers had squeezed his down before he would stuff them under his armpits for warmth. Despite spring getting nearer, it still hadn't found its way to the top of the astronomy tower this late in the evening. Draco made quick work to cast a warming charm before he settled himself back against the wall, where he still had a perfect view of the grounds below and the door on the side. Just in case she decided to show. It had been like this the other night as well. With the cold slowly creeping in, his head would start to spin all kinds of horrendous images to him in between the more pleasant ones. He pictured Granger getting caught with her parents and then the imminent torture they would suffer at the hands of the Dark Lord. Just as Draco had suffered last summer after his father's huge mistakes. It nearly made Draco vomit just thinking about it. Using occlumency, he pushed those thoughts aside and pulled forward his favorite ones. Those memories included Granger's lips and her hands in his hair. Draco groaned as he closed his eyes, and leaned his head back to gaze at the darkening sky. Fuck. He might as well admit it to himself. He missed her. He had grown so accustomed to seeing her practically every day, and this was his 4th day without seeing her bright smile. Draco rubbed his hands down his face at the mortification of the state he was in. He had always thought those couples that ran around Hogwarts, hiding in the shadows and giggling way too much, were obnoxious. He had never in his most horrible daydreams pictured he would want to be one of them. But when he had seen Potter earlier that day with his hands all over the she-weasel in near public like that, it made something roar in Draco that he had never experienced before. With Pansy, things had been practical and just there. It had always been her who took charge and decided when it was time for them to do things. Even start dating in the first place. She had approached him with something close to a business deal, of how they would slowly transform from the childhood friends they had always been to a dating couple before they would be officially courting once they had their education sorted. This was back in their 4th year, and she had a drawn-out and much too detailed plan for everything. Salazar, she had even scheduled when they would have their first kiss, their first date, their first time getting caught snogging in the corridors, right down to when he would propose, and they could begin to plan their wedding. Draco remembered being a mixture of impressed and frightened at the attention to detail, something he had only ever seen in his mother. But he supposed it was something Pansy had taken from her pure-blood upbringing, and Draco had accepted the deal as something he hadn't expected but had been planned out for him either way. This was of course all before his father had decided to throw in their lot with the Dark Lord one more time, screw himself over and get chucked to Azkaban, leaving Draco to and make up for his mistakes. He didn't blame Pansy for nearly tearing his head off when he broke things off with her back in October. But at the time Draco couldn't see a future of any kind, let alone the one Pansy had so clearly mapped out for them. She was still furious with Draco and refused to even acknowledge his existence, which in hindsight Draco didn't mind. It gave him time and peace to focus his attention elsewhere. And thus, his brain circled back to Granger and how she had pressed herself against his chest in the tight enclosure of a broom closet. Merlin's beard, this was getting physically painful every time she snuck up on his mind like this. Draco shifted where he sat on the ground and tried to adjust himself, not wanting to be too obvious if she should turn up. But as the minutes crept by and the cold seeped more and more into Draco's clothes, not even caring he had cast another warming charm, he eventually gave up for the evening and shuffled back to the Slytherin common room. He hadn't expected to, but was pleased to find Theo reading as the only one there. "What are you reading tonight?" Draco asked as a way of greeting him before he took a seat on the large leather sofa opposite Theo. Instead of answering, Theo just held up the book for Draco to read the cover. Draco slouched on the sofa, not really in the mood to read that night. He had read enough these past few days in the few books he had made Nippy pack for him. He had yet to find a real and definite theory behind the use of unicorn hair, but he felt on the brink of something. Tonight, he had a different topic in mind to try and get his friend to talk about. It was always easier when it was just the two of them. Blaze would always be too loud or too crass and make Theo pull back in on himself. Vincent and Greg were too dumb to UI and carry any decent conversation with them in the first place. Theo, did you ever wonder? Draco trailed off and hoped he had caught his friend's attention. Theo peeked over the top of his book to show he was listening but still not paying his full attention. Draco moved to sit with his elbows on his knees to stare into nothing. Who has it right? Theo frowned at Draco's weak question. Us. At this Theo's brows shot up and he cast nervous glances around the room. But they were the only two people there, which was the only reason Draco would even dare ask the question. All the others. Dunno, mate. Theo shrugged and tried to hide behind his book again. And you probably shouldn't ask those kinds of questions anyway. He still had time to cast a meaningful glare at Draco's left arm before he returned his attention to his book. Yeah, well, lately. Draco got up to start pacing again. The nerves in his body wouldn't allow him to sit still any longer. Theo huffed a sigh and closed his book, sensing that he might as well talk to his friend, otherwise he wouldn't be left alone to read anyway. Look, Draco. Theo rubbed his temples and blinked very slowly. I've always made it clear where I stand on this particular issue. They didn't look at each other, but Draco nodded even so. Theo had always shied away from the dark arts ever since his insane father found them so lovely. Even that was an understatement. Which is why I won't have this conversation with you, mate. Theo emphasized the last word to make it clear to Draco that they were still mates as long as they didn't have to talk about this particular issue. It annoyed Draco because without Granger, he really had no one to talk to, and he desperately wanted someone to talk to about something. The thought of Granger just then set him off again and he turned from Theo to try and go to bed. Theo didn't argue or try and stop Draco, and he had a feeling his friend stayed up later than usual that night to give Draco the time and peace to be on his own in the dark. The next day Draco avoided every place in the castle where he was sure he might be able to catch a glimpse of Granger if she was back yet. He didn't want to be tempted by her smile. He felt certain that she must return that day. It had been 5 days since they had said their goodbyes and he had pushed her to go home to her parents. Surely the order wasn't that slow to hide and secure 2 muggles like that? So, he spent the morning reading in the common room, ate lunch outside by himself and flew with Theo in the afternoon before he skipped dinner that night and headed straight for the astronomy tower. If she didn't show up that night, he convinced himself he would go to Snape and try and get something out of him. He was supposed to be in the order, after all. He must know if something had happened to Granger or her parents and why she wasn't back yet. As the other nights before, he took to pacing the tower and was certain he would track lines in the ground from his relentless and constant pacing. He had thought ahead to bring a cloak that night and pulled it tighter around himself once the sun began to set much later. Draco's stomach gave a loud growl for being denied food that night. It had just gotten used to regular meals again after a long time of being denied such pleasures in the time when all Draco could think about was broken vanishing cabinets. But just when Draco was about to succumb to the pangs of hunger and rush to the Great Hall, he heard the door to the tower creak on its hinges before it was hurriedly pushed open and someone darted in to hurry and close it again. Draco turned on the spot and in the faint last rays of sun, he saw her before she saw him. Her eyes searched the tower in haste before they finally landed on Draco, and he felt the wind knocked out from his chest. She was here and she was safe. He was quick to scan her all over for any injuries and felt elated when he spotted none. She looked the same and yet different. She was wearing what he could only assume were Muggle clothes. The trousers hugged her legs very nicely and he was eager to look at how much they would show her bum off. But he stopped that line of thought right away. It wouldn't do to go to her with a massive erection just now. Instead, he moved his gaze up her loose jumper, over her mess of curls that were trying to escape the bun she had pinned them in much earlier in the day from the look of it. But what stole his breath away and erased any doubt he had ever had over the past 5 days was when he locked eyes with her, and she looked at him like she had missed him. It didn't matter to him even if she had just missed him half as much as he had missed her. She was finally here again, and he would be damned if he let her go again like that. Draco hadn't fully realized when he started to become attracted to Granger. If he were to think back and find a specific point in time, he couldn't, because it had happened gradually. In reality, he had been forced to admit that she was never as ugly as Pansy had complained she was. It was true, Granger was not one of those in-your-eyes beauties, but there was a natural prettiness to her. And Draco had come to appreciate her natural beauty for what it was. Real. Before she had even had the time to say hello or any other silly greeting, he had taken 3 long strides and pulled her to him in a close embrace. He spent 2 seconds registering her surprise, and then the smile on her face lit into something that made him rein in every level of restraint he could muster. He moved his hands up her arms, unconsciously checking her for any physical injuries, before moving them to cup her face and lean down to kiss her. In turn, she grabbed onto his elbows to hold herself steady as he could feel her rise on her toes to meet him. Both smiled into each other as their lips met, and Draco felt all the blood in his body flush faster than expected. He traced his lips along Granger's before he felt her open for him, and he gently slipped his tongue in to taste what he had dreamed about the past days. She teased him back, and he was having a hard time controlling himself from wanting to take the kiss a step further. But he held back. Merlin. For a brief moment, his mind wondered how on earth Granger could have learned to snog like this. It was truly divine, and the way she twirled her tongue made his brain go all fuzzy with want. He thought darkly that it for sure couldn't have been the weasel who taught her this technique, based on what he had seen him do to that brown bint. Because whatever it was Granger was doing, it was some of the best snogging Draco had experienced, and he didn't want to stop kissing her. She seemed just as inclined to want to continue the kiss, the way her hands moved from his elbows to clutch onto the front of his shirt and pull him further down to her level. Very softly he tilted her head back to gain better access and show her just how talented he could be with his mouth, and she let out that tantalizing sound as he did so. Her hands found their way to his hair again, and she scraped her nails along his scalp and made him groan into her mouth. She gasped at the sound and pulled back just an inch to suck in more air before they sealed their lips once more. With her head at the right angle, he moved his arms to enclose her and pull her flush to his body. She then reached her arms under his own and clung to him like he was the only way for her to survive in a storm. When it was time for them to breathe more deeply, they reluctantly pulled apart and rested their heads against each other. Granger was panting slightly, and Draco also had trouble controlling his breathing. They still had their arms around each other and were not showing any signs of wanting to let go. "Hello," she finally whispered and let out a small giggle. Sweet Salazar, he had missed her voice and her laugh. He was such an idiot, he knew, but at the moment he didn't care. "Hello," he whispered back and let the smile tug his lips upward as well. That was quite the welcome back. "You were gone for too long. I was worried." His admission was out before he could stop himself, and he froze in her arms for a fraction before she pulled her head back to study him. He only had a second to stop himself from occluding. He knew it would make her pull further back, and he wanted nothing less right now. "You shouldn't have worried. You warned me." "Thank you." She reached up to kiss him again. It was a soft kiss, a genuine thank you kiss, and Draco restrained from deepening it straight away. They still had plenty to talk about. That was initially why he had wanted to meet with her as soon as she got back, and in a place where they wouldn't be interrupted. But his addled brain had taken control before he even had the time to second-guess his actions, and found himself to be glad because it meant he still had a warm Granger in his cold arms. Which she started to notice as well. "Draco, you're freezing. How long have you been up here?" His stomach did that Wronski faint again when she said his name, and he couldn't care less how cold he was, if only she would say his name again like that. But she pulled out of his arms to cast new warming charms on the two of them. They were much stronger than his own, he quickly noticed as the shivers down his back vanished a moment later. She pulled him to sit on the floor next to her and reached to intertwine their hands. Just as they should be. I've been up here the past 2 nights waiting. I didn't realize you would be gone that many days. Neither did I, but things you shouldn't tell me any details. He hurried to say, and she nodded into his shoulder. There was silence for a few moments before she continued. I don't know if anything would have happened, but they are safe now. Things worked out as they should, and that's thanks to you. How is our mother? She was twirling her fingers nervously in his hand, and he glanced down to see she kept her gaze on the stars. Safe. Snape helped, and she agreed to go first thing. I've been back at Hogwarts since Sunday night. Oh. She paused to look up at him. He stared into her brown eyes and felt lost in them. But the good kind of lost, where you don't want to return to reality because you know this is the right place to be and everything else only pales in comparison. She blinked at him, and her tentative smile reached her eyes. Draco was close to kissing her again when she did that, but instead, he cleared his throat and tried to find the right words. So, this He raised their hands to their line of sight, and they stared at it for an excruciatingly long moment. This. Granger breathed and rested her head on his shoulder again. Logically she began, and Draco couldn't help but roll his eyes even though she couldn't see it from the way they were sitting. Logically, this makes absolutely no sense. He could hear the grin in her voice even though he couldn't see it. And yet things seem to have moved in a certain progression that makes it almost natural. He supplied before she could come up with any form of academic blabber that would completely ruin the mood. He had every intention to fry and get at least one more decent snog out of her that night before he had to let her go back to the lion's den. He seized her silence to move sideways and find her lips again, and she happily obliged his request. It didn't take long for either of them to circle their arms around each other, and Draco was about to pull her into his lap when she broke apart for air. She started to get to her feet, but he kept a hold of her hand. She looked spooked suddenly, and he tried to loosen the gleam he knew was in his eyes just then. This is all too much, Draco, I don't. She was shaking her head, and she no longer looked as happy as she had before. He tugged her down to sit on her knees before him as he scrambled to get to his knees as well. Knee to knee he held on to her hands and rested his forehead against hers. Too much too soon. She nodded, and he felt the truth of his own words. He had gotten carried away, and he had nearly spooked her away. He knew she wanted this, but maybe not as much as he wanted her. He would have to go slow and careful with her if he wanted this too. To what really? What did Draco see down the line with Granger? That was a scary thought if he ever had one. She was right, it was too much in far too short an amount of time. But he knew he didn't want to let her go. How about we just do things our way? No one has to know anything, and we can just. I don't know. He shrugged and hoped she had a sensible way to approach this thing that had suddenly broken out between them. She was supposed to be the brilliant one after all. One day at a time. She breathed and seemed to calm herself down a bit. A realization suddenly hit Draco in the gut and made him plummet from the heavenly feeling he had had just moments before. Granger, I know I just said no one has to know, but truthfully no one can know about this. My situation is, he grimaced as he tried to figure out what to say that wouldn't endanger her. She already knew far too much for her own good. Stupid know-it-all sticking her nose in things that didn't have anything to do with her. But then again, he wouldn't get to kiss her like that if she hadn't done that, and for that, he really couldn't blame her. I have to play a certain part, and this thing, he sighed. It would destroy that part and that ruse. Right. I see, well, maybe that's a good thing then. We need the time to sort out what this is. He nodded at the logical way of doing things. Can we sort it out while I snog you again? He smirked at her as she playfully hit him on the chest right before she pulled him in for another searing kiss. Merlin, it was something to snog Granger. If he could get to do this daily, He didn't care how much he would have to hide and act in front of everyone else. It was when he was alone with her that mattered to him. When she was just Granger, and not the most brilliant creature to constantly help Potter save the world. And when he was just Draco and not the failed Death Eater he was. They rose on their knees to press their bodies closer together. Her hands were once again in his hair, and it must look ridiculous from all the rummaging she did to it, but he couldn't care less as long as she let him roam his hands up and down her sides where he could slowly graze them by the sides of her breasts. He felt her twitch slightly when he reached the side of her chest, but she didn't pull away. He did it one more time and she twitched again, and Draco felt very satisfied with this reaction. Eventually, their warming charms wore off and they knew they had to get back. Darkness was creeping in around them and there would be time in the following days to sort this thing out between them. Between all the snogging, Draco was beginning to hatch a plan for. We should get back. Library tomorrow after lunch. Sure. Holding hands, they walked slowly to exit the astronomy tower and head to their dormitories. In a deserted corridor, Draco hurried to pull Granger in for one more quick kiss before he let her go for the evening. She let out a tiny giggle as she rushed her way to Gryffindor's tower, and she kept looking back over her shoulder. Draco waited before she was out of sight, and then he rushed back to his bed. Theo was already snoring, and Draco changed to his sleepwear slower than usual. He could still taste Granger on his lips, and propping his arms behind his head he started to replay the night in his mind before he decided to try and sleep. Chapter End notes. Thank you for sticking with this for this long. I never honestly expected this to turn into what it has become. For 2 more weeks, you'll be getting 2 chapters a week as my Christmas treat for you guys for being such amazing readers. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Captivating Creatures chapter notes. And we're back with Hermione. This is still mainly her story as she starts to get involved with Draco. But I found I needed to give his POV as well. You'll get more of his POV along the story for certain events. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hermione was trying her best to read a book. She had done this 1,000 times, so why was it that much more difficult for her that particular day? Well, she knew why it was that much more difficult. For one thing, another person was holding her left hand, which made it increasingly difficult for her to hold the book, let alone turn the pages. But looking down at the hand holding onto hers, she gave it a slight squeeze before she tried to direct her focus back to the book she was struggling to read. It was a very old and dusty book Draco had brought back from the manor. The title was barely legible on the front from so many years of wear and tear, but the index inside told her just enough about what kind of book it was. Draco had told her he had grabbed it from some of the darkest corners of his family library when one of his family's house elves, blasted Malfoys, of course, they had several off little things in service to them, had helped him find the books they would require to support their theories about the use of unicorn hair. Every other book Hermione had been able to get Madame Pince to help her find in the school library had only briefly mentioned the use of unicorn blood, and that was always in just one very short paragraph that detailed the nefarious use of the substance. What she and Draco were trying to do was something else entirely. Just then Draco moved their entwined hands out from view to under the table and she felt her arms straining as it was pulled to rest on his leg. Hermione had to shift her chair closer in order not to pull her shoulder. She guessed this had been his plan all along because when she did so, he leaned closer and spoke in a hushed voice that never failed to make the hairs rise on the back of her neck. "Find anything interesting?" As he spoke, he ran his thumb up the back of her hand and Hermione found it very hard to concentrate on anything else. This was part of their new game. Draco would do his utmost best to try and entice her to an almost breaking point and Hermione would do her utmost best to not completely lose herself in his hands. It wouldn't do for them to do so in the middle of the library, despite how empty it still was at the end of the Easter holidays. Hermione pushed the book on the table over for Draco to see, or at least she pretended that was what she was doing. She used it as an excuse to press her and close to his and lean into him. Not yet. But there are some very captivating chapters. She whispered and dared to look up to find his eyes completely focused on her, the book not even worthy of a glance. Pulling back before anything dangerous happened, Hermione turned her scattered attention back to the book in front of her and tried very hard to only think of unicorns. She felt more than heard Draco chuckle beside her, and a moment later his knee bumped hers playfully. She hated that she was about to ruin his good mood, but she had made other promises for the day, and Harry and Ron would only grow even more suspicious of her if she didn't show up to go visit Hagrid as they had promised. Well, Hermione mused, Hermione would, Ron's mind seemed to be elsewhere these days. Hermione turned in her seat and pulled their hands to her lap, where she began to draw circles on the back of Draco's hand. She saw him twitch in his seat at the touch, which emboldened her to continue the motion. I promised Hermione and Ron to visit Hagrid after lunch today. Lessons start tomorrow and… Granger, stop. You don't have to make excuses. She paused her motions on his hand and looked to his face instead, where half his mouth was smiling. This is the state of things. We both have other things to deal with. He grimaced at his phrasing, which made Hermione tighten her grip on his hand. He returned the gesture with a reluctant smile. She started to put her things in order to go when Draco reached for her hand again. Do you mind helping me put these back? He held up several odd books. She had no idea where he had gotten them. But from the mischievous grin on his face, she had a feeling the books wouldn't end up in their right places. All right. She followed him at a leisurely pace to some of the back shelves in the library, where the only light was the lit torches, despite the sun bright in the sky outside. With a large plunk, Draco had dropped his bag and stuffed the books on a random shelf before his hands were on Hermione's waist and his lips on her jaw, making a beeline for her mouth. Hermione only had time to let out a gasp and drop her bag before clutching onto his shoulders and inhaling enough air for what she knew was going to be a deep kiss. Draco was always very eager to kiss her any chance he got. She had discovered that rather quickly, and she found that she was almost just as eager. Though she tried very much to restrain herself from wanting it too much because that still scared her. But when he tilted her head and inched his tongue into play with hers, it was too easy to forget to be scared. He started to run his hands up and down her sides, and when they came to graze the sides of her breast, that's when she had to pull back for air to pause him. Malfoy, someone might come by, and no one ever comes this far in the library, apart from Pince or maybe Filch, and we've already dealt with Filch. He smirked and started kissing her jaw again, making most of Hermione's objections fly out her ears again. But he effectively shut her up with his lips again, and Hermione sighed into his mouth, which only made him grin back. After several more minutes of what Hermione considered to be a new record for their snogging, they were both panting and hanging onto each other desperately. We can't keep doing this. Someone will catch us. She breathed heavily and felt Draco nod on her forehead. She had been back at Hogwarts for nearly 4 days, and each day Draco had taken to try and snog her brains out in new locations, where he claimed no one would ever discover them. She hadn't yet dared to ask him how he knew that. Also, she found herself much too busy and then unable to even speak. His favorite place to tease her and drag her away for a kiss was in the library. If Hermione was being honest with herself, it was her favorite place as well. In the darkness of dozens of ancient tomes, she could lose herself in Draco's arms for a short amount of time before they had to return to reality. In the library, they were just two people desperate to kiss each other. It was Draco who had insisted they keep things secret, and she had agreed. Their reputation aside, with the way things were developing outside the castle, it was much too dangerous for them to be even considered friends. They were already crossing a stark line according to many people in the castle. People who were returning for the last term beginning the following day. Who gets to leave first this time? She nipped at his lips one more time because she couldn't help herself. Once she started to kiss Draco, it grew increasingly more difficult to stop. He groaned into her mouth one last time before he moved to rest against the bookcase he had pushed her up against. "You should go first." "I'm going to." He cleared his throat and tried to straighten and look her in the eye, but at the last second diverted to look at the books he had so hastily discarded. "I'm just going to put these back." Hermione narrowed her eyes but didn't push the matter further. There was something he wasn't telling her, but from the way his eyes darted around it was something he felt embarrassed about. He shifted on his feet nervously. "Oh." Hermione's brows shot up into her hair and she felt her cheeks grow even more flushed than they already were. He needed time to. "Well, calm down." She moved closer to him with slow steps and stretched up to kiss his cheek. "See you around, Malfoy." He smirked back at her. "See you around, Granger." On her way back through the dark bookshelves, Hermione made sure her clothes were in the right places. Draco liked trying to push the limits, but he hadn't done anything further than that, and even if he did, it was a step Hermione wasn't ready for. Maybe he even sensed that, which was why he teased her in that tantalizing manner. Next, she redid her hair, which was always a mess, but after snogging Draco it was an even bigger mess. She shook out her curls and tied them back together as best she could before she started running her tongue over her lips, trying to soothe the absent sting they always got after Draco tried to claim them as his. Hermione tried her best to keep her emotions at bay, but it was very difficult when her face kept wanting to smile that huge. She supposed she could always come up with something to be happy about when she met Hermione and Ron. It's not like they weren't overtly happy these days either. They were hardly in any state to take notice if Hermione was acting more peculiar than usual. She knew why Harry was behaving this way, of course, and she was starting to have an idea about why Ron was beginning to look like Harry had several weeks ago. But those few times when she had tried to get him to open up about it, he had slammed shut like a restricted book, and so Hermione kept her patience on the matter. Far be it for her to pry into her friend's business like that when she had recently started to keep a very huge secret from them in turn. Hermione still had no idea what she was doing with Draco, apart from the obvious snogging whenever he got the chance to hold her still and out of sight. Kissing Draco Malfoy, Hermione soon discovered, was what she supposed other people felt like when they grew addicted to something. Because Hermione Granger was fairly certain she was growing addicted to Draco's lips on her Hermione felt her lips search his when he would move to kiss along her jaw or down her throat. It was a frightening feeling that also made her feel that much more alive. They had agreed to take things one day at a time, and so far, that was what they were doing. Granted, they had taken a few more liberties as it was the holidays, but tomorrow things would have to go back to their usual routine to keep up appearances. It was essential to do so if they were to maintain what little Draco had left of his role to play as a supposed Death Eater. But Hermione knew deep down that he had stopped being a Death Eater a long time ago. If she thought back then, perhaps he had never really been one apart from the obvious brand on his arm. But she wasn't sure he was aware of that himself. She would have to tell him one day, or when he was ready to hear it. Over the past few days, Hermione had made excuses to go to the library more frequently under the ruse of having to catch up for the days of study she had missed when she had been gone to help secure her parents. It made sense to Harry and Ron, who never questioned Hermione's trips to the library. And Draco always welcomed her with a genuine smile when she joined him at their table. When Hermione returned to Hogwarts in the middle of the week, Harry and Ron had been desperately eager to catch up and hear any news from outside the castle. Hermione had been forced to let them down gently because she simply didn't have any news. She had spent 3 days with her parents organizing their house and setting things up for their departure. Her parents had been thrilled with her surprise visit when she showed up, but their faces fell once they spotted the dark hair of Tonks and the tall imposing figure that was Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had accompanied her to her parents' house. They had spent all Saturday afternoon in their living room trying to explain everything that was going on in the wizarding world, because Hermione had conveniently forgotten to tell her parents most of this in her otherwise many detailed letters. After they had calmed down and seemed to accept their imminent departure, Hermione's mother had requested a conversation alone with her daughter. What followed was a row Hermione would never forget. They had both been crying nearly from start to finish. Her mother was outraged at being kept from her daughter's life and so many horrifying details. Hermione cried in anguish for making her mother cry and worry so much. Both had apologized profusely countless times before they were clutching each other on the floor, sobbing into each other's wild hair. That was how her father found them and carried an exhausted Hermione to bed before he did the same with his wife. Hermione slept a deep and dreamless sleep that night. The following days were hurried and everyone was on edge. Tonks and Kingsley had imposed themselves in the Grangers' guest room with assurances that it was no trouble at all, and they were happy to help in any way in the following 2 days before they would accompany Mr. and Mrs. Granger to their safe house. Her mother had been a whirlwind of emotions and a physical one too, as she rushed about the house trying to pack and store as much as she possibly could. Kingsley had solemnly explained that once the Death Eaters, her father had cringed and crept closer to his wife and daughter on the sofa at the mention, got wind of them not being here any longer, they would come looking for other clues. As was their way, their house would most likely not be very welcoming after that. Hermione thought that was a much too pleasant way to phrase it, but it had stuck with her parents, who kept close to Hermione over the coming days as they tried to organize their entire lives into boxes. Tuesday morning had been the worst. Her mother had refused to leave the bed in the morning and would just cry from the moment she opened her eyes. Her father could talk no sense into her, and after Hermione had failed to do so as well, it was eventually Tonks who closed the door and Hermione could only hear the muffled voices of the two of them. Nearly an hour later the two women reappeared, and her mother announced she was ready to go. Kingsley then summoned the portkey they had made for them before he sent off his patroness to alert their departure and soon-to-be arrival at the safe house. No one had told Hermione anything about the safe house and she preferred it that way. That way there was no secret for her to give up, and she could always communicate with her parents through the Order, who had sworn to keep them safe. Hermione still left with all of them, and they all appeared in what looked like a normal village house on the edge of a dense forest. Glancing out the window Hermione spotted a few other houses on the far horizon but nothing that made the place stand out or indicate where it was located. She then spent the afternoon helping them settle in and spend her last hours before returning to Hogwarts with them. She had to reassure them dozens of times that she would be safe at Hogwarts. The Order had several safety measures installed, and they still had Dumbledore. When the time came to leave her parents, they all broke down crying again and Hermione was still crying when she, Tonks and Kingsley appeared in her home again. Tonks scooped Hermione in for a solid hug and didn't let go until Hermione's tears stopped. Kingsley announced they would be staying another night if Hermione didn't mind, and then the following day they would escort her back to Hogwarts again, as they were both due for a patrol around the castle anyway. It was more convenient that way, he had said, but from the tiny smile that caused his cheek to wrinkle, Hermione suspected otherwise. Still, she was glad for the extra day to pull herself together again. Of course, that all fell apart once she met with Harry and Ron and they both asked simultaneously how everything had gone. That had been shortly after lunch, and when they had heard her story and comforted her to stop crying again it was close to dinner and Hermione forced herself to go with them to the Great Hall, despite her red eyes. Because there was something she had to see for herself. But he wasn't in the Great Hall and her stomach dropped to her knees for a moment before she remembered the note that a beautiful owl had delivered to her days ago. After wolfing down enough food to even make Molly Weasley proud, Hermione had charmed her puffer eyes back to normal and then headed straight for the astronomy tower with an excuse to want to be alone for the rest of the night. She hadn't been alone, of course. She had been with the one person she had found herself missing the most when she didn't have her parents to dry her eyes. When he had kissed her as he had, every fear for her parents and the world outside the castle had vanished, and she was just Hermione. A girl kissing a boy she wanted to kiss. And had then kissed several times more since. But she ought to keep her thoughts of Draco at bay for the afternoon she was about to have. She'd never gotten around to visiting Hagrid after Hermione had gotten her the unicorn hair. But as it turned out, that was quite all right, since Hagrid couldn't remember much from that night anyway. Imagine me surprise when Professor Slughorn shook me wake morning after. He chuckled when Hermione started to ask him about that night. Hermione smiled to herself at the picture Hagrid's story conjured. The mead Slughorn had brought was a great deal more mature than either of them had expected, and thanks to Hermione's little interference, they had drunk far more than either of them could remember doing. Suffice it to say, Hermione had nothing to thank Hagrid for, until she could persuade him to part with another handful of hairs. She and Draco still needed to brew several more times to be sure they had the right recipe when they would start to test it after the Easter holidays. Enough of that. Come out and see the Neasles. They've been missing ya, Hermione. He grinned at her and nearly pinched her cheek, but thought better of himself in the last moment and patted it instead. The three friends followed Hagrid outside to the little pen he had set up for the small lot of Neasles, who were chasing after each other. Weren't there more the last time I was here? Hermione struggled to count as they just wouldn't sit very still. Yeah, Hagrid grumbled and bent to scoop one surly little creature up from the pen before handing it over to a surprised Hermione. I was visiting Grawp one night, and well, there was plenty of blood, let's just leave it at that, eh? With far more affection than you would ever witness in a man such as Hagrid, if you didn't know him, he bent and nozzled a Neasel in Hermione's hand. It stopped wriggling the moment he did so. Just there. He instructed Hermione to the right spot for her to scratch the creature behind its fluffo ears. They remind me of Crookshanks when I just got him. I know he was fully grown when I got him, but he took some time getting used to me as well. Hermione shrugged and ignored the look of incredulity on Ron's face as he kept his distance. They just need a bit of attention, is all, Hagrid grumbled affectionately, and Harry tried to hide his grin behind his back. Hermione supposed now was as good a time as any, if she were to try and ask for more unicorn hair. He looked dumbfounded when she finally got the nerve to ask. It's only, you see, I need it for an extra project I'm doing in potions, and unicorn hair is so very hard to come by unless you have a pocket load of galleons, and then I noticed that bundle in your cabin, and I thought I better ask, because well, you never can have someone turn you down unless you've asked them first at the very least. So yes, that's the reason. Hermione heaved air into her lungs and watched Hermione and Ron close their gaping mouths with a roll of each of their eyes after her babbling rant. Take as much as you need, Hermione. Hagrid just pulled her in for a sideways hug. Glad I can help, is all. Anything for my top students, though I'm not technically your teacher, Mara. Hagrid shrugged, and the three of them were just about to go on about how much they missed his lesson when he shrugged it off and invited them in for tea as well. They all accepted, of course, having taken care to eat a large helping of lunch before even coming down to Hagrid's hut, knowing full well how his cooking was. Monday morning announced the beginning of the final term of Hermione's 6th year at Hogwarts. Though it sounded grand in her head, nothing much was different from before the Easter holidays. With one very significant change, of course. 2, if you counted the fact that potions was not the lesson Hermione was looking forward to the most all week. It didn't even matter to her that Harry would continue to complain about whatever he suspected someone was doing in the room of requirement. Because that was his latest obsession when Ginny was forced to study more and more for her O.W.ls. So, when Hermione was alone with Harry, which was more and more frequent as Ron stuck to his excuse about flying, Hermione was forced to listen to Harry's rants about what he had recently discovered. Which was never much, thankfully. She was also pleased to hear that Malfoy was no longer his prime suspect, though he still ranked high on his list. But other people had made the list as well. Hermione was very little surprised to hear the other people on Harry's list were Crabbe and Boyle. I'll agree, there's something strange about Crabbe, but Boyle? Honestly, Harry, the bloke can hardly stay on his 2 feet. Had been Ron's remark one night before he had taken off again in a hurry. Hermione was quick to steer the conversation in another direction after Ron's sudden departure. When do you suppose he'll tell us? Surely he must know we've figured it out by now. Hermione's expression softened as their friend left to maintain his secret, even though both she and Harry had learned by now that he had never been doing much flying. Well, he might have in the beginning, but recently he didn't even bother to have his broom with him when he said he was going flying. Harry and Hermione had silently agreed that they wouldn't badger their friend about whom they were sure he was sneaking off with. He should be able to tell them in his own time. Although Harry, Ginny and Hermione were well aware that when Katie would later return with her supposed windblown hair, Hermione was sure Ron would follow shortly after with just as stupid an excuse. He'll tell us when they are both ready. Though I wish they would find somewhere else to snog all the time. Ginny and I keep catching them in the Quidditch tent. Hermione raised an eyebrow at her friend, quite sure that he was just grumpy for not being able to snog Ginny in the Quidditch tent. And of course, they jump from each other like 2 blast-ended scroots and deny everything. It's quite funny actually. Harry started to grin and all his conspiracies were soon forgotten over detailed surprise visits to Ron and Katie finding their way to each other. When Ginny had first told Hermione she hadn't been completely surprised. In truth, she had never pictured the two off-hem together, but if she thought about it, Katie was a much better match for Ron than Lavender ever was. And even more so than Hermione would ever be as well. They both shared a crazy fascination with Quidditch, and she could see Katie balancing out Ron's temper in the future. If they would just tell their friends, Hermione would be more than happy for them. Though Hermione did find it funny to hear stories from Ginny about her and Harry walking in on the 2 of them snogging. In hindsight it was probably for the best, and Katie's safety, that they kept things secret. Now and again, Lavender would still glare daggers at Ron, who was quick to leave the premises when that happened. Any news from Dumbledore? Hermione whispered to Harry after he had detailed the last time he had caught Ron and Katie locked in a tight embrace outside the greenhouses. Harry sighed and pushed back on the sofa. Nothing. I think he might be looking for one of them, you know. Hermione did know. Ever since Haney had retrieved the final memory from Slughorn and he had told her and Ron about what he had learned, Hermione had tried to look up Horcruxes at the library. But for the first time in her time at Hogwarts, the library had failed her, and she was rather upset with it for that reason. Will you go with him, if he finds one? Hermione asked timidly, scared for her friend and what they had both been forced to grow up with much too soon in their adolescent lives. If he'll let me. I want to end this, Hermione. Things have to stop. Harry glanced over to the Evening Prophet someone had left lying in the common room, where the front page was emblazoned with a double picture of 2 supposed Death Eaters to have escaped Azkaban. The total count was now up to 7 and no one had been found yet. The Order had no news apart from the fact that Voldemort seemed to be giving his orders from abroad and had been doing so for a long while. The Order assumed that left the Lestranges in charge, but they were sticking with whatever Voldemort was planning to lay low for the time being. It still caused panic among people for not knowing anything and people kept disappearing from time to time. Hermione felt a strong sense of relief knowing her parents were safe, thanks to Draco's warning. Just as she was thinking about Draco, the pearl warmed against her skin. She waited to see what kind of warming it was. She had discovered over time that there was one for when he wanted to see her like it seemed to be now. And then there was the other, which they both pretended to ignore and forget ever happened. Hermione stalled as long as she could and tried to look for a book in her piles of homework. Oh, where did I? No, surely not. She threw in a sigh for good measure in the end. Harry glanced up from what was definitely not the homework he was supposed to be doing. Anything new, mung Hermione? I've forgotten 2 of my books at the library. I'll just have to hurry and get them before Pince closes for tonight. She cast her eyes to the clock. Rising to her feet, she flicked her wand a few times to organize her things in orderly piles. Just leave it, Harry. I'll collect it when I get back. Say hi to Ginny for me. She smirked and was glad to see the effect it had on Harry and how he quickly dug back behind his supposed homework and left her to her secret meeting. As expected, Draco was waiting for her outside the portrait of the fat lady, and he closed his hand around her before tugging her along to the astronomy tower, which had quickly become their chosen location for their evening talks. Just as many other nights, Draco nearly pushed her through the door before casting quick locking charms, and Hermione cast Muffliato before they reached for each other with an urgency that never seemed to dull between them. Draco's hands were always the fastest, and she cursed his Quidditch reflexes for being so. But when he put one hand on the nape of her neck and the other under her chin to smile down at her before closing the distance between them, she didn't blame his reflexes any longer. Hi. She breathed into his mouth, and he smiled onto her lips before cutting off all speech for several minutes. Spring was approaching because neither felt the need to use warming charms much longer. Then again, Hermione thought to herself for a small moment, they had found other ways to keep each other warm. Draco's hands were always warm on her skin, even on top of her jumpers. She could always feel the heat from his fingers as they trailed up her arms, or around her waist to pull her closer to him. Wait. Draco, I tell you something. She tried to explain between kisses, and eventually he stopped. Or that is to say, he stopped kissing her mouth and moved to kiss along her jaw and up to her ear instead, which made it increasingly difficult for her to remember what it was she had wanted to say. She decided to lean into his ministrations for 2 more minutes before breaking away from him to say her piece of mind. 2 minutes turned into 7 before Hermione got her head straight and gently pushed Draco to sit cross-legged opposite her on the floor. He was flushed and panting, and though she kept him at arm's length for the time, it didn't stop him from drawing small circles on her knee with his bare fingers. Draco, what are you doing in the room of requirement? That stopped his movements instantly, and his gaze fell from her face to turn to the darkening sky instead. You know I can't tell you that, he murmured and still avoided her eyes. Hermione reached to turn his face back to her. She looked at him imploringly, even though she knew he would never tell her. And part of her had never expected him to, but it was the only way she saw an opening for what she was about to say. Haney still has the corridor closely watched. Whatever it is you're doing, just be careful. Draco huffed, and he didn't even try to hide the indignant snort of Potter. Before crossing his arms and leaning backwards, out of her touch. You're not the only one he's seen lurking about the room. That caught his attention straight away, but he was quick to cover his spark of interest with what she now knew were shields of occlumency. She sighed, but he didn't let them drop. Who? Crab. Draco cursed and jumped to his feet. He ran his hands down his face and cupped his jaw in a strong hold. She could see he was thinking, the way his jaw kept clenching and his other hand had its knuckles turning white. He mumbled a long line of curses mixed with Crab's name. Hermione got up and approached him from behind to snake her arms around his waist and rest her chin against his shoulder. Will you tell me? No. Can I help in any way? Too dangerous. All right. Silence. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest an unknown creature let out a howl, and Hermione twitched from the sound. It got Draco to turn around in her arms and look down at her with a closed-off expression. Except for his eyes. They were soft and open, and she knew that was just for her, and she would take anything she could get when he reacted this way. This is how it has to be, Granger. I know. It's for your safety. The fewer people who know the better. He let out a frustrated sigh and pulled her in for a tight embrace. I'll figure out a way to deal with Crabbe, somehow. Before Potter does something stupid. He's probably going to do something stupid anyway. You're his friend, you should know. Draco chuckled on the top of her head, and she grinned into his chest and soaked up his scent of snow-covered pine. Which means you have to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid around you to risk everything falling apart. Sure thing, Granger. Hermione pushed back to glare at him with a fury she hadn't expected to rise in her so easily. I mean it, Draco. I hate this, but you said it yourself, this is the way it has to be for things. For things not to. He tried taking hold of her hands, but Hermione stepped aside and out of his reach to calm her growing nerves and to hide the angry tears that poked behind her eyes. She turned her back to him and pinched the bridge of her nose to fry and keep the stem of tears at bay. Granger. Just don't do something stupid either. You know I won't. She could hear the teasing in his voice which only made her angrier, and she shoved him when he moved in front of her. I mean it, Draco. I know you do, Granger. I meant it too. I won't do something stupid. Too much is at stake here. This is more than just the two of us. He didn't say it, but she felt it in the way he stared at her because she had thought it too. This was bigger than the two of them, but when it was just the two of them like they were now in the astronomy tower, it was easy to forget the world outside. Almost at the same time, they moved to look out at the grounds, and the world they knew was on the edge of something horrible on the other side of the horizon. Hermione felt drawn to Draco's side despite their small disagreement, and soon her hand was linked in his again before he placed his arm around her shoulder instead. She rested her head on his chest and clutched a fistful of his robes in her hand. Just come back, Draco. She whispered as they watched two thestrals fly towards the waning moon and held onto each other. Chapter end notes for this week and the next. You'll be getting 2 chapters a week as my Christmas treat for you guys for being such amazing readers. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. At what cost chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hermione was chatting amicably with Ginny in the Gryffindor common room that afternoon. Ron was curiously absent, though Ginny's knowing smirk told Hermione all she needed to know, when Harry burst through the portrait hole with a desperation she had never seen before. He rushed past the two off him to grab his bag from his dormitory, and it wasn't until he was sprinting back out of the portrait hole that Hermione noticed the blood on his robes. From the pale look on Ginny's face, she had noticed too. They were both half-way up from their seats before they realized. They had no clue what was going on or how to find out, with Harry having left so fast again. Ginny slumped in her chair and pulled a lock of hair around her face to chew on nervously. Hermione rose and started to pace with her arms crossed over her chest. What on earth could have happened that made Harry leave in haste like that, and why was he covered in blood again? Hermione shuddered to think just whose blood it was. There was too much of it for it to be Harry's, based purely on his speed just before. If he had lost that much blood, she was fairly certain he wouldn't even be standing. Glancing over at Ginny, she must have come to the same conclusion because her eyes stopped looking too worried. Just the normal amount of worry. I suppose this is what it's like dating the chosen one, Ginny said under her breath without even looking at Hermione. Hermione realized that the only thing she could do just then was to comfort the friend right in front of her. She moved over to pull Ginny in for a hug. It was also a small excuse to be hugged back, she realized as Ginny closed her arms around Hermione. It was a hug that told Ginny that Hermione was sorry for the worries she must have all the time. That she's sorry that Haney had to act as the hero so much. And most of all, she's sore that Ginny was made to feel left behind like this. The two of them waited in silence for the rest of the time until Ron walked in. His boyish grin quickly faded when he spotted Hermione and Ginny's somber looks. What happened? He rushed to grab a hand from both of them and his eyes went over them to see if they were hurt. After having reassured himself they were fine, he started to look for Harry. "Where's Harry? We're waiting for him to come back." There was. Ginny swallowed a lump in her throat and squeezed Hermione's hand again. There was a lot of blood. Hermione finished for her, and she watched all colour drain from Ron's face. "I don't think it was his, though. At least not all of it." Hermione tried to make it sound better than it probably was. Someone was clearly hurting, and she hated not knowing. There was a small flurry of fear at the back of her mind that made her think of Draco and the promise she had made him give her. She hoped he hadn't done anything stupid. She was starting to realize that Harry had most definitely done something stupid. Minutes turned into hours as the three of them waited for Harry to return. They watched the other Gryffindors file TLN off the common room as the day slowed to its darkening hours. Hermione kept fiddling with her necklace, almost expecting it to warm once the sun had set. It never did. It was for that reason she nearly jumped on Harry when he finally returned in the late hours looking far worse than she remembered him. His shoulders sagged and his head hung between his shoulders. "What did you do, Harry?" "Hermione." Ginny had rushed to Haney's side, and they all took a moment to appreciate that he was no longer covered in blood. Haney leaned into Ginny and closed his eyes before hiding his face in the crook of her neck. His voice was muffled when he spoke. "I messed up, Gin. Shit, he choked on his words, and it was because of that Hermione's temper tampered down. She could see the amount of guilt weighing Haney down and she didn't want to add any more to it. But she had to know what had happened. "You can tell us, mate. Come on." Ron made room for all of them around the dying fire and despite very few people still being up, Hermione made sure to cast a muffliato around them. With his arms around Ginny's waist, Haney slumped to sit with his back on the sofa. His eyes looked haunted as he stared into the remaining flames. Ron thumped him on the shoulder to nudge him to start telling. Harry closed his eyes and gulped down a huge lungful of air before he started talking. "I was going to check on the room of requirement today." Hermione could already feel her heart jump to her throat and she got up again, afraid of what her reaction would be to what Haney was about to say. She couldn't look at him as he continued. "Dobby and Creature had told me that apart from Malfoy staking the place out more recently, they'd spotted Crabbe and Goyle lurking about the place as well." Haney swallowed much too audibly because it made the lump in Hermione's throat constrict her breathing when he mentioned Draco. "I figured I'd just sneak a peek and try to see what they were doing, confront them." Harry sounded defeated and from the way Ron slouched his shoulders, Hermione knew they all anticipated something horrible. "When I got there, Malfoy and Crabbe were already going at each other. I didn't hear much but I don't think they are very friendly with each other these days." Malfoy kept. "I dunno." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Harry drop his head onto his pulled-up knees and Ginny started to rub circles on his back. One moment we were all shouting at each other, next thing it was a full-on duel. Crabbe was mental and I'm pretty sure he was about to use the Cruciatus curse on me, but then Haney heaved another breath in for the final part of his story. Hermione had her hands clutching the front of her robes, nerves making them shake horribly. She hadn't even realized her fingers had been edging for her necklace before she was twirling the chain in her fingers. The prince had this spell written in the margins, and I thought. I don't know what I thought, but I used it, and it was horrible, Gin. Hermione heard the emotional crack in Harry's voice and saw his shadow turn to Ginny's shadow. For her part, Hermione had to keep her back to her friends to hide the level of emotions running through her mind. She was furious with Harry for trying a spell he knew nothing about. She was furious with herself for not being able to ask about Draco at the moment. Her heart ached to know if he was okay. But if he wasn't, surely Harry wouldn't be sitting with them and slowly telling them all this. There. Harry choked up again and had to clear his throat several more times before he was able to continue. There was so much blood, and I couldn't get it to stop. I asked Creature to get help and of course, he had to bring Snape. Hermione heard Harry's head snap back on the sofa behind him. A slight sensation of relief washed over Hermione that Snape had been summoned to help. Snape did something, I couldn't tell, I was too far out of it, shock I think, but once he was sure Crabbe and Malfoy were stable somehow, he made me. Hermione gulped another couple of times. He found out about the prince. How? Ginny whispered. Legilimens. I was always horrible at it. He swooped right in and saw everything. I had no choice but to sprint back here and get the book as he asked me to. I then had to help move Malfoy and Crabbe to the hospital wing where I've been ever since. Pomfrey fretted over me a bit, but once she saw none of the blood was mine, she left me to my own. Finally, Hermione felt it safe to turn and face her friends. Ron had pulled his lips tight in concern and was glancing between his friend and his sister. Ginny looked horror-struck from seeing Harry so defeated. Because Harry looked utterly broken. How? All heads turned to Hermione when she croaked the one word. What happened to them? She ventured to ask, thinking it was better to ask about both of them and not just Malfoy. That would have caused too much attention. I don't know. And frankly, I don't want to know. That spell was horrible, and I don't blame Snape for confiscating the book. But bloody hell, why would the prince even come up with something like that? I thought. I dunno what I thought, but I never. Harry covered his face in his hands and his entire body shook. You guys know I would never do something like this. Of course. Ginny hurried to confirm her boyfriend. Sure mate. Ron offered with half a smile. Of course, not Harry, but why were you covered in so much blood? If it weren't yours. Hermione felt her throat close up again, just pushing few words out and closing her fingers around the pearl on her neck. It was mostly Malfoy's blood. The spell, it cut them open somehow. The entire corridor was covered in it. Snape, I dunno, I didn't really pay attention, but he closed them up a bit before moving them, and then I dunno. Silence blanketed them for the rest of the night as they watched the fire die out much later. Hermione couldn't stay still for much longer and kept pacing between moments of fretting on the sofa. She could tell Ginny was growing tired from the way her head lolled on Hermione's shoulder, but she knew she was too stubborn to leave Harry's side just then. Ron kept glancing between all of them, raising a brow at Hermione whenever she jumped from her seat again. But Hermione didn't have the energy to pay him any mind at the time. Eventually, Harry managed to convince Ginny to go to bed and she obliged after giving him a soft kiss, which Ron didn't even look away from. Once Ginny had closed the door behind her, Hermione sighed. I've got detention every Saturday till the end of term. Which means Ginny is going to play Seeker in our final game, and I won't see either of you much. Hermione could tell this was Hermione's final confession that broke him nearly as much as his actions. But from the dead look in his eyes, she knew he felt the punishment was rightfully dealt with. Perhaps except for missing Quidditch practice. He went to bed without another word and Ron followed him seconds later. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, torn with what to do next. Making one choice at a time, she started by getting ready for bed. But once she placed her head on her pillow, she knew sleep wouldn't find her. It was well past midnight. Hermione gnawed on her bottom lip as she debated with herself. No one would be out, except maybe Filch, and at this time of night, even that was unlikely. Pulling on a dressing gown, she slipped into her shoes again. Sleep was futile before she was assured Draco would be fine. She made sure no one spotted her as she left Gryffindor Tower and then practically ran for the hospital wing. The doors were firmly closed but not locked. She gave herself a moment or two to gather her breath before gently pulling it open to slip inside. It was dark except for two small lamps on bedside tables at the far end of the room. Two walls of hospital separations had been set up to keep them out of view from any others. Hermione felt her heart beat faster and faster with each careful step she took. On the first bed, she barely noticed Crabbe's head poking above the cover before she turned her eyes to the sheet between him and the next bed. Reaching out her hand, Hermione braced herself for whatever sight she was about to see. He was covered with a heavy blanket, but his shoulders and arms lay above the blanket. He was shirtless and his pale skin reflected the moon outside the windows beautifully. Hermione tiptoed over to Draco's bedside and held out her hand. But she didn't dare touch him. Instead, she watched him. Her eyes searched every part of him that she could see for signs of injury and how he could have lost that much blood. When her eyes rested on his chest, she noticed the small rise and fall of his slow but even breathing. And then she spotted the white bandage under the blanket. With shaking fingers, she lifted a corner-off blanket to see how much damage had been done to his strong chest. Hermione let out a huge gasp when she uncovered his entire chest and saw the number of bandages crisscrossing his torso. There were small spots of blood on some of them and Hermione felt tears sting her eyes. She used one hand to cover her mouth and contain the stifled sob that was close to escaping her just then. The other hand gently raised the blanket back over Draco, careful not to disturb anything on his chest. Hermione felt a brief stab of anger at Hermione for doing this. For being the reason why Draco was lying unconscious like this and with blood marring his chest. But then she directed that anger at the stupid prince for coming up with such a horrid curse. And then anger at Harry again for thinking too highly of that bloody prince. It was good Snape had confiscated it. Hermione moved to take Draco's hand in her 011. She needed to feel something of him. As she caressed his hand, she felt the cold sting of his ring. Hermione glanced down at it as an idea formed in her head. For several moments she stood and watched the steady rise and fall of Draco's chest while her idea unfolded in her mind. When she felt calmer and reassured that Draco was still alive and would most likely recover under the care of Pomfrey, she slipped the ring from Draco's finger and sealed it in the pocket of her dressing gown. She leaned over him to place a careful kiss on his temple before whispering, "Come back, Draco." Then she reluctantly let go of his hand and scurried back to her bed and tried to sleep. She dreamt of a white furry animal covered in spots of blood chased through the forbidden forest. When Hermione woke the next morning from very little and very uneasy sleep, she wasted no time waiting for either of her friends. Instead, she skipped breakfast and headed straight for McGonagall's office where she hoped the elder witch could help her. McGonagall told her to enter at the first knock. From the looks of her, she hadn't been sleeping well either the last night. Her head of house was dressed pristinely as always, but there was an air of tiredness about her that only showed when McGonagall wasn't paying attention, and then it shone in her eyes. Hermione briefly wondered what could be the cause of it, but then quickly remembered the growing state of unease outside the castle, and more pressingly the reason why she was there. "Professor, I was wondering if you could help me." "Have a seat, Miss Granger." McGonagall conjured 2 cups of steaming tea for the both of them, not that Hermione had expected it, but it seemed it was just as much for McGonagall's benefit as it was Hermione's. "I was wondering if I had an object that had already been charmed, if I were to transfigure it and apply other charms to it, would it affect the original charm work?" "That entirely depends on the object and the original charm work, Miss Granger." Hermione pulled her bottom lip between her teeth as she mulled this over. That had been her initial thought, which was why she had decided to ask McGonagall in the first place. Now, however, she was debating just how much to tell her for further assistance. "Well, I have 2 pieces of, jewelry. And originally, they carry a one-sided version of the Protean charm on them, but I would like to add a reversal for them, so it works both ways. But also, she hesitated, which gave McGonagall time to consider that first part a reversal in addition should not harm the first one, as long as it is carried out similarly. She sipped at her tea, waiting for Hermione to come to terms with what else she could reveal. She wasn't entirely sure why she was hesitating. It wasn't like she kept her necklace a complete secret. But it was what it was connected to, or rather who, that was her secret. But McGonagall was in the Order, as was Draco now. Surely, she must know Hermione was part of the reason for this to happen. Wouldn't it be all right to discuss this in part with her head of house as a sacred member of the Order as well? I also want to add a tracking charm on both pieces to connect them. If McGonagall was surprised, she gave no indication. Her only initial reaction was a raised brow and a curious curl of her upper lip. And then transfigure the one I have for a smaller piece. Hermione hastily added to finalize her idea. Those are complicated charms to combine, but not impossible. Have you performed either before? Yes and no, but I want to be the one to do them. If you could show me, or tell me, I am sure I can manage it. I do not doubt that you can, Miss Granger. McGonagall let out a tiny chuckle and replaced her teacup on the saucer on the table between them. Might I see the items in question? Hermione fivelled Draco's ring in her hand and had it halfway out of her pocket before changing her mind. Reaching up, she unclasped her necklace for the first time since she put it on back at Christmas and handed it over to McGonagall. I don't have the other one. She lied and waited for McGonagall's assessing eyes to finish penetrating her. She felt as if the other witch knew Hermione was lying. But for some reason, she accepted the lie without comment. Instead, she took to perusing the necklace, fiddling it in her hands. The charm work on this one is rather excellent. Am I to take it, you were not the one to do the original work, Miss Granger? I wasn't. But I want to do this one. I want to transfigure the necklace into a ring. It'll make it easier too. It'll just be easier. McGonagall nodded and returned the necklace to Hermione, who made quick work to replace it around her neck. She relaxed visibly in her shoulders once she felt the coolness of Pearl on her collarbone again. Understandable. As I said, there shouldn't be any problems with the work you have in mind. If you want to stop by my office later this afternoon, I shall happily assist you, if you so require. Thank you, Professor. They agreed Hermione would come back later after lessons, and she hurried to UI and grabbed some breakfast before rushing to her first lesson. But she couldn't concentrate that day. Her mind kept racing back to the sight of a pale Draco covered in bloody bandages and the incantations for the charm work she would be doing that afternoon. She knew she would risk sneaking back into the hospital wing that night as well. If anything, she needed to slip his ring back before he would eventually wake up. Lessons seemed to drag on, and every professor was starting to talk more and more about their elective subject for their last year and their N.E.W.T.S. Normally this was a topic Hermione would be keen to listen to and jot down every note possible. But that particular day her mind was busy elsewhere, and she kept practicing the wand movements for the spells she would be doing later in the afternoon. When her last lesson of the day was finally over, she hurried to secure herself to an empty classroom and lock the door firmly behind her. She then unclasped her necklace and placed it carefully on a table before her. She had always been good at transfiguration, and she had surmised that it would work best to do so first. That way the transfiguration wouldn't risk tampering with the other charm work. After performing the detailed wand work, Hermione picked up what was now a beautiful pearl ring. The band of the ring was an entwined filigree of what looked like branches, that enclosed and encircled the pearl to keep it in place. Hermione quickly tried it on her finger and resized it to make sure she would never drop it. It looked beautiful. Like something she had seen her mother wear many years ago on her way to a grand party with her father. Hermione felt a slight pang in her chest thinking of her parents. At least they were safe, she kept telling herself whenever these thoughts haunted her. She took off the ring again and placed it on the table next to Draco's ring to do the version of the protean charm he had initially applied to them. It turned out to be less complicated than Hermione had anticipated, and after a quick test, she deemed them in working order. Then she only had to do the tracking charms. Under different circumstances, she would have gone to Flitwick as the charms professor, but she had already asked for McGonagall's discreet help and left to get it, rings in her pocket. McGonagall welcomed Hermione back and didn't look at all surprised when she placed the 2 rings on the table between them. Despite her hesitancy to even tell McGonagall about them earlier that morning, she had come to a personal conclusion that it was safe to tell McGonagall just a bit more. She knew of the partnership Hermione had with Draco in potions. Given her lack of surprise, Hermione felt certain McGonagall had already suspected something that same morning. She prodded each ring with her wand and gave Hermione an impressed nod. "Fine work as always, Miss Granger." Hermione blushed at the praise like she would have otherwise if it were in a regular lesson. "Shall I assist in your work with the tracking charm then?" For the rest of the afternoon, Hermione worked with McGonagall's controlled guidance for the charms to work properly. When they finally managed to carry it out, Hermione had beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and her wrist was sore from the wand work. She collapsed in a chair and gratefully accepted a few biscuits and a cup of tea when McGonagall handed them over. "Am I correct, Miss Granger, when I say that this ring," she pointed to Draco's ring with a tight-lipped smile, "belongs to Mr. Malfoy?" "Yes. I thought as much." The elder witch nodded and sipped her tea. Several moments passed before she spoke again. "Might I also be so bold as to say that Mr. Malfoy's change of direction may be attributed to your partnership with him during these semesters?" "That's—" Hermione gulped the realization and hid her discomfort behind her cup of tea. "That's possible." She hedged and saw McGonagall nod very slightly. "I see. Miss Granger, I hope you know what you are getting yourself into." The edge of warning in McGonagall's voice made Hermione sit up straight in her seat. "Things are changing. The world is changing. I only advise caution in every choice you make henceforth, Miss Granger. I have no reason not to trust you. You have always acted rationally and logically and with everyone's best interest at heart. When the events of the rest of the world reach this castle, as it eventually will, bear this in mind." Now she rose from her seat and motioned for Hermione to leave. "I believe you might be running late for a visit this evening. Give my regards to Nira Malfoy. And thank you for trusting me to help you in this particular endeavour." With those words, she closed the door on a very flustered and extremely confused Hermione. How much did McGonagall know? From the sounds of it, she knew more than Hermione realized. But how was that even possible? She had certainly told no one about her developing relationship with Draco. And she was quite certain he hadn't either. Thinking more about it would only make her mind stir crazy, and she left to eat dinner with her friends. Of course, Ginny noticed her new ring first thing at the Gryffindor table as Hermione sat down to reach for a plate of buns. "Hermione! That is gorgeous. Where did you get it?" Ginny had grabbed Hermione's hand across the table and held it at an odd angle for her to study the ring closer, while Harry and Ron looked on with each suspicious frowns. "It was a gift." Hermione managed to get out before tucking her hand away under the table and resigning to eat with one hand. She cursed herself for not casting a tiny glamour on her finger and decided to do so in the future. From anyone we know, Ginny's eyebrows had taken on a life of their own with innuendos from the looks of things. Harry averted his eyes rather quickly and had taken a new interest in his mash. Ron shifted uncomfortably next to her and pretended to ignore their conversation. Maybe." "Oh." Ginny cooed, but thankfully dropped the interrogation, seeing how uncomfortable it made Hermione. She then dropped her voice for only Hermione to hear. "Don't think I'm letting you off the hook that easily. I'll find you later to ask more questions without the boys ruining things." Ginny winked at Hermione and returned their conversation to the matter of their coming Quidditch practices that would take place without Harry. Hermione joined in on the conversation time and again, but kept glancing at the clock and when it would be less noticeable for her to leave and sneak to the hospital wing. She followed her friends back to the Gryffindor common room and joined half-heartedly in the conversation about the prospect of even more homework as exams were starting to loom over their heads. As each took their turn to complain about their worst subject, it gave Hermione the idea to excuse herself to the library, as always, to research something neither Harry nor Ron showed any interest in. Hermione slipped out of the portrait hole with a heavy heart, listening to her friends' easy laughter. The horrors of last night seemed to have vaporized quickly with them after being confirmed that Malfoy would eventually make a full recovery. But Hermione's heart was still raw with emotions from seeing him exposed like that. It made the horrors of the rest of the world that much more real quite suddenly. Which was why she had taken it upon herself to further protect her and Draco with their rings. At least now she would be able to find him if something like this ever happened again. She was so deep in thought about her worries for Draco, that she didn't notice the professor leaving the hospital wing before she bumped into him. Her eyes widened when she looked up to come face to face with Professor Snape. Her mouth formed a silent O but had no words to explain her presence. Snape glared down his long nose at her. "Miss Granger, what?" He tilted his head a tiny fraction and narrowed his eyes at her, making his dark hair swish about his face. "Are you doing here?" His eyes scrutinized her composure and Hermione fidgeted on her feet nervously. I wasn't just, Snape towered over her and kept his eyes locked on her face while she flustered to find words. She began to understand why Haney hated to be locked in a room with him for so long last year. Her eyes snapped open in shock as realization hit her at the same time Snape's left side of his mouth twitched a tiny fraction. He released her from his stare and stepped aside. "Mr. Malfoy is still sleeping?" How long will he be sleeping?" "At least another day. His injuries were quite extensive, and such takes time to heal properly." "Good evening, Miss Granger. Do not let me catch you wandering the halls again like this or I shall have to put you in detention with Nira Potter." He left without another word and Hermione hurried to Draco's side. She spotted Crabbe's sleeping form on the way and only then noticed similar bandages on his upper body. Harry had been a fool. And Hermione was going to tell him so when she found the right amount of words to do so. She could tell from Draco's breathing, which was less hollow than before, that he was already better than last night. His bandages had been changed and she noticed fewer places were streaked with lines of blood. On his bedside table, she spotted several bottles of blood-replenishing potions, some empty. Hermione pulled over a chair to sit with her hands around Draco's. She slid his ring back on and felt a slight tingle on her finger from her ring. She breathed a sigh of relief. That meant it was working for a long while. She sat and whispered to Draco about her day and how worried she had been. How she couldn't wait for him to wake up so she could scold him for doing something so stupid and careless. How she desperately wanted to feel his arms around her again. If she hadn't been so tired, she felt certain Draco's fingers had twitched in her hand at one point. But she brushed it off from her strain from a long day. When she finally found it in her heart to leave him again, she brushed a kiss to his temple and wiped the tear from his cheek she had dropped on him. "Come back, Draco." Ginny pounced on her the second she found her way to her dormitory. She had been waiting on Hermione's bed just to ask her more about her ring. Who was it really from then? Ginny questioned as she got to look it over once more. Hermione felt slightly proud of Ginny's admiration of the intricate work she had put into creating this ring. "I can't say, Ginny. I'm sorry." The other itch merely shrugged. "I figured you wouldn't. I just wanted to check." "But are you all right, Hermione? You look like you've been trampled by a hippogriff." "Ah. Thanks. It's been a long day. Suppose it has. Did you visit Malfoy, then? Hermione cracked her neck when she twirled to face her friend. Ginny was smiling somewhat sadly back at her. He's your friend, isn't he? Yes. Hermione choked the word out. Yes, he is. He's sleeping, but he looks awful. Whatever spell Haney used, it was horrible. Haney feels horrible about it too. I know he and Malfoy don't exactly get along, but I doubt he wanted that to happen. I know Ginny, but I'm still mad at the two of them. Ginny shrugged a giggle in response. Hermione pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her head on them. Do you want me to sleep in here with you tonight? Ginny whispered and was already stretching out on the bed next to Hermione. Hermione didn't need to answer, she just tucked herself down next to Ginny and took comfort in the embrace of her friend. Sleep found them both not soon after. It was Saturday afternoon and Draco had been unconscious for close to 4 days. She had heard from Pomfrey that it was for his own good. That the pain of his cuts being cursed as they were would hurt too much if he was towed through a healing process awake. Pomfrey had removed the curse of course, but the healing of cursed wounds still took longer and was more painful than normal wounds. Hermione was anxious to visit Draco that evening. She knew Pomfrey would stop dosing him with sleep potions that same afternoon, which meant there was a good chance he would be awake that same evening. She kept fidgeting with whatever she got her hands on and looking at the clock all the time. Around 4 the portraits swung open and the majority of the Quidditch team filed in, followed closely by Harry. He might not be able to play, but he still kept going to practice whenever he could to give instructions and to be with Ginny. Oi, Hermione. Ron came over and hugged her sideways, though he kept his eyes on Katie the entire time and Hermione kept her eye roll just for Katie. It seemed everyone was aware of the couple, and Katie knew the others were aware of it and was fine with it. It was just Ron who couldn't find the courage to tell his friends directly. Not yet at least. Where are you off to? Harry chucked Ginny's broom on a lounge chair and slung an arm around Ginny's shoulders. Going to the hospital wing again? Could you bring me some? Hermione cut off the little Creevy brother with her deadliest glare. He had the decency to falter under her stare and scuttle away. Why would you be going to the hospital wing? You're not hurt, right? Ron chortled and threw himself on the sofa, kicking his shoes off his feet in the process. But Hermione glanced sideways to where Ginny had sealed her lips tight, while Haney had taken on the air of someone figuring out a really difficult riddle. You're not. He tried and Hermione straightened her spine for what she knew was about to come. What she had known must happen for several months now. You're not visiting Malfoy, are you? Ron flew from his slouch to his feet instantly. Malfoy. He sputtered and Hermione could feel her temper rising because of their indignity. She tried to keep her voice calm when she next spoke. As a matter of fact, yes, I was. You must be joking. Ron forced out a laugh as if that would make the joke real, but his face fell when no one joined in on his laughter. He looked between Harry and Hermione with a horrific expression on his face. What's this then? Apparently, Hermione is friends with Malfoy. She could tell Haney was trying to temper his reaction as well, but his balled-up fist gave him away, which only angered Hermione more. It was his fault Draco was even in the hospital wing. Yes, I am. How long has this been going on then? And when were you going to tell? Oh, don't start with me, Ron. Like you don't keep secrets from us as well. To Hermione's great satisfaction she watched Ron's ear turn scarlet almost instantly while casting glances over at Katie in the far corner. Hermione stepped closer for her voice only to be heard by those closest to her. Or has Katie suddenly caught some strange illness that causes her neck to flush with love bites all the time? Ron's eyes widened. Those are two entirely different things. What, me and Katie? This is Malfoy we're talking about? The GIT who's called you mudblood as long as we can remember. He doesn't use that word anymore. Oh, I suppose that makes everything all right then. Ron threw his arms in the air and turned his back on her. Hermione felt several things at once, all of which caused her to tear up from the amount of anger combined. Don't you dare, Ron. You know nothing of what one enlighten me then. Go on. Tell me how Malfoy is suddenly your best friend in the world. Ron, maybe no, Harry, I want to hear this. He's not my best friend. But he is my... Hermione forced the next word past her lips with a sneer that would have made Draco proud. Friend. And as my best friend, you should trust me to make this kind of judgment on my oath. So, when I say that Dr. Malfoy is not the same as he was last summer, you need to believe me. Right, sure thing, Hermione. Ron scoffed and turned to leave on the spot. Where are you going? Hermione shrieked after him. I need some air, where people aren't speaking mental shit like this. He shut the portrait after him and Hermione was left to fume in her anger. Hermione, maybe don't you start with me, Haney. If it were you or Ron who was in the hospital wing, I'd go see you as well. You know that. But it's not, is it? Because you cast that spell and no one else. Hermione turned her anger to Harry, who had the decency to back away a bit from her anger. If you had just listened to me in the first place and chucked that stupid Prince book, none of this would have ever happened. If you could think not to use a spell you knew nothing about, we wouldn't be having this argument. But you didn't. She poked him in the chest as she yelled at him. He didn't reply because they both knew the truth of Hermione's words. I'm tired of having to defend my choices to the people I love and trust most in this world. I told you over and over again that Malfoy wasn't up to anything, and you still did this. Hermione, no. Hermione was crying then from her yelling. She was crying from the hurt that had lodged itself in her heart for several months of hiding her relationship with Draco from her friends, and the realization that she would have to continue to do so even after this. Hurt by their lack of trust in her judgment and poor ability to see that people could change. No. I'm tired, Harry. I don't want to have to continue to explain myself to you. You made a horrible choice when you cast that spell, now you need to deal with it. I chose to become friends with Malfoy not knowing it might cost me my two best friends in the world. Malfoy made his choice too when he became my friend and started to view the world differently than his father. He made a better choice for himself. And I chose to keep it from you because I knew you would react this way. Because you're too stubborn to face the reality of change. Hermione, Haney choked on whatever he had been meaning to say and let go of Ginny to try and hug Hermione. I know I've apologized for my behavior some months ago, but I'm sorry. And you're not losing me as your best friend. Ever. She let Harry pull her in for a hug and closed her arms around him to cry into his shoulder. I'm still terribly mad at you. And Ron? Rightfully so, unfortunately, Ginny remarked from the sidelines. If you say Malfoy has changed, then I believe you, as much as it pains me to. Harry tightened his hold on Hermione. She shifted to be able to whisper in his ear for no one else to hear. He works for the Order now. Harry stiffened around her and pulled back to study her face. Hermione only nodded and let Harry plunk down on the nearest chair with a shocked expression. No one can know, Harry. He looked up at her and nodded silently. I'm sorry, Ginny. Not even you. Just go, Hermione. Ginny urged her with soft eyes and a hand on Harry's shoulder. You can tell your idiot brother that if he wishes to talk to me again, he can find me in the library tomorrow morning. And then Hermione hurried for the hospital wing with a much lighter heart than she had for several months, still wiping her eyes furiously. She'd hate for Draco to see her tear-blotched eyes as the first thing when he would most likely wake that evening. Chapter endnotes. Next week is the last with 2 chapters as week as my Christmas treat for you guys for being such amazing readers. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Sneaks chapter notes. Are you ready to find out what happened to Draco? Although you probably already know. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Some days earlier, some people were bigger idiots than Draco could ever give them credit for. This was his line of thought as he paced the corridor he knew had the hidden door to the room of requirement. Only he hadn't been able to enter it earlier because someone else was occupying it. He knew it couldn't be Potter, because he'd seen the GIT only recently in the Great Hall with the Weasel and Granger, laughing about something the she-weasel was doing. Something deep in Draco's gut twisted at the fact these people were able to make Granger laugh so easily. She had definitely loosened up around him over the past few weeks, but he could tell she was still holding some of herself back. He supposed it made sense given their strange way to come together and the horrible past they shared. But it didn't stop him from feeling envious of how easily she acted around her Gryffindor friends. Draco continued to pace, all the while keeping an eye out for however it was Potter had managed to keep a watchful eye on the place. As far as he could tell there was nothing unusual about the place, but he supposed that was the entire point. Deciding to just wait for the idiots to emerge, Draco settles himself on a windowsill across the tapestry of the dancing trolls. If had to, he's prepared to wait all afternoon, despite having to miss out on seeing Granger. But he already had plans to see her that evening. It was Thursday. After all. And despite the amount of unicorn hair she was able to get from Hagrid regularly, they still hadn't perfected the potion to the perfect ingredient ratio. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait all afternoon before 2 buffoons emerged from the room of requirement. As Draco expected, the first head to poke out was Vincent. Draco had been quick to cast a disillusion charm on himself as he slid from his perch to sneak closer. Vincent took forever to step out, and the reason for that followed tentatively behind him. Gregory looked pale as he followed Vincent under hurried mutterings. Draco narrowed his eyes at the 2 of them as he slid past them and into the room before either of them noticed. He would deal with them later. Once he'd tried to sort out what they were up to. As the door snicked shut behind him, Draco was faced with the version of the room that hid all manner of crap. There's no other word for it because things were broken or falling apart left, right and center. Draco huffed out a breath. It would take him forever to find what they were up to. Before he started though, he headed for the imposing vanishing cabinet. It was still solidly broken. He could tell by the lack of sound buzzing from it. That had been the sign, the tosser in Borgin and Burke's had told him. It needed to elicit a faint buzzing sound you could only hear if you pressed your ear close to the shutters of the cabinet. That ticked one thing off Draco's list. He was thankful Vincent and Greg weren't aware of the cabinet. After ditching the plan the Dark Lord had given him and signing his life over to the stupid order, Draco had decided to use the cabinet for something else. If he could ever get the sodding thing to work. He decided to spend 1 hour on the cabinet before searching for whatever his 2 supposed friends were up to. It had been him alerting them to the usefulness of this room, after having captured Potter and his ragtag of friends last year. With a pang, Draco remembered holding Granger close as they had rounded everyone together. If someone had told him back then, that less than a year later he would yearn to hold her that close every minute of the day, he would have hexed them into the next week. As it was, he was anxious for the coming evening to be close to her again and find new ways to tease her. After an hour and still no visible progress on the cabinet, Draco gave it a rough shove just for good measure before setting out to look through the rest of the junk in the room. He paused by a very dusty bookcase with shelves close to breaking from all the books tossed there. He glanced at a few of the titles and could quickly deduce why they had been chucked in there. With a lopsided grin, he chuckled at the previous students and their proclivity for illicit study subjects. He passed by several broken and slightly mouldy items. At one point he even thought he saw fumes or smoke from somewhere down one of the corridors, but when he turned to go look for the source he couldn't find it. Draco spent the rest of the afternoon combing through the rows of junk and found nothing he could pinpoint to the brain capacity of Vincent or Greg. Groaning inwardly, he surmised he would have to try and talk to Snape about this. Get his point on the matter and how they should move forward. If the Dark Lord had indeed coerced 2 more Hogwarts students to do his bidding, there was no saying what could happen in a matter of weeks. Draco rushed to get himself a quick dinner before he headed to the dungeons. It hadn't been intentional for him to always arrive first, but as things progressed, he took great delight in beating Granger at something so stupid as being the first one there. Over time he found the even greater pleasure of holding the door for her, which meant she was forced to walk right past him, and he was able to get a whiff of her stupid hair that stuck in his nose for the rest of the night. The past few weeks, however, she upped the games when he held the door for her, as she let her fingers trail across his shirt just above his abdomen when she passed him to enter the dark dungeons. She did it that night as well, and Draco controlled his efforts on shutting the door instead of pushing her against it. I went down to Hagrid again today. He said we shouldn't waste this bunch of hairs, because the fold of unicorns seems to have retreated to darker parts of the forest and he sees less and less of them. She grimaced as she pulled the smallest bunch of unicorn hair so far. Draco's groan was stifled for 2 reasons. Only one dealt with the unicorn hairs. Right. How do you want to go about things then? He shuffled over to staff the fire under the cauldron as he always did. I think we need to test it soon, she said with a determined glint in her eye, and Draco turned to her. She had one hand on her hip while the other was waving her wand in the air absent-mindedly. He found it highly amusing when she took on this posture. It reminded him of McGonagall when she was just about to get cross, but he had yet to tell Granger this. He had a feeling she wouldn't take the sentiment too well. Then again maybe he should tell her, and see what came of it. And how do you propose we test it? In turn, Draco crossed his arms across his chest and gave her one of his best glares. Unfortunately, they didn't work on her anymore. Not as they used to. She'd seen right through him at this point. Sodding Gryffindor. We each take a dose and fry to do something stupid. Draco scoffed a laugh but stifled it right back in his chest when she continued to look seriously at him, now with her arms crossed above her chest. Granger, that is the most ridiculous idea I've. Do you have a better idea then? No, but fine. We know what the purpose of the potion is, to keep stupid things from happening to you. Said like a true Gryffindor. He grumbled but she chose to ignore him. It shouldn't be something dangerously stupid, of course. She continued, and he could see that big brain of hers trying to find the right combination of stupid and success. I suppose we should try and do separate stupid things, to test the quantities of the potion in the opposite effect of the potion and how strong it should be for it to work with the postulated scenarios. Draco stopped listening after that as she took to more rambling. She did that he'd noticed, and he preferred the endings of her ramblings, mostly because when they were finished, she had this glow about her that put her in that much of a better mood for her internal debate success that he was sure to get a decent snog out of her. Sure enough, when he next turned to look at her, there was that familiar glint in her eyes that made him forget the fire and cauldron he had been tending to and close the distance between them in 2 quick strides. Granger even reached for him in anticipation when he was right before her. She pulled on his tie and crashed her lips to his before he even had time to say something snicky. When she teased her tongue in to run along his teeth, he had quite forgotten what she had been ranting about. Unfortunately, she hadn't, and the snog was much shorter than he cared for. Do you agree then? She beamed at him and started to straighten his tie again with a mischievous grin all across her flushed cheeks. Sure thing, Granger. He let out because at that point he would most likely agree to anything she'd say. Good. Let's get started then. She stepped aside, and Draco's snog-addled brain was too slow to grab her before she was halfway back to the table and measuring out ingredients. For the next hour, they chopped, stirred, poked each other, counted, teased and watched the contents of the cauldron change colour with each thing they tossed in. Finally, Granger plucked the required number of hairs and pinched them in as well. Draco then leaned over to stir 6 times and set a timer with his wand. "And now we wait for 6 minutes." He smirked at her and found her smirking right back. "What do you suppose we do in those 6 minutes?" she asked in a low and salacious voice, as her fingers began to find their way up the front of his "Aren't you supposed to be the brilliant one here?" Draco breathed as he used one hand to tilt her chin up just the way he liked it. She followed his motion obediently and very slowly blinked her dark lashes at him. "I'm sure you have some fine ideas as well." "I'd hate to." He cut her off before she could try to be smart with that delectable mouth of hers. He snaked an arm around her waist to pull her closer and she let out a small moan as he did so before her hands found their way to his back and up to his neck. In turn, Draco cupped the nape of her neck and twirled his fingers in her hair to hold her head just right for him. She opened for him almost the second he closed his lips around hers and he felt positively delighted to be reacquainted with the taste of her. He wanted to taste every part of her. But now would not be the time for that. If he ever got the chance to do so, he would take his time with her and not the sodding 4 minutes left on his wand timer. Still, snogging with Granger was better than not snogging at all. Over the past few weeks, they had worked to perfect several techniques that required extensive work of their tongues, and if Draco could, he was sure she'd be thrilled to get an O for snogging. For some reason, he didn't have the nerve to tease her about this. Despite Granger's aptitude at snogging, and Salazar, the way her tongue now danced with his, she still acted much too insecure in all matters that dealt with the two of them moving across that line of fucked-up friendship. So, Draco kept his mouth shut, except when she wanted to tease it open with her tongue, and took whatever the fuck she was willing to give him. He could be patient. For some reason, he had a strong feeling his patience would be rewarded well. When his wand informed them their 6 minutes were over, they both pulled apart with equal groans of wanting to continue. But Draco knew Granger was still the perfect swat of all time. It was even why he liked her sometimes. But he also hated it other times. Especially when they could be doing other things instead of brewing potions, despite how much he liked brewing potions. Granger leaned over the cauldron to sniff at it and her expression was one of controlled satisfaction. "I think it's finished. Hand me those, will you?" She pointed at some files on the opposite walls and Draco flicked his wand to summon them, which earned him a smirk from Granger. She proceeded to fill 4 of them before making her quill write down the measurements for this portion of their potion. Turning to face him again, she handed him 2 of the files. "Look, I know I said we should do something stupid, but I don't want us to go overboard." "That would be something Potter would do." Draco smirked and he caught the grin she valiantly tried to hide before it turned into a tiny scowl, just for him. "Yes. So, here's what I was thinking. Tonight, before we leave, we each take one and try our very best to go the most obvious detours back to our common rooms. It should be enough to run into Filch at some point, but if the potion works, we should steer clear." Draco nodded and glanced down at the files. He couldn't keep his usual smirk from emerging as another thought struck him. "Care to make it even more interesting, Granger?" She narrowed her eyes at him, but the smile on her lips told him she was very interested. "What did you have in mind?" She pocketed her 2 files and tried to avoid his mischievous grin as she started to clean from that night's brewing. "Something I'm fairly certain you would find, shall we say, adventurous." He snaked his arms around her waist and whispered the last word close to her ear and he felt her shudder in his arms. It pleased him far more than he had anticipated. "Care to elaborate?" She panted slightly and ran her hand along his arms. "I think I'll surprise you." He nipped at her earlobe, and she practically jumped in his arms from the surprise. Much faster than either of them wanted to, He let go of her to collect his things and for her to do the same. When they were both ready, they paused before the door and each uncorked a phial. "Cheers, Granger." Draco clinked them gently before emptying them in one clean go. She followed suit. It was tasteless except for a hint of salt, which Draco couldn't account for at the time. He felt no different and looked to Granger for confirmation. One of her eyebrows was raised in wonderment, but she seemed just the same as well. "I suppose we're fine. And I'm glad we don't appear as happy-go-drunk as when one takes Felix Felicis. That just seems unnecessary." Draco was just about to ask how she knew the effects of Felix Felicis before she beat him to it. "Later, Draco. Now come on." She tugged on his arm and went to open the door. They paused again when the door closed behind them. "Now what?" Granger whispered in a hushed voice and looked to either side. Draco knew if she were to take a direct route back to Gryffindor Tower, she would have to turn left, while he would go right. Deciding on the spot where to go, he reached to grab her hand to surprise her once again. "Are you sure?" she asked timidly with a look at their linked hands. There's something in her eyes that Draco couldn't quite determine just then. It looked like longing with a mix of fear. But then he supposed that might just be his own emotions he read into her. "If potion works, we should be fine, right?" She nodded wordlessly and gave his fingers a tiny little squeeze in affirmation before she let him lead the way. He chose a route he had taken many times to make sure he would come across Potter and the Weasel to annoy them the most. It was also a route he knew Filch liked to frequent and harass any students that were caught out of beds at the tong time. Draco could hear Granger's nervous panting close behind him and he couldn't stop himself from sending her a smug smile when they had yet to encounter anyone. "Stop that!" she admonished but had a hard time keeping a smile off of her face. When they reached a point that was open to intersect several opposing corridors, Draco stopped right in the center and pulled Granger close to his chest and kissed her before she could second-guess him. She was rightfully surprised, and she squirmed slightly in his arms to try and pull back, which only made him hold on tighter. It wasn't that she didn't kiss him back, it was more the fact that she was so much on edge that he could tell the kiss was forced between them, which was the only reason he stopped it much faster than he'd like. "No one's the wiser, Granger. Except maybe me." "How do you mean?" She playfully pushed his chest and took a step back from him. "Now I know you're not into grand public displays." He shrugged and motioned for her to follow him again. "It's not relax, Granger." For once, and Draco was sure he would have to mark this down, she kept her mouth shut as they walked on. He could practically hear her thinking, and glancing over, he saw her pull her bottom lip pensively between her teeth. He briefly wished he was the one nibbling on her lower lip. Eventually, they reached the doors to the Great Hall and Granger firmly pressed that they had pushed their luck enough for one night. With a glance around them, she stood on her toes to kiss him much too fast for him to hold on to her. "See you around, Malfoy." She grinned and practically skipped along before his brain caught up to what she was doing. "See you around, Granger." He whispered to no one and had a hard time controlling the grin that seemed to have etched itself to his features whenever he had been around Granger for longer periods of time. The potion must have worn off him then, because shortly after Granger had left, he could hear the distinct wheeze that announced Filch was just around the corner. Draco sighed and left in the direction of the Slytherin dungeons, hoping neither Vincent nor Greg was there. If they were, it meant he had to talk to them. Draco suspected a remnant of the potion must still be working for him because very few people were up in the Slytherin common room. He spotted Pansy first thing when he entered, and she was quick to spot him and turn her eyes murderously instantly. She made a grand gesture to move coyly closer to the oblivious seventh year she had deemed worthy of her grand schemes. For his part, the seventh year seemed much too pleased with the eager witch about to crawl into his lap. Draco frowned but ignored her, contrary to her obvious wish to get his attention. As he turned his eyes the other way, he was sure he heard Pansy's hiss. "Not there, you idiot!" Draco chuckled to himself and then spotted Blaise playing with the fire in the grate. He had his dark hands running through the flames, seemingly coming away unharmed from the heat. Blaise whirled his fingers around in the air and Draco was mesmerized by the way the flames seemed to dance along with his fingers. "How are you doing that, Blaise?" Draco sat down cross-legged beside his friend, but just then Blaise sat up as well and looked at his friend, and then a salacious smirk appeared on his face. "Been having a swell evening, eh, Draco?" "It was all right. Granger thinks we should start testing our potion. I might decide to spike your drink if you're not careful." "Oh, I'm sure I'd like anything Granger's had her hands on." "Sod off, Blaise." Blaise only laughed at that but spoke no more of it. "Seen Vincent or Greg lately?" Draco did a scan of the room, trying to see if they were just hiding in the shadows or trying to avoid him. The last part would make sense. He'd been avoiding them ever since Christmas. Not that it stopped them from trying to annoy him frequently. Being around Granger had changed Draco in more ways than he had expected it to. Apart from the obvious reason for wanting to stick his tongue down her throat at every given opportunity, he also found her intellectual company stimulating. In time, this had made Draco realize just how big of idiots Vincent and Greg had been for the past 5 years, and he had decided to try and reach out to his other more educated friends. Theo had been the obvious choice, having known him from when they were toddlers, but when they returned to Hogwarts after the summer, the bloke was even more depressing to be around than all the years Draco had known him combined. Draco had a feeling about what caused his depression. Not Senior had been a frequent visitor at the manor when his father would throw grand gatherings for his old friends. It wasn't until this summer that Draco learned what the meaning of these old friends was. In the tiny amount of time Draco had spent in the company of Not Senior, he had figured out that Draco had been lucky to have Lucius as his father, even though he was cold and closed off most of the time. At least he had never been cruel or vindictive to his son. So, when Draco grew too melancholy to be around Theo, which happened during the first week of term, he had decided to include Blaise in their little trio of old friends. It didn't go unnoticed by Draco that he had repurposed his father's old term for something very different. Blaise turned out to be the life of the party. He always had been, as far as Draco could remember. It had just been too exuberant for his taste. Over the years Blaise must have realized this too, because he was less outward as in previous years and he seemed to be the perfect balance between the sour Theo and the sullen Draco. Blaise did a scan of the room as well, followed by a light shrug. He scratched the back of his dark neck before lying down on his back to stretch his long limbs. "They were here earlier. Must have gone to bed." Draco unfolded his limbs to lie down next to Blaise. "Granger's keeping you busy then?" Blaise drawled, and Draco was glad they were not looking at each other. He'd never been one to blush from such things, but his eyes always gave him away. And just then they mirrored his eagerness to push Granger against the walls earlier. She's the perfect swot in that way. It was the only non-giveaway answer Draco could think of. "I'm sure you can think of ways to shut her up." They both snickered as Draco's mind wandered to several times. He had indeed managed to shut her up rather effectively. He could only assume Blaise's chuckle was from sheer teasing. At least he hoped so. Turning his head, he saw a smirk firmly on Blaise's face. "I sure miss those sluggish dinners. She was rather fun to play with." Blaise let out a much too perceptive twinkle in his eyes. Draco felt his groin twitch at the mere thought of playing with Granger, and he shifted uncomfortably on the floor. Blaise noticed his awkward dance shuffle, of course, and let out a silent laugh. "Yeah, well, don't get your hopes up, Blaise. Word in the corridors is that old Sluggy has abandoned his dinner parties. Maybe I should get myself a special project to work on with Granger then. If I get to spend so much time with her as you do. Don't even think about it. The words were out before he had time to think them through, and from Blaze's growing smirk, he knew he had let his guard down. Draco groaned and ran both hands down his face, pulling his features taut before releasing them with a small pop. Blaze, just. Sure thing, Draco. Blaze patted Draco's hand before he went to go to bed without another word. Draco waited several more moments before he finally dragged himself to bed. He wanted to make sure the others in their dorm were asleep before he closed his hand around his still mitching erection that night. He made sure to remove his signet ring before doing anything though. Over the following days, Draco kept a watchful eye on his previous best friends. It didn't take him long to determine that they were definitely up to something. And if he had to guess, it was something stupid and most likely to get them expelled. He had half a thought to just let them carry out what they were doing and let them get expelled. But after a brief and enclosed conversation with Snape, they had agreed that Draco would at least try and figure out what they were up to. If it was indeed under the orders of the Dark Lord or just the two of them being idiots as usual. He got lucky Sunday morning when Greg had slept in. Draco was waiting for him in the common room, the only two people still there. From the look on Greg's face, he had realized this the second he spotted Draco leaning on the back of one of the leather sofas. "How are things, Greg?" "Fine." He tried to edge his way around the large room, not wanting to get close to Draco. Draco expected this and only tracked Greg with his eyes. "Having fun with Vincent?" "It's not." Greg cut himself off seconds before he realized Draco was purposely riling him up to reveal what they were doing. "Secluding yourselves. Alone. In the room of requirement. Sounds very suspicious, wouldn't you say?" Draco got up and casually strutted across the room to stand right in front of Greg, who had turned beet red in the face. His lips were pressed together to keep his mouth shut, but Draco could tell the idiot had forgotten to breathe through his nose as he did so. "Breathe, you idiot." Greg let out a puff of winded air and hunched over, trying to fill his lungs with air again. Draco waited for him to finish. "Draco, listen." "No. You listen, Greg. Whatever you and Vincent are doing, you have two choices from now on. 1. You stop and keep yourselves from getting expelled. Or 2. You let me in, and I make sure you're not expelled. Or else." He dropped his voice on the last two words and watched Greg's red face pale instantly. "It's not what you think, Draco." "Really? Enlighten me then." Draco struck his hands in his pockets and bounced on his heels, appearing ever the interested friend. "I can't do that. Vincent made me promise not." "Vincent controls you now, does he?" "No," but the dark Greg shut his mouth in a quick snap that Draco could tell had hurt his jaw. For his part, Draco had kept his flinch at the name well hidden. Before Greg could let any more slip through, he decided to scamper off, which was probably for the best, Draco thought. But before he had made his way out the door, Draco called out, "You are aware that the corridor is being watched, right?" If Greg had an answer to that, he didn't give it, and the next thing Draco heard the door shut behind him. Draco cursed for a long time after that, using every swear word in his vocabulary. He had to tell Snape about this. But he still wanted to learn more about what they were doing. At least now he knew that the Dark Lord had thought of yet another insane plan. Glancing at the door, Draco wondered if Greg and Vincent would have been branded if the mark yet if they were on special orders from the Dark Lord like this. Draco pushed the depressing thought back with minutes of occluding. He would deal with it later. He had already set aside the rest of his Sunday for flying and then time with Granger in the evening. Draco had to give it to Vincent. He wasn't nearly as big an idiot as Greg appeared to be. The following times Draco chose to stake out the tapestry of the dancing trolls, Greg would poke his head out occasionally and see if the coast was clear. He didn't spot Draco under his disillusioned charm, obviously. It was always Greg who left first, and he did so much faster than Draco had ever seen him run. After having watched them for 2 days straight, Draco finally decided to confront Vincent. He had made it a habit to show his ugly face less and less whenever Draco was around, and he figured now was a good time as any to finally confront him. Draco was certain it would only take a minute for Vincent to budge under his words, and then Draco could be off to chase Granger's lips again. "Oi, Vincent." Draco dropped his disillusioned charm and jumped from the window perch. Vincent stopped dead in his tracks, having just closed the door to the room behind him. The wall was already back to being just that, a blank wall. "Haven't seen you much around lately. What have you been up to?" Draco tried to remain casual and non-threatening, but his voice was edged and sharp like a knife. Vincent was quick to register this, and Draco could tell he pulled his mental defenses as well. "Nothing of your interest, Draco." Vincent moved to walk along, but Draco reached to stop him. "Sure, about that," he hissed with a tight grip on his arm. "You have your business, I have mine. You made that call, remember?" Draco narrowed his eyes at Vincent, trying to gauge the meaning behind his words. "Yeah, I did. Which is why it confuses me to see you and Greg still coming here. If that's all it takes to confuse you. Don't play smart with me, Vincent. I know whose order you're working under." Draco hissed and tried to control his temper. He could tell Vincent felt the rage surfacing in Draco just then. Only Vincent's next word told Draco that he was just scared Draco was going to steal his attention back. "So what? Go beg him yourself, if I want another job to fail at." "Fucking Salazar, Vincent." Draco shoved his arm away from him and let out a menacing chuckle. That confused Vincent, who had been desperate to get away, but was now rooted to the spot. "If I wanted another, what's going on here?" Draco shut his eyes and had to force himself not to hex Potter right then and there for his monumental bad timing. "Nothing to concern yourself with, Potter. I'll just decide that on my own, Malfoy." "Bugger off will you, Potter." Vincent had reached for his wand just then, and Draco caught movement out of his eyes. He was sure he would see Potter with his wand out as well if he turned to look. Draco sighed. "Vincent, you idiot, put that so now, I'm an idiot, yeah." He waved his wand in Draco's face and sparks fell from the tip. Draco instantly jumped back. "Malfoy, if you Potter, will you just shut up for once in your life?" "Yeah, this doesn't concern the stupid chosen one." Before Draco could intercept it, Vincent had shot a jinx at Potter, who fired one right back per reflex. Draco and Vincent jumped apart and Draco pulled a wand from the inside of his robes. It only took seconds before all three of them were shooting hexes and jinxes at each other, each behind their shield, charm or statue along the wall. Draco had to give it to Potter, the GIT could duel. But then again, Draco wasn't putting much effort into it. If he had, he was sure it would have been a completely different matter. And Vincent had never been much of a dueler. Draco always found that time moved differently when he was dueling. Dueling Potter was no different. He lost count of the number of hexes fired between them or the many curse words Vincent took to shouting. Draco only concentrated on throwing shields and small hexes at Potter to maintain his part in the fight. Meanwhile, Vincent had another idea. Draco saw it form in his eyes the minute he raised his wand higher than usual. He didn't get another word out before Potter jumped from behind his statue of choice and shouted a spell Draco had never heard before. Next thing he knew, he was on the floor next to Vincent in a large puddle of water. No, wait, that wasn't water. The smell was too tangy. Draco convulsed on the ground as pain sliced through every fiber of his body, and he realized it was his blood pooling around him. He had a minimum of strength to turn his head and see Vincent in just as poor shape as he felt. Another shock of pain shot right through him, and Potter skidded to kneel beside him and bumped his body in the process. "Shit! Shit! Shit!" he kept saying over and over again. Draco could just spot the blood on Potter's hands before his vision started to blur from the pain. He thought he heard a crack beside him, and then Potter spoke words Draco couldn't decipher. It occurred to him through the haze of pain that Potter seemed to be worried about Draco's state. While Vincent was left to his twitching of pain. Wait, no. Potter turned his head to Vincent once or twice, but that was all Draco caught before his vision and consciousness chose to black out. Chapter end notes. This is the last week with 2 chapters as my Christmas treat for you guys for being such amazing readers. I will most likely also be putting Positively Potioned on a holiday rest after this week until the new year. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Trust among friends. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hermione skidded to a halt outside the doors to the hospital wing. The last rays of the sun could be seen outside the windows, and she did her best to try and calm her breathing. There was still a fit of lingering anger running through her veins from the argument she had just had with her supposed 2 best friends. On her way to this part of Castle, she had time to mull things over. She didn't even blame Ron for his reaction. He and Draco had years of bad blood between them simply because of their families. She had expected Ron to come apart, but not to see the anger directed at her that way. She knew they would need to have a very long and painful conversation when he finally had the nerve to seek her out. They both had things to explain. But she wasn't foolish enough to try and explain her developing relationship with Draco to either of them. There was a reason people sometimes called her the brightest witch of her age, and giving Harry and Ron a reason to hunt down Draco was not one of them. She would just have to settle for the fact that they could grow to accept that Draco was her friend, at the very least. And then maybe at some point in the future. She could what? What did she even think the future would look like for her and Draco? Voldemort was still at large and was most likely thinking of how to wage a war, while the Order tried to prevent just that from happening. Meanwhile, Draco had to battle a new world, where he had chosen to leave the comfort of everything he had grown up to believe in. Hermione closed her eyes with her hand on the doorknob. There were too many uncertainties about the future just now. Perhaps it would be best not to think about it and just focus on the present. And just then she anticipated seeing Draco and having him wake from his painful prolonged slumber. Creaking the grand door open, Hermione listened for people inside, but thankfully only heard light snores from the few people in their beds. As she snuck by, she noticed Crabbe wasn't in his bed. The bed sheets were rumpled as he had just gotten out, but there was no sign of him anywhere. It made Hermione's heart pick up slightly. Where could he have gone? She had never paid too close attention to Crabbe's condition, being too anxious about Draco's. Perhaps Crabbe hadn't been nearly as badly hit as Draco. But then another thought struck her. What if Draco wasn't in his bed either? Resigning herself, she took the last few steps and found herself next to a lightly sleeping Draco still in his bed. As she made her way close to his side, she saw how his breathing was easier and calmer than in previous days. Glancing around the room and casting a quick muffliato, she tentatively reached out and brushed the stray hairs from his forehead. Her touch made him stir in his sleep and a noise escaped him, that made Hermione's throat close up. She gently lifted the blanket across his chest and saw fewer bandages than earlier in the week. His scars were already showing as perfect silver lines across his chest, and Hermione nearly reached to trace them when Draco's head turned slowly to seek her touch again. With hurried movement, she tucked the blanket down again and positioned herself on the bed next to Draco where he could rest his head almost in her lap. She took up stroking his hair from his forehead again, watching his eyelids stir with each motion. And then she waited. Each stroke was another moment Hermione waited for Draco to wake to see her as the first thing. It had grown to be the most important thing for her to do in the past few days. She knew his mother wouldn't be able to come. Merlin, she wasn't even sure his mother knew what had happened to him. His father was out of the question as well. There was Snape, of course, but she had little doubt Draco would be pleased to see that long nose as the first thing when he woke up. Despite their somewhat rekindled attitude towards each other after Draco joined the Order. So, Hermione had taken it upon herself to make sure to be there when Draco would wake up. This was why she was determined not to leave that evening despite whatever Madame Pomfrey might say if she saw Hermione. Hermione was all Draco had left in this situation. She knew Zabini and Not had been by to visit him once or twice during the week, but that was different. They were just his friends. Hermione was his, well, she was his friend, but she hoped he didn't snog all his friends the way he did her. She had no way to know for certain what she meant to him. If he considered her to be more than a very dear friend whom he just wanted to kiss more often than not. Years of insecurities pricked at the back of Hermione's mind and made her question what they did have. Over the past year, they had grown close. Closer than she had ever dared to think of. At first, he had been someone she found comfort in with their neatly scheduled routines and the growing intellect in their many conversations. With time something had shifted for both of them, and she was pretty sure he had made certain it shifted in his favor as the days passed by. At some point he had decided he wanted to be more than just friends. She knew that from the little bits he had told her, but did he still want that? And to what end? Once again, the uncertainty of the future made its ugly appearance and Hermione did her best to shake it off. Harry and Dumbledore were close to finding a way to end things, she was certain of this. The only question was what would happen to the rest of the world before they managed that. And what would happen to her and Draco? Seeing him like this, nearly taken from her in such a horrible manner had woken many feelings in her she never knew she had. First, there was a growing sense of anger at Haney for being so stupid and reckless. She had almost forgiven him earlier, but would still need to make him see reason in the situation. Second, there was fear that Draco could have died. And fear seeped into something dreadful in her stomach that told her she didn't want to lose him in any way. She felt too strongly for him. This led to another and very different type of fear that had her gasping for air the first time this realization had hit her. She turned to gaze down at his tender expression and how calm it was in his sleep. His eyes were moving behind his eyelids and Hermione felt her heart beat a bit faster. Surely that was a sign he was closer to consciousness than his much too calm state courtesy of the dreamless sleep potion they had dosed him with a few times. In slow and gentle movements she began tracing her fingers along his face. Her pointer finger ran up along his jawline. Her thumb brushed the seam of his bottom lip. The back of her pinky finger traced down his temple to his chin. She could tell he registered the touch as each one made him twitch on the bed. Suddenly a groan escaped him, and she nearly jumped down from the bed, afraid she had hurt him, but with surprising speed and strength, he raised one hand and slung it around her middle to nestle into her side. "Don't go." His voice was muffled in her shirt, but to hear it so tender made her heart almost split in two, and she promised not to leave him. Because of course, she wouldn't. She couldn't. He moved his nose around in her shirt for a few more moments, seemingly intoxicating himself with the smell of her or just getting his bearings before deciding to crack one eye open to squint up at her. "Have one died?" "Graciously, no." "Ha, I thought I did for a moment there." "According to Snape, you could've." That made him open his eyes and turn to see if the man in question was present. "It's just me," Hermione whispered and slowly turned his head back to look at her. "Hi." She tried to hide the tears that had started to sting her eyes and could only think to lean down and hug him while she wiped her eyes. With her arms around his neck from a most awkward position, she kissed his neck and felt him hum in delight. In a rush, she wiped her eyes to pull back and look at him. He was still much too pale, and he looked too skinny again. But that could very well be the fact that he hadn't eaten a solid meal in several days. He'd been sustained on liquids and potions, as Hermione had always noticed the empty bottles on Draco's bedside table. They were always gone the next morning when she had snuck in to see Draco before lessons and assumed Pomfrey had removed them later, or some of the house elves had done it. Either way, Hermione was well aware of the number and detailing of many of the potions Draco had in his system just then. Draco cleared his TLNOT several times more before he was able to speak again. "How long have I been out?" "Almost a week. Haney told me most about what happened, and he feels awful, mostly because I got mad at him though, but maybe not. But I was furious with him, still am rather a bit, and I plan on telling him. But I had to be here, with you, when you woke up. I knew you'd be alone, and I didn't want you to be, so Granger, stop talking, please." One side of his mouth twitched as Hermione heaved a lungful of air after her long rambling. She felt Draco's hand encircle hers, and the familiarity of the touch made her chest clench. She reached her other hand to close around Draco's and pulled it to place a kiss on each of his knuckles. I thought she couldn't get the words out because they scared her. And they would sound like too much before they had even talked about what they meant to each other. But before either of them could say another word, Hermione heard the bustling of Madame Pomfrey from the end of the room. "Blimey, it's Pomfrey. I should go. She must have a charm set to each of her wards. I'll just don't go, Granger." She turned and watched first her hand in his and then the pleading look on his face. She nodded before casting her eyes about where she should hide while Pomfrey saw Draco. With a quick squeeze, she then let go of his hand and hurried to hide behind one of the many curtains that separated the beds. She hurried to non-verbally cast a disillusion charm on herself as well and worked her best to control and slow her frantic breathing. Opposite she could hear Madame Pomfrey close in on Draco's bed. "Mr. Malfoy, so you decided to join us again?" There was a light tease coming from Pomfrey's voice, and the grunt Draco let out matched it just fine. "Barely. Yes, well, let's have a look then." Hermione watched the shadow-eye figure of Pomfrey wave her wand several times to perform what could only be diagnostic charms. Pomfrey hummed gently to herself while she read each diagnostic and then started to explain to Draco. "Every internal organ is as it should be. Thanks to the quick thinking of Professor Snape, the only signs of this poor event will be the scarring on your chest." Draco winced as Hermione watched Pomfrey lean over the inspect the bandages. "Yes, well, it's bound to pinch quite a bit over the coming days. I have a potion that can dull the pains if you'd like." Draco must have shaken his head when Pomfrey just continued with her run-through of everything. "Very well. I shall just change these and then you can return to your rest." "How long?" croaked Draco while Pomfrey started to unbind the bandages and then clean the still slightly open wounds before redressing most of his torso. "You've been sedated for nearly a week. Your body needs to recover slowly, so I'm afraid you're facing a few more days here. However, once I check on you in the morgue, you should be cleared to do some of your missing schoolwork. To keep you entertained during the day while the rest of your classmates are in physical lessons." "Splendid." Hermione had to stifle the giggle she had nearly let escape her lips from the dripping sarcasm Draco had laced into that one word. Pomfrey seemingly didn't notice or pretended not to care. "Yes, I shall advise you to stay in bed for another 2 days for your body to fully replenish itself. In addition, you should drink another replenishing potion for your circulation." Hermione heard the glug of Draco swallowing the potion Pomfrey had made him take, which was followed by a raspy cough and Pomfrey's administration for Draco to remain in bed and not rise too quickly unless he wanted to paint the floor with whatever little he had in his stomach. Draco grumbled under his breath, but she saw his outline reposition in bed as Pomfrey cast a final diagnostic. "Very good, Mr. Malfoy. If you need me, I will be just at the end of the room. Do call me with any questions." Before Pomfrey was able to leave completely, she heard the hesitancy in Draco's final question. "And Vincent?" Hermione watched Pomfrey turn to face Draco a bit from down the aisle between the many beds, most of which were thankfully empty apart from a rather green-looking third year and an unconscious seventh year. Mr. Crabbe was released to his parents earlier this day. They wished to undersee the remainder of his care and then reconsider his return to the school. Right. Good night, Mr. Malfoy, do try and rest as much as possible for your health. Hermione waited for several long moments after she heard the click of Pomfrey's door before she emerged from her hiding spot and returned to a pale Draco. Are you all right? She reached to brush his fringe back again, but it just slid forward again. He scooted for her to sit next to him on the bed again. But Hermione spotted the painful cringe on his face as he did so. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you anymore, Draco, and if just sit Granger. I'll be fine. His hold on her arm was strong and she slowly eased herself up next to him and allowed him to rest on her shoulder, much like she had done several nights up in the astronomy tower. He then snaked his arms around her middle and held her tight. They sat in silence for a long while. Draco breathing slowly and trying to hide the pains that still showed on his face from time to time, and Hermione thinking too hard about several things. One thing kept floating to the surface off her ever-growing tidal waves of thoughts. I know we said one day at a time, but I think she sighed as she struggled to find the proper words to not seem too clingy or needy. Things change. Draco supplied and twisted to look up into her face. He reached to take hold of her chin and pulled her down for the softest kiss she could expect. His fingers on her chin were light but persistent, and the same could be said for his lips. When he let go, she rested her forehead on his and tried to explain the turmoil of emotion swirling through every fibre of her being. I know we still have to keep this hidden, for so many reasons. But one, he grazed his knuckles along her jawline as she spoke, and it sent tremors down her spine. I'm scared, Draco. Seeing you like this. When I had to find out through Harry and not knowing what had happened to you. I can't. I need. I understand, Draco whispered across her lips, and Hermione felt for the first time in her life that perhaps he did understand. Yet she still felt she needed to explain more to fully make him understand her level of emotions. Before coming here tonight, I had a row with Harry and Ron. They know we're friends now. And one, she heaved a large sigh and watched her chest expand close to his chin. Draco's eyes widened for several reasons. When I had to confirm you were my friend, the word felt you wrong. As if I had to struggle to get it out. I don't think we're just friends, are we? She focused her insecure gaze on his, which was returned with a steadfast determination. No, we're not. He said in a low and trembling voice, one hand reaching to the back of her neck, pulling her down for another kiss. Just before their lips touched, he said, I don't kiss my friends like this. When she couldn't stop her lips from turning up in a laugh, he used the opportunity to slip his tongue in and twine around hers. She felt his fingers twirl in her hair and his tongue move in slow circles inside her mouth. She grabbed his jaw and pulled him closer to close any distance between them. That's when he let out a groan that sounded painful, and Hermione quickly let go and jumped from her seat. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Draco, I can. Granger, you'll alert Pomfrey. Just come back here. She shifted on her feet for a short moment before slowly climbing back into the bed. I don't care what we call us, Granger. We're more than friends, but what we are I have no clue. You decide, I don't care. As long as it's us. On top of his blanket, he fined their fingers together. Just us. Hermione echoed, and she liked that. Draco still had plenty of potions left in his system. This became clear to Hermione once he fell asleep on her shoulder not long after this conversation. She made herself comfortable and decided to just relax with his warm body against hers for a little while. Next thing she knew, she was sprinting back to Gryffindor Tower just an hour before sunrise in the still sleeping castle. Draco, thankfully, hadn't awoken when she had extricated herself from his arms that had been wrapped tightly around her middle. She had left him a note telling him she would be back that same evening, placed a quick kiss on his forehead and then set off for her dormitory where she would need to at least appear to have slept in her bed. She had just sunk under her blankets when she heard Lavender and Parvati stir in the early hours. Hermione decided to fake sleep for a bit to get the other girls to leave, and pretend to have a lazy Sunday morning. Her faked sleep turned to real sleep and a few hours later she woke in a daze but with a smile stuck to her face. She knew it had been stupid to fall asleep next to Draco, but it had been too comfortable for either of them to notice it happen. Hermione could only thank Godric that Pomfrey hadn't come out for a late-night inspection and found them. The smile on her face seemed permanently stuck after her small but very determining conversation with Draco last night. It only faltered when Ron found her in the library in the afternoon. Without a word, he pulled out the chair Draco had occupied too many times in their early days of working on their potion project. It struck something in her chest to see Ron sitting there instead of Draco. But she was pleased to see Ron all the same. It meant he had cooled down and would perhaps be open to talking reasonably instead of shouting at each other like last night. That was also part of the reason why she had said for him to meet her in the library. If he started shouting, she knew Madame Pince would TLN him out instantly. Hermione could tell, from the way Ron squirmed in his seat, that he knew this too and was trying to think of a non-aggressive way to start their conversation. Hermione pushed her homework aside and waited for Ron to start. Hermione, Ron stopped himself and looked like he wanted to stuff his entire fist in his mouth to prevent whatever he had been about to say. He took a few deep calming breaths while running his hands through his hair, never really looking at her. Bollocks, okay, easy things first. He raised his head and finally found her eyes. Hermione stared into pools of troubled blue like she had done so many times over the years and found a similar pain to the one she hid deep in her chest. Over the course of one night, something had torn in their friendship and Hermione feared it would never be the same it was as before. That wasn't always a bad thing, she just hoped Ron was able to find his way back to being one of her dearest friends. Eventually. Because she knew he would need the time to come to terms with her new friend. Okay, so you were right about me and Katie. Hermione nodded but said nothing, encouraging Ron to go on. She soon discovered that once he started, Ron found it much easier to just get things out instead of hesitating over every little word. She and I have been together for a few months now, and honestly I'm not even sure how it happened. One day we were talking about how she thinks the canons are complete rubbish and the next we were, well, snogging. He couldn't hide the proud smile that stole across his face just then and it made Hermione smile in return. He had never been proud like that in his feeble relationship with Lavender. Hermione saw this as a sign that whatever he had found with Katie meant more to him than Lavender had ever done. Things developed slowly from there. We tried to keep it just between us. She didn't want the attention to steal her time from studying for her N.E.W.Ts, and I didn't want to upset anyone more than necessary. Hermione caught on to the fact that he didn't mention either Lavender by name or has 011. Still, she had to give Ron credit for not wanting to upset either of them. Eventually, that was just how things turned out. She would sneak out, or I would sneak out and well. Now you know. He leaned back and gave a casual shrug, which Hermione took to mean the complete opposite. She studied him for a few moments. Despite their argument, last night, having just talked about Katie had brought a smile to his face that Hermione didn't remember ever seeing. It was a soft smile she thought she might have seen directed at her last summer. But there was something else in his eyes when he thought of Katie and his lips tugged up like that. You really like her, Hermione stated, and it surprised Ron to hear this from her. But he nodded all the same. I'm glad, Ron. Honestly, she's just as balmy as you sometimes, Hermione. thinks the Cannons will never win another game, and I tell her, just you wait Katie, I'll take your word for it, Ron. Hermione placed a hand on his arm to prevent his rambling to get him carried away. But I still don't quite understand why you thought it necessary to hide this from me and Haney. I thought we were best friends. She couldn't hide the tremor of hurt in her voice. How growing up pushed them apart in this way. Ron let out a sigh. I dunno, Hermione. Harry was just so happy with Ginny he made a strange grimace and forced a shudder in his shoulders. And you were hardly around anyway. Besides, as I said, Katie didn't want the extra attention. She makes a lot of decisions like that. He grinned with a much too smug expression that made Hermione giggle slightly. Are you happy, Ron? Yeah. He seemed to consider it for another moment. Yeah, suppose I am. Despite everything else. He gave a meaningful look out the window behind Hermione and his features darkened. Which brings me to the next problem. Hermione slowly crossed her arms and waited for Ron's reproachful comments to begin. For the life of me, Hermione, I don't understand how you can be friends with that ferrety git. Hasn't he tormented us enough for the past 6 years? He's a bloody dino, Ron. Hermione pushed her fists below the table to keep them from banging down next to Ron's pleading hands reaching for her. I know. She repeated to control her breathing and rising temper. It's not like I planned for this to happen. Neither of us was pleased with the prospect of being partners for that potions project. But spending so much time with Malfoy changed things. He changed, I think I should say. Ron still looked dumbfounded but gave her the benefit of doubt to explain things. He's still a complete prat at most times, don't get me wrong. But he's also not the same as he was. He's started to question things. And Hermione didn't know how much else to explain without giving too much away. She still wasn't sure if she should have told Harry about Draco being in the Order. But at the time it had been her only solution to get Harry to accept things. Thinking back, she still found it to be the only solution to get either Harry or Ron to accept the fact that Draco was a different person. We started talking. She tried to hide the truth behind a shrug. He even helped me get rid of McLaggen. Yeah, that surprised me as well. But this entire year has just been so strange. Even more so when Malfoy started to be less Malfoy around me. He has never called me any names or spoken ill about my background. I don't expect you or Harry to suddenly accept him as your new best friend. I wouldn't pressure you to. Nor would I expect you to want to spend time with him. But I am asking you to respect my choice of friends and to trust me in doing so. And also, to trust me to take care of myself and whom I choose to spend my time with. She hurried to add the last part as she could see Ron had been about to interrupt with his worries for her safety. He contemplated what she had just said for a long while. And Hermione had just come to expect no response from him when he finally spoke again. I do trust you, Hermione. I trust you with my life. Hermione felt her eyes prick with tears and she faced the honest openness in Ron then. I know you can take care of yourself, and I trust you completely. He groaned at what he was about to say. I don't think I can ever be friends with Malfoy. But if you— He cleared his throat a few times and leaned across the table to keep their conversation from reaching other ears. If you say he's changed, then I'll try to believe you. Just don't push me on this. I still need a lot of time to adjust to this. He started to rub his hands together nervously. Oh, don't worry. You can all still be idiots to each other. I'm sure he even expects it from you both. Hermione teased and was glad Ron made an effort to smile as well. Can I still call him a ferret? Sure. But maybe not as much. I'll have to think of other names to call him then. Ron looked positively amused with the idea of trying to think of new names to call Malfoy, and Hermione decided to let him have that. She could always warn Draco that this was a new turn in their relationship. And if it kept Ron from shouting at her and ending their friendship, it was a price Hermione was able to pay, at Draco's cost, unfortunately. "Are we still friends, Ron?" she asked timidly, afraid to hear the answer. For that same reason, she turned her now watering eyes to her lap, horrified at how much Ron's answer would mean to her. He and Harry had been her best friends for so many years. Her first and true friends in this new world had finally accepted her. If he rejected her now, she didn't realize just how much it would break her until it was close to happening. Ron must have sensed the sincerity in her request, because he moved to pull her into a hug. Something he had hardly ever done, considering their timid attraction to each other through the years. He must like Katie if he was comfortable embracing Hermione just then. Hermione accepted the hug hungrily and leaned on his shoulder to stifle the tiny sob that wanted to break out of her chest. This had been an emotional weekend on so many levels. "Hermione, you will always be one of my best friends. No matter how many other idiots you befriend." She chuckled into his shoulder and was glad to feel his smile on the top of her head. "Though with time, those idiots might turn into lesser idiots with your influence. We can only hope." His shrug wiped Hermione's eyes on his sleeve, and she pushed back slightly to use her sleeve. "Truth be told, Hermione, you and Harry have been a part of my family for years now. That first year Mum sent you both sweaters? That was it. Sorry to tell you, but Mum made the choice for both of you. Your Weasley spy connection." Hermione burst into a fit of laughter at that. "Oh, Merlin." She spluttered and tried to control the flood of tears that were from sadness and laughter combined. "You'll see, once Mum and Fleur start to force you and Ginny into matching dresses for the wedding." Ron's nose scrunched at the thought, but it only made Hermione laugh harder. Eventually, Ron's chuckles joined her own and they were able to breathe calmly again. "Thank you, Ron. I needed that." She closed the distance between them again and embraced the heat of his body around her own for another moment. After a long moment of content silence, Ron broke off. "Right, I need to find Harry. We have some names to think of." Hermione shoved his shoulder and her heart swelled when Ron playfully fell over from the force of it. He righted himself at the last minute and gave her a wink on the way out of library again. Hermione sat down and tried to pull her head together with everything that had happened within the last 24 hours. It was nearly too much for her. Hermione had never been one to be ruled by her emotions. She had always let logic and reason be her primary factors in determination. It had been what had most likely kept Harry and Ron out of trouble countless times. But this past 24 hours she had let her emotions steer her choices more than she had ever done before. It went against every part of whom she thought she was. But once she started to think about the past year, she reasoned that she had changed right along with Draco in their friendship. He had made her more vulnerable whether she liked it or not. And more specifically, he had made her vulnerable when it came to him. It scared her endlessly to face that level of emotions and what it did to her. But when her thoughts circled back to Draco, she couldn't feel regret about anything. It was like she had told Ron, she hadn't planned for any of this to happen. Not in the beginning, at least. Of course, she could admit to herself that their recent development had been somewhat planned or at the very least hoped for. But to ever have anticipated that she would befriend Draco Malfoy and then go on to be in an intimate relationship with him? She would have laughed in anyone's face who dared to even make a joke about that. And yet, here she was, packing up her things for the day and deciding to visit her friend. Because to the rest of the school, or at the least her closest friends, that was what he was, and she would be damned if she couldn't go or visit her friend when he was hurting and needed her. Never mind everyone else. She had faced gossip and slander far worse years ago when Rita Skeeter started spewing her stories. If anything, Hermione mused with a wicked fivitch off her lips. She always had a way to bug Skeeter for another angle on any story. Still, Hermione made sure to pay attention to her surroundings and the people around her when she proceeded to go to the hospital ting. It was earlier than she had promised him, and she was slightly afraid he might be asleep when she got there. But dodging a much too unsavory song with accompanying gestures from Peeves, Hermione was pleased to find Draco sitting up in bed. And he had a tray of food in front of him half-eaten which he quickly forgot once she had snuck over to him. She kissed him once, quicker than expected, and slid up next to him. "Everything all right?" he asked while trying to move one arm behind her back to pull her closer. "Just fine." She breathed and pulled the tray back to urge Draco to eat more. He still looked paler than usual, and his clothes were far too loose. He needed to regain his strength. And, Hermione mused only to herself, he needed that Quidditch form back as well. Though it was a thought she quickly pushed back. That wasn't the main reason she was with Draco, though it did help. "You should eat." She held up a fork with a teasing smile, all the while checking for sounds or sights of other people around them. "Perhaps. But I find myself much too faint to eat another bite." "Being cut open like that does that to you?" She poked him. "Don't even joke about it, Draco." He proved his reflexes were just as quick as ever when he grabbed her wrist and raised it to his lips, placing a gentle kiss just over her pulse. "I'll stop then. Except it's the only thing keeping me from hunting down Potter and hexing his face off in return." His grin turned wicked and playful, while his lips traced soft kisses along her wrist. "You wouldn't?" "Oh, I would. Except for you keeping me here and a stupid promise I made to Snape a while back. Doesn't stop me from loathing the famous Chosen One." "Yes, well. I've already." Draco closed his mouth over her wrist and ran his tongue over the spot. Hermione's breath caught in her throat and words seemed to escape her. "Already what?" he teased, looking up TLN off his lashes at her breathless face. "I've already talked to him. And I might have jinxed his trainers this morning to trip him once or twice as a friendly reminder. Though I'm not sure he knew it was me, come to think of it." Her voice reached a new pitch when Draco started to move his kisses up her arm and to the crook of her elbow. His touch was featherlight and it tickled her endlessly, but she didn't pull her hand from his touch. She needed it as much as he needed her at the moment. So, she gave herself to him for a short time. "Draco, His lips finally made their way up to her mouth and shut her up once more. She opened for him and chased his tongue with hers and felt a warm sensation spread down to her stomach. Her mind battled itself with an aspect she had been trying to tell him before he so devilishly started hogging her attention. Finally, she broke the kiss and had to pant before she was able to speak again. "I should tell you, Snape caught me one night trying to sneak in to see you." That certainly snuffed the light out of Draco's eyes and she saw worry replace the gleam from just seconds ago. "But I don't think he Granger, please stop talking and worrying. Snape won't be a problem. I already talked to him earlier today." "Really? But what did he Granger?" "I'd really rather not talk about Snape right now. I had other plans in case you hadn't noticed." His hand had shifted to her abdomen and was making small circles on top of her shirt. It made her shiver down to her toes. "Fine." She conceded with a mock frown and let him pull her lips down to his again, where they stayed for a much longer time than either of them had planned for. Chapter endnotes. Thank each and every one of you for sticking with this story. It means a great deal to me. I have loved sharing 2 chapters with you for the past weeks and getting your reactions to the story's progress. I will be pausing the story until next year. Don't worry at all, I have several chapters waiting for you. I'm just not sure I can find the time to post during the holidays. So instead of making any false promises, I'd instead take the time and enjoy the holidays, as you should do as well. I'll return in the new year with more updates. In the meantime, you can always find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Academic Reasons Chapter Notes: this is the first chapter of a few where you get both POVs throughout the chapter. I just hope things are clear on both of these. Happy New Year, and let's kick off 2023 with more great stories. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco should have known that the false sense of security and feeling of bliss Granger's visits gave him wouldn't last forever. All things considered, it was just a matter of time before the bloody world blew up in his face. Still, it didn't prevent him from both loving and hating the 2 days Pomfrey forced him to remain in the hospital wing for the last part of his healing. His scars were less visible already, but they still pained him on occasion when he would move too swiftly, or when he would pull Granger too close. But that was a pain he was forced to face, he reasoned, if it meant he could have his arms around her waist and the scent of her lingering near him once she had to go back to the sodding Gryffindor Tower. Monday and Tuesday were painful for very different reasons. Draco was left to his own company for most of the day except for a rather forced visit from Blaise on Monday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon in the company of Theo as well. Blaise's comments had been to enjoy the time to lay low. Take pleasure in the attention of the matron, to which Draco had pulled a disgusted face, and Blaise's comment had been, never be the one to deny yourself of the feminine touch, Draco. Draco still shuddered just thinking about it. Though it might have something to do with the other set of feminine fingers he fantasized about touching him. Theo had been white in the face throughout the visit and hardly spoke a word. When Draco asked about any news on Vincent, that was the only time Theo seemed to know more than Blaise. Dad sent a letter this morning. Pretty much demanded I grow a pair and started to help Vincent with something once he gets back. So, he is returning then? Seems like it. Theo had shrugged like he didn't care and had no intention whatsoever to heed his father's wishes. That didn't surprise Draco. Theo had never cared much for his father's wishes for his son. Do you know when? Theo shook his head, and that had been that and had left Draco to brood about the issue. However, his brooding was pushed aside when his regular evening visitor snuck into the hospital wing. Granger had proven to be quite the rule-bender, not breaker, as she had demonstrably maintained, even as she broke her prefect curfew each night, when she slithered close to Draco on the bed. Draco was always eager for her visits. Now he knew she would be coming. He wolfed down whatever food Pomfrey placed before him just because he knew Granger would tell him off and try to force-feed him if he didn't. And though it had been enticing the first night to have her feed him with a playful smirk across her face, the fact that he was nearly strapped to the bed left everything else to his imagination. And he hadn't dared take care of things himself while Pomfrey was just down the aisle. He was pretty sure his balls were turning bluer by the day with Granger's enticing smiles and mind-blowing snogging. It was her last evening visit before Pomfrey had deemed him fit to return to his dorm and lessons the following day. Draco lifted his blankets, something he hadn't done any other nights, and looked to Granger expectantly to see if she rose to the challenge. He could tell she was facing some sort of inner battle from the way her brows furrowed and the way she was practically gnawing off her bottom lip. Damn it if it didn't make her look even more attractive with the way she would shift her hands around herself or on her hips in agitation. Draco tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling while he waited for her to make up her mind. Finally, he felt the heat of her body slip in next to his own, and he tucked the blankets snugly around both of them. She shifted slightly next to him, trying to get comfortable, and he let her. She had told him about that first night when she had fallen asleep next to him. He cursed himself, and Pomfrey, for being on so many potions that he hadn't even registered her next to him all night, nor when she had left in the early morning. He had fantasized about sleeping next to Granger far too many times since then, and he had half a plan to make it happen again eventually. Hence the tucking of the blanket and letting her shift as much as she wanted if it meant she would be comfortable. Pomfrey checked less and less on Draco as his release approached. She had been by earlier with his last pain potion, which still stood unopened on the bedside table. He was determined to be at full wit capacity that evening. He felt Granger let out a content sigh as she snuggled her head on his chest, and Draco leaned back with ease and the pleasant feeling of Granger's and slung so casually across his abdomen. "Anything new today?" He spoke into her hair, which she had tried to tame with one of her many stupid useless ribbons. "Nothing." She sighed onto his chest, and he felt her relax more into him. He would be an idiot if he didn't admit to himself how much he enjoyed her proximity like this. "All the teachers are gearing us up for the COMG exams. Even McGonagall seems flustered, though I suspect exams aren't the only thing bothering her." She didn't say more, because she didn't have to. They both knew what was teetering outside of Hogwarts and what they were all just waiting to happen. Or rather, they were just waiting for something to happen. Neither had any idea what that something would be. Draco felt Granger move her arm to caress his fingers and trace his signet RMG. "I have a confession," she murmured into his chest, and he had barely heard her. He kept silent for her to continue, and after a moment she did. Draco's initial reaction was shocked, that she had managed to slip the ring from his finger. It was proof of just how out of it he had been. Then came a wave of admiration at the impressive charm work she had carried out. And he then blamed himself for not being more attentive to notice that her necklace no longer graced her slender neck. With soft movements, he moved her hair aside to get a glimpse of what he knew would be her bare neck. He ran a single finger down her neck behind her ear, and she trembled against him to his immense pleasure. "Show me." She moved to release her hand from under the blanket before she waved her wand with the other to remove the glamour hiding the ring. She held out her left hand where the pearl adorned her ring finger amid the filigree of silver strings. Draco reached to palm her hand in his as he stared at the ring in awe. He felt his throat close up and breathing suddenly became difficult. She couldn't know, of course, that what she had done, and what she was now wearing was so similar to a situation Draco's mother had been preparing him for since his 4th year in school. When his father had made it clear how he was meant to canny out the Malfoy family line with the right bride of the right family. They had taken what they had called a family trip to one of the Malfoy vaults at Gringotts, where his mother had shown him the numerous lines of rings and other pieces of jewelry he would be expected to choose from when the day arrived for him to choose a ring for his future bride. There was no way Granger could have known that the particular design she had manufactured resembled the one Draco had pictured handing over to a then faceless witch in splendid robes. "Don't be mad about changing it. This way it's just easier to hide. I've told the few people who noticed before I thought to use the glamour, that it was a gift from my mother. That it used to be her. Well, it used to belong to her." Draco had trouble staffing his brain again and had to clear his throat several times before he was able to speak again. "Not mad, Granger. Merely surprised and impressed with your work. It looks good, but it is probably best you keep the glamour just in case." He coughed awkwardly and shifted his hold on Granger, who also seemed slightly uncomfortable as she sat up to face him. "I was so worried when you were hurt, I just thought." He shut her up with a kiss, the best way to do so, he had quickly found. Plus, she was often eager to return the kiss just as much. This was no different. "It's brilliant, Granger." He rested his forehead on hers before linking their hands together, a ring on both hands, and he felt his chest clench at the sight. Granger insisted he rest for the remainder of the night, and Draco was more than happy to oblige her in this, so long as she stayed next to him. She fretted a short while and kept insisting she should go back to her dormitory, though he could tell she wanted to stay but was afraid they would get caught. Eventually, they settled with Granger staying till Pomfrey turned out the torches lining the room. Once darkness fell, she crept from her place, gave him one hurried goodbye snog and promised to meet him in the astronomy tower the following night. But when she had closed the door behind her, Draco had a world of trouble keeping him from sleep. His world seemed to have been turned upside down in a manner of half an hour without him knowing so or agreeing to any of it. Hermione felt more relaxed once Draco was out of hospital wing. Things were starting to settle into a new but old routine again. Exams were looming closer and closer by the day, and Hermione was starting to feel the pressure more than ever. She knew these would determine what her final year at school would be like, and she was determined to do her very best. Harry and Ron didn't seem as bothered as her, but then again, they never had been when it came to schoolwork. Though Haney did listen to her when she told him Ginny needed the time to study for her OWLs, strangely but not unpleasantly, Katie grew to be a tentative part of their group dynamic in the Gryffindor common room on nights when she didn't have to study excessively for her NEWTS. It had been quite awkward the first night she had taken a silent seat next to Ron, considering everyone knew they were an item by then. Hermione noticed Lavender was sporting eyes redder and redder by the day and felt a pang of pain for the girl. She noticed Ron grimacing whenever he spotted it as well, but there wasn't much they could do about it. She had to give it to Ron, hiding his relationship with Katie had probably been a good thing either way. Once they got past that awkward first night, however, things settled quite naturally. Katie was never a fixed part of their little group as Ginny had been, so Katie came and went as she pleased. When she was there, she spoke animatedly with everyone, and upset both Harry and Ginny when they would argue Quidditch, and Ron would tease her for berating the cannons, but when the teasing stopped, he would look at Katie with such admiration in his eyes it nearly pained Hermione to watch. She was so happy for all her friends and the happiness they seemed to have found. Yet it pained her tremendously that she would most likely never be able to share her happiness in the same manner. On more than one occasion she would silently sit by as the other four joked or laughed at something Hermione hadn't been around to notice. Hermione discovered how easy it was to feel lonely despite being surrounded by people she loved. Whenever she sat by herself, she caught herself twirling the ring around her finger and thinking about Draco. The pleasure of feeling it wan in her palm made her heart race. But she didn't rush outside to meet him, as she had done nearly so many other nights. They quickly realized that they needed to come up with another system for their communication through the rings. Most times they simply used them to tell each other they were thinking about the other. If it heated 3 short stings, it meant they should meet, aside from their already regular meetings for brewing and evening visits to the astronomy tower. That night their brewing had been the most successful yet. They agreed that they had reached the perfect proportions to their potion, which they had yet to name as Slughorn had reminded them earlier that week. They had done several tests throughout the castle, most of them in an adventurous manner Draco had initially proposed. Hermione had trouble walking through many corridors without her cheeks heating from certain memorable encounters with Draco. Slughorn was most impressed with their work and had proposed to tie it to the Ministry on their behalf to secure the proper paperwork for their potion to be legislatively approved. His final remark had been the need for them to come up with a name, which had been their merry argument ever since. Draco insisted they call it the non-catching draft, which Hermione thought was ridiculous. In turn, he deflected her suggestion, problem pointless potions, as near insane for someone to pronounce regularly. So, on their final night of brewing the last batch just to make sure they had indeed gotten it right, they still had no name for their potion. We could just call it the Granger Malfoy potion, Hermione timidly suggested while filling the last phials with the shimmering liquid. I don't think we want anything combining our names at the present times. Draco drawled and made the small smile on Hermione's face vanish. He saw this of course and quickly came over to cup his hands around her face. You know what I mean, Granger. With the way things are outside this bloody castle I know. I know. She nodded in his hands and felt stupid for even being hurt about something as trivial as that. Draco didn't let go of her but held firm while his eyes roamed across her face. Granger, he moved one hand to the nape of her neck and tilted her head slightly to better look her in the eyes. You mean more to me than this stupid potion? He breathed before sealing his lips over hers and she reluctantly let out a moan at the touch. She was quick to rake her hands up his back and close behind his neck as she rose on her toes. Draco held her close and moved her head slightly to deepen the kiss just as he knew she liked. She couldn't hold back the second moan that escaped her then, and she felt Draco twitch against her. Merlin Granger. You have no idea. He breathed heavily and pushed himself away from her with a huge grin on his face. Hermione stroked her lips with a thumb from where Draco had just plundered her mouth. It was hard to hold back the satisfied smirk she knew was plastered across her features. If it weren't for the fact that Slughorn will be here in less than 5 minutes, I would. Draco had started moving closer to her again, but stopped dead when the door to the dungeon flung open and the man in question boomed, "Aho! Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy, how I have been looking forward to this. Shall we see then?" Professor Slughorn trotted over to their still simmering cauldron, where she noticed Draco was shuffling awkwardly on his feet. This made her bite her lip from laughing too much. Draco shot her a look that told her he knew exactly why she was suppressing a laugh and that she would surely pay for it later. As they explained how their potion was meant to keep someone out of trouble for the allotted time, Slughorn beamed between the two of them. It was clear he was extremely proud of his students, and Hermione couldn't help but feel proud as well. "And where, might I ask, did you manage such a resplendent supply of unicorn hair?" "That is not something one comes by easily, which is why I should suspect few people prepare to brew this readily." Hagrid helped with that part," Hermione offered, and saw Slughorn raise an interested brow. "Indeed. Indeed." He bobbed on the spot and reached for one of vials. "I shall post this with the required paperwork, and once you two have settled on a name for this little devil, things should be off seal." "Congratulations." He shook hands with both of them, which startled Draco. On his way out, Slughorn paused at the door. Hermione just expected him to remind them to clean things up, but he surprised them even further. "I should be very surprised if this does not grant you both an O in potions and a secured place on the very advanced lessons for next year's NEWTS." Hermione's eyes widened and she pivoted to look at Draco, who looked just as surprised. Slughorn twitched a smile and closed the door behind him. Hermione jumped and flung her arms around Draco, who stumbled but caught her all the same. With her arms around his neck, Hermione waved her wand to vanish most of their leftover ingredients and extinguish the fire under the cauldron. Draco smirked and helped her vanish the rest of the mess with a flick of his wand before he secured his arms around her waist. "What was it you were saying before Slughorn interrupted you?" Hermione offered with a raised eyebrow. "You devious little minx." Draco laughed and leaned closer, smirking right back at her. "Only because you." Draco's lips were wan and firm as always, and she clung to him that much tighter when his tongue began to trace the shape of her lips. She dug her fingers into his hair, which was longer than usual due to his time in the hospital wing, but she didn't mind at all. It only meant more for her to hold on to, and she pulled his head slightly left. He laughed against her skin as he began to trace kisses along her jaw up to her ear, which he nibbled affectionately. Hermione felt her knees go limp under her, and she moved to hold on to Draco's arms that were just then moving further south on her body. In all the time they had been snogging, and Hermione had quite frankly lost count, he would always caress her body as much as possible, but he never crossed the line of groping her. He was always respectful and made sure she was okay with whatever he did. Tonight was no different. Still, with his lips exploring her jaw and mouth, he rested his hands on the lower of her back, just above the curve of her bum. It sent a shock of excitement through Hermione's body she had never felt before. "Granger." Draco panted against her skin and his breath warmed her cheek. She heard the question in her name as well, the plea to touch her more than before. She hesitated a tiny second before she nodded against his face. Slowly, he moved his hands down her back and over her backside. The trail of his fingers left scorch marks under her skirt, and Hermione felt like someone had started the fire under her. He paused his movement when each of his hands was right on her bum, and then they gave a light squeeze that made Hermione jump in her skin and against Draco's chest. He laughed along with her. Salazar Granger, you have the most squeezable bum I've ever had my hands on. He gave it another squeeze, and this time she didn't jump into his chest but let out a surprised "oh" instead. He caressed her bum several times over with little squeezes in between, and Hermione quickly realized how much she liked it. And how she wanted to return the favor. She leaned back to study his face, where she knew he saw the unspoken request. You don't even have to ask, Granger. Her lips twitched at that before she moved her hands from Draco's shoulder and south, past his elbows and his waist, all the way to grab onto the firmest backside Hermione could fantasize about. Granted, bums were not the main thing she dreamt about, but cupping her small hands on Draco's firm behind sent a jolt of satisfaction through her entire being. She had never been a fan of Quidditch, but if years on a broom was the reason for such a firm backside, she could hardly complain about the sport any longer. In fact, she deemed she had a new appreciation for the game. He mimicked her surprised jump when she squeezed his bum, and she laughed. Your bum isn't so bad either. Quite the best I've felt in a long time. She teased, and he tightened his hold on her backside and pushed her closer to him. She pretended to ignore what exactly he pressed her flush against. Groping a lot of bums lately. He spoke against her lips with a teasing lilt. Just a few here and there. Purely for academic reasons, of course. She nibbled at his bottom lip and felt his chest vibrate with suppressed laughter. Academic reasons, of course. He proceeded to circle her bum with firm hands while she moved her thumb in circles on his. But Draco, your bum is by far my favorite. Yours have no comparison, Granger. Half an hour later, when Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room with her pocket full of vials of shimmering potion, her bum was so tender from all the groping Draco had done between cleaning their workstation, that she found it difficult to sit down comfortably. She didn't get a chance to either, when Harry rushed into the room, a frantic look on his face. He searched the room, finding only Hermione and Ron, and she noticed the look of disappointment at not locating Ginny among them. Wait here, he said before he hurled himself to his dorm and came back with several things in his arms. He thrust his Marauder's map at Ron. I'm going with Dumbledore. He thinks he's found one. But listen, he then told them everything he had heard from a drunken Trelawney and how his gut told him something was about to happen. I know you say Malfoy is part of the Order now, excuse me, what? Ron's indignant surprise next to Hermione made her forget everything that had just happened in the last few hours. But someone is still up to something in the Room of Requirement, and whoever it is, or whatever they are up to, I think it's going to happen tonight. So just be careful. Here, take this as well. He handed over what Hermione spotted was the last of his Felix Felicis. Her eyes widened. But Harry, surely you need this to go with Dumbledore. No, I'm with Dumbledore, like you just said. But give some to Ginny as well, and tell her. He paused to take a deep breath. Tell her I'll be back. Hermione pulled Haney in for a tight hug. We will. Just be careful, Harry. Don't do anything stupid. Ron chuckled beside them. Yeah, don't play the hero card, mate. I can't promise anything. Just stay safe and be on the lookout. I don't know, just go, Haney. Hermione urged him back out of the portrait hole and then turned to look at Ron. He was frozen in place and his expression had turned unreadable. Hermione shifted on her feet, unsure of what to do. She had just about decided to go around him and use the map to find Ginny when he spoke. You mind telling me more about this Malfoy being part of the Order now? Hermione quickly grabbed Ron to the furthest corner and shushed him. Lower your voice, Ron. No one can know. You and Harry aren't even supposed to know. Oh, but you are. Anger had seeped into his voice and his ears were turning red again. He kept flexing his hands into fists by his sides and Hermione didn't know what to do to calm him. So, she decided the truth would be best. Or at least as much of the truth as she could relinquish. She kept certain things to herself still. After a long while of her talking non-stop, Ron was no longer flexing his hands, but his ears remained flaming. Malfoy warned you to hide your parents. Yes. Malfoy stopped his task from you-know-who. Yes. And he's helping us now. Yes, Ronald. Ron looked like someone had just told him he had won the lottery of 1,000,000 galleons but then figured out it was a joke and the price had been a trunk load of Bulbatuberpuss. Hermione gently eased him to sit down and carried on in a whisper. You see now why things aren't as black and white as we've always believed them to be. My friendship with Malfoy changed him. For the better. And now he's helping us. He doesn't know everything, but he also suspects someone else at the castle has been given a similar task to the one he got. He's been trying to narrow it down, and based on recent events, I'd say it's quite positive Crabbe has something to do with it. That got Ron's attention to snap back. He returned to school just yesterday. With a bollocks story of wanting to finish his exams. Ron snorted, and Hermione forced a laugh as well. They both knew if Crabbe ever had the chance to skip an exam, he would jump at it. Something else was making him come back to the castle. If what Harry said just now, and what Malfoy has been telling me is right, then Crabbe must be doing something in the room of requirement as well. Right, we need to figure out how to watch him. Ron jumped from his seat and started pacing, his mind starting to spiral. Hermione got to her feet as well after having crouched before Ron. As she moved, the files in her pockets clinked together. Ron. She paused his pacing with a soft hand on his arm. I have something else. Holding up a clear file, she flashed him a grin. What is it? Draco was trying his best to sleep that night. After having had his hands all over Granger's ass, he had stuffed his hands in his pockets and decided not to wash them for a long while. Of course, his following trip to take a shower in the prefect's bathroom and cool down had turned things quite differently. The second he had removed his clothes, his groin had decided to announce its presence once again. Draco had groaned when his hand had brushed along the sensitive skin of the tip. He tried ignoring it while the water ran down his body. But his hands kept curling to mimic the feeling of Granger's ass cheeks in his hands. They had fitted perfectly like her bum had been made for his hands, and Salazar, if it hadn't felt glorious to be able to squeeze and pinch it for all he could. There were far more things he wanted to do to that delectable backside, but he had held himself back. And he had pretended to ignore her, pretending to ignore his growing erection rubbing against her front when he had pulled her close to him. With water in his eyes, there had been nothing to it. He needed the release, or he wouldn't be able to sleep at all later that night. With thoughts of Granger's ass in his hands as he had had them full of earlier, he had started to stroke himself. The internal change was that Draco pictured her backside without the ridiculous frumpy school skirt. His length fivitched when his brain tried to picture what kind of underwear Granger might fancy. The streaming water was a pleasant sensation to the growing heat that gathered in Draco's groin, and he was growing rather familiar with what places in the prefect's bathroom afforded the most privacy for these endeavours. He picked up the pace along his hardening length, biting down on his bottom lip, while picturing it was Granger's lips doing so, and a surprising twitch rocked his hips forward into his hand. He had to use the other hand to steady himself against the wall. Fuck. Draco twisted his hand slightly and loosened his grip as he closed his eyes and imagined it was Granger's hands on his slick length. That it was Granger's hand that circled the tip and teased him just the way he liked it. That it was Granger's hand that pumped him harder and harder with each stroke. His pace peaked, and Draco felt his hips join in on the movement. He nearly pushed himself into the wall with his uncontrolled thrusting. He kept his eyes firmly shut and his brain decided to torture him differently with images of Granger in just her underwear standing before him. With a loud "thwoock," Draco spilled himself all over the tiles of the wall and watched the water wash it down the drain seconds later. He stood panting, resting his head against the cool tiles, while the last tremors shook his body and a pleasant calmness came over him. It was a calmness that had only lasted him for some hours. But it was not because of Granger he was lying awake this particular night, as it was most other nights. No, tonight it was because he sensed something was wrong. Darkness had fallen outside, and the dormitory should be quiet with various levels of snoring. And Vincent's should be the loudest of the bunch. But all Draco could hear was the light breathing of Blaise and Theo. There was no snoring from either Vincent or Greg. He knew Vincent had returned to the castle just the day before with a sodding excuse that no one in their right mind should believe. Draco turned to look at the empty bed. The idiot hadn't even made it look like he had slept in his bed. The same went for Greg's bed. Draco sat up, deep in thought about what to do next. He had no way of knowing for sure, but something deep in his gut told him trouble was coming. He just had no idea how to deal with it without knowing what it was. And that bothered him more than anything. Should he wake Blaise and Theo? Glancing either way, he decided no. Blaise was sound asleep with a satisfied smirk even in his sleep, which told Draco more than enough about what the bloke might be dreaming about. Theo lay curled up around himself and Draco knew he was a light sleeper in any case. Best let him get his rest in if anything were ever to happen. But he got up from his bed and went to the window. Everything looked the same outside. The moon was barely out, not even full. He could see the blurry outlines of the Aurors patrolling around the castle and on the grounds. Smoke rose from Hagrid's stupid hut. He heaved a deep breath into his sore chest and rubbed absently at some of the scars. They would tingle slightly after a warm shower for a while, or so Pomfrey had told him. Because of the curse in them, they would never heal normally as any other scar. They would make their presence known from time to time in the form of twinges and flashes of heat, most often triggered by forced temperatures such as warm showers, but other than that he would hardly notice them. Except when he looked at himself in the mirror. When he did that, he would think of 1,000 curses, jinxes and hexes he planned to throw at Potter someday when Granger wasn't looking. Draco's lips twitched upwards, and he was just about to turn back to his bed when the sky flashed. Draco spun back instantly, and his stomach dropped to the floor. There blazing in the sky high above the castle was the mark Draco knew by heart. He had traced it on his arm several times and had cursed it even more times over. It shone brightly against the night sky and lit up a large part off grounds. The dark mark flared high above, and from where Draco stood, he couldn't see where or who had shot it into the sky. He just knew it meant all hell was about to break loose. But all he could immediately think about was one thing. Granger. Chapter End notes. I had wanted to give you this on the final day of 2022, but a 03 broke. Also, please don't hate me for the ending of this chapter. In the meantime, you can always find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Unexpected guests. Chapter notes. This is another dual POV chapter. It's also quite violent towards the end. So TW for minor violence, people getting hurt and general blood. I hope this is enough of a TW for you. If not, please let me know in a comment so I can better warn feature you of any content in this way with future chapters. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Granger. It was the only thought that rang TLN off Draco's momentarily stalled brain capacity. Granger. He needed to get to her and make sure she was safe, and that she didn't do something stupid like the Gryffindor she was. Damn it! He kicked into action and sprinted to pull on whatever clothes he could grab and flung it over his pajamas. He heard Blaise and Theo grunt in their sleep but decided it was best for them if they stayed ignorant as long as possible. If Theo's father was anywhere near the castle, Theo would be of no use to either side of the battle. Draco knew would break loose eventually. Blaise was decent enough with his wand, but Draco was still unsure which side he leaned towards. Apart from Blaise's side in all things considered. Draco paused and rubbed his ring and was beyond grateful to feel its heat back to him. At least she was functioning properly at the moment. He could only pray she hadn't seen the mark yet and wasn't running along with Potter or Weasel trying to be the stupid heroes they always had to be. The Slytherin common room was far quieter than normal, even despite the late hour of things. It was almost as if there were fewer students in the adjoining dormitories. Draco's throat closed up because maybe that was indeed the case. Many of his housemates had parents who were known as Death Eaters, whether the rest of the world knew about it or not. Fucking hell, Draco whispered to himself when he closed the door behind him and found himself alone in a dark-lit corridor. He had no idea what time it was, but it felt well past midnight. His initial thought was to sneak away to Gryffindor Tower and barricade himself in with Granger to make sure she stayed put, whether she liked it or not. He knew she would get prissy about it, but to hell with that, if it meant her safety. If there were Death Eaters around, she would be a #1 target and Draco would have none of that. But as he snuck through the corridors, another thought snuck up on him. Where were Vincent and Greg? Draco stopped dead in his tracks and looked upwards, where he knew the stairs would lead him to a room, where things were hidden, and people could carry out secret agendas. Curse the sodding idiots. Draco took off at a sprint. The doors to the hidden room had been blown right off, and when Draco bounded round the corner just minutes earlier it had been to the site of what probably should have been a pleasant family reunion to many others. But to Draco it made his blood run cold. When the doors had blown out, none other than Lucius Malfoy strode out, followed by the O'Favery and Draco's deranged Aunt Bellatrix. Aunt Bella's hair flared around her face and made her look even more deranged than she already was. Draco had frozen on the spot when behind them, out came Vincent with a mad and gleeful smile plastered across his face. He had been practically bouncing on the spot from whatever he had done to manage to get Death Eaters inside the castle. Draco dove behind a set of armor and waited with bated breath. Fuck. Why the hell were they here? He could hear them whispering, single words like Potter, Dumbledore, and not back yet floated over to him where he tried to steady his breathing. He reached for his wand and kept it tightly in hand while his brain tried to keep up. They were after Potter. Well, that much was always certain. The Dark Lord was always after Potter. And Draco had been tasked with killing Dumbledore from the start, so it only made sense for them to go after the old codger tonight as well. But that brought him back to the question of why tonight? Let's go, boys. Bellatrix's voice rang out loud and clear and she coaxed her male companions to follow along. The sneer and tease in her voice made Draco's hair at the back of his neck stand on end. He twisted to look around the set of armor and found them walking in his direction. Fuck. Fuck it, he had a part to play. Reaching for his deepest wall of occlumency, he schooled his features and loosened the grip on his wand before he stepped out from his hiding place. Father. What a pleasant surprise, though I can't say I expected you. Lucius Malfoy's lip curled with something Draco could not recognize, but his aunt's surprised cackle had him throw up extra mental shields. Draco. She purred and stepped closer to clasp her arms around his shoulders. She slid her wand tip along his jaw, and he closed his eyes at the touch. Perhaps you can show us the way. Her voice slithered down his spine and made him force himself to stand still to not show any signs of disgust. When he opened his eyes again, he was sure Vincent was prepared to murder him right on the spot. For some reason, Draco couldn't spot Greg anywhere and he didn't know if that should worry him. Of course. Depends on where you want to go. He offered his arm to his aunt, as the gentleman his father had raised him to be, and the deranged woman took it like they were on their way to a nice family dinner. I think you know, Draco darling. She purred and pursed her lips into a jeering smile. Hermione quickly lost track of time. She and Ron had each taken a dose of the potion she and Draco had made, on top of a single swig of Felix Felicis. The latter she made Ginny take the final mouthful before they started plotting out what to do for the night. Hermione had pulled her the coin and called for whoever wanted to help. Turned out only 2 people still checked their coins regularly, and Hermione's heart swelled at the sight of Luna and Neville, and less surprisingly Katie standing alongside her, Ron and Ginny in the hidden passageway that led to the part of the castle where they knew the professors had their rooms. Another of Haney's persistent requests had been to keep an eye out for Snape. Hermione had not had the energy to argue with the distraught Haney, right before he was to leave with Dumbledore to go search for a Horcrux, so she had relented to be the one to be the lookout. Okay, I'll stay here and watch Snape's office. Ron, you take the map and keep an eye out for anything out of ordinary. The rest of you, just Hermione broke off when they heard a loud clamour from somewhere outside the castle. Ron slipped out from the passageway and looked out the window. Hermione saw his face get lit up by a green light and she knew what made Ron's eyes steel themselves. He strode back to the little group and with his wand still in hand he reached for both Hermione and Katie's hands. His features were set in hard determination she had never seen before. Katie looked scared from the way Ron's hold on her tightened, but when she tried to pry her hand away, he just held on tighter. Hermione knew what that green light meant even without having to look outside. Change of plans, Ron spoke gruffly. Ron, if you think for 1 second, that one I'm not telling you to. Good, because I was in the two, you know, and I know just as much, if not more about just don't let go, yeah. Ron held up his enclosed hand with Katie's between them and silenced their argument with a hard look. Katie nodded back and then turned to look at Hermione for what their new plan was to be. She felt her ring heat, and she rubbed it back quickly without thinking. Next thing she heard several loud noises from somewhere within the castle and they all froze on the spot. Go. She hissed and pushed them out of the passageway to go warn as many as they could, as they had planned to begin with. Hermione shifted on the spot as she watched her friends scamper down the corridors, Ron's lit wand leading the way. She turned to look out the window to reassure herself with what she really hoped wasn't there. But of course, she knew it would be. Her next choice might very well make or break things for everyone. Hermione glanced back and forth between the green stain on the sky and the still-shut door to Snape's office. In 3 quick strides, she had her arm raised to knock when it was wrenched open, and she stood face to face with the long and upturned nose of Professor Snape. As Draco moved through the castle with his aunt clutching ridiculously tight to his arm, Draco noticed certain things. For instance, there was a curious absence of all the errors that had been roaming the corridors and stairs for most of the school year. Around every corner they went, they saw no one and Aunt Bella's grin widened each time they entered a deserted corridor. Draco kept his mouth shut and his eyes ahead to avoid looking at his aunt. She would let out a shrill cackle on occasion and shoot a stray hex at something on the walls along the way, to which his father would tell her to stop acting too foolish, they had a job to do. Draco was meant to be the one leading the way, but it became apparent very quickly he was the puppet and not the puppeteer. Aunt Bella led the way with a firm hold on his arm, and he found himself by the front doors of the castle with the great hall behind him. His father swished his wand and the large oak doors swung open to let in the night sky. That was when Draco noticed the next important thing of the night. The dark mark had not been set above the castle. It shone brightly above Hogsmeade, where Draco then started to spot the tiny lights in several windows flare to life. Through the blurred shadows movement was visible, and from the different flashes, he quickly surmised where the remaining errors had gone. Aunt Bellatrix finally let go of his arm and took up a strange position by the door. Lucius Malfoy went to stand by his son with a closed expression on his face. Lucius turned to Avery and Vincent, who had kept up the rear of their strange party through the castle. You know what to do." Avery nearly split his face in two and showed the most horrendous set of teeth Draco had seen in many years when he grinned broadly. Vincent bounced on his feet eagerly and the two walked past Draco and his father. "Told you I would do it." Vincent hissed in his face as he passed, but Draco kept his occlumency up and just leaned away from his former friend. Still no sign of Greg anywhere. Draco felt his father step closer when the other two passed. "Draco, what?" Draco spat the words at his father, anger sliced into the word. He didn't even care how much his father flinched from the single world. All Draco cared about at that moment was getting everyone in his family as far away as possible from the castle. The further away he got them, the safer she would be. Because he knew she would be one of their main targets. If not for her blood status, then for the fact that she was friends with Potter. Draco ground his teeth at the thought he had been one of these fools just a year ago. Back when he had been blind to the brilliance of Granger and ignorant of the beauty she radiated in every aspect that mattered. "Draco, you must." His father didn't get the words out because at that moment Aunt Bella had fired a hex towards Hagrid's hut and a huge fire started devouring it. The flames licked up the side of the old hut and found their way to the roof. It moved too fast for the large man to fry and put it out, though that didn't stop him from trying. Draco half expected the rest of the staff to come storming out to help him. Except they didn't. Aunt Bella jumped on the spot as she clapped her hands together in delight, a loud cackle echoing off the walls around them. Draco ground his teeth together and shut his eyes at the sight. As much as he wanted to help, he couldn't. He just had to play his part and wait. Hermione could hear so many noises from above her. She had barely spoken a word to Snape, then again she didn't need to. He most likely already knew what was going on. He had looked at her with narrowed and attentive eyes before he practically swept her into his office. With a final look at her, he had as close as ordered her to stay put while he went to sort things out. She had heard the distinct sounds of several locking charms before his retreating footsteps echoed outside the door. Hermione rarely cursed, but at that precise moment, she muttered a bunch of curses at the expense of Severus Snape. He had locked her in his office. For her protection. It was ludicrous when there was so many other students' safety to think of. The castle was packed with students who needed to be secured, and that was before they could even begin to figure out what was happening. Hermione went to pull on the door even though she knew it was no use. Of course, it didn't budge and she tried several more Alhamora and still nothing. Without thinking she rubbed her ring and hoped Draco would be safe. She pushed Snape's chair over to the single window, which was much too high for any sunlight to make its entrance into the room. It was also much too small for Hermione to escape through even if she wanted to try and test the extensive drop beneath it. But it did allow her a view of things outside and most particularly the dark mark that still illuminated half the grounds from this vantage point. She saw that it hadn't been above the castle, but it floated somewhere above the now awakened Hogsmeade. That was strange but no less scary. She hopped down from the chair again and began pacing the room, trying to think of spells to undo Snape's very solid locking charms. If only she hadn't given Ron the Marauder's map, she would have known where everyone was and if they were all right. She would feel her ring heat in uneven intervals, and she sent the same heat back, letting Draco know that she was fine the way he did. It was the only thing she had to go by. And it eased her heart just a little bit. But her chest was still tight with anxiety and desperation to go and help her friends. Turning to Snape's shelves, she started to look for something that could help her out of her confinement. She surmised, if she didn't find anything useful in a matter of minutes, she could always try a bombarder and blow the door off its hinges. Though she wasn't exactly keen on trying that one. Ginny had always been better at that particular spell. But close to 10 minutes later, Hermione's nerves got the better of her, when she still hadn't found anything in the number of books she had pulled from Snape's bookshelf, apart from a confirmation that she would never be a teacher in the dark arts. She took up a stance behind the desk facing the door and raised her wand. As a precaution, she bent her knees slightly to be able to duck once the spell hit and shrapnel was sure to blow everywhere. Hermione sucked in a deep breath, closed her eyes and pointed her wand at the center of the door. Bombarda. Draco's heart stopped momentarily when he spotted the unruly hair of Potter and the old man leaning on him. Dumbledore looked like he was already half dead the way he hung off Potter's shoulder. Except for the way he held his wand, which was still tightly clutched in his yet-to-be-bruised hand. Draco swallowed the lump in his throat and watched his Aunt Bella dance across the grounds, cackling loudly as she fired hexes around without a care in the world. Behind Potter and Dumbledore strode forward a large group of what Draco could only hope were the Aurors that had been missing from the castle. Not that he felt particularly pleased to see them at this point. Somehow, several Death Eaters had joined him and his father on the front steps of the castle. Among them was Severus Snape as he slithered his way to the front and just behind Draco and his father. Lucius. We need to act swiftly before I know. Lucius grit out between his teeth without looking at the man. Somewhere behind and below the castle, Draco heard a loud crash. To his surprise, Snape hissed and shook his head in frustration. Stupid girl. He muttered and turned his back for a second. Draco could just watch as Potter and Dumbledore slowly approached with the Aurors behind them. I don't believe tonight was to be a celebration. Dumbledore's crass voice sounded much higher in the darkness than it was. Mainly because he was the only one daring to speak to the crowd. Draco had lost count of how many Death Eaters had emerged out of the blue and taken up standing behind him and his father. After the first dozen, he stopped counting and focused on his occlumency. I don't think you'll be doing much celebration tonight, old man. Leered his Aunt Bellatrix as she danced to the front of the many men in dark robes and poised wands. The wind rustled the robes around Draco, who still wore his more casual outfit of a grey sweater and dark trousers. His hold on his wand was so tight he was sure he wouldn't be able to release the hold for hours after. His wand would be moulded to his hand. Perhaps not. But I think I have failed in my hosting abilities tonight. Dumbledore still kept up his insane polite conversation and Draco nervously shifted on his feet. Suddenly his aunt turned and sought Draco's eyes in the crowd. When she found him, her eyes turned beyond mad and Draco felt a lead of dread settle in his stomach. Lucius, Draco, come forward and greet our host for the evening. She shouted and waved her wand to pull her two blonde cousins forward. Draco felt the invisible strings around his chest and almost tried to fight them for a second before he remembered his part in this. He was fairly certain what she would want him to do next. That much closer, Draco could hear the wheezing way the old man was breathing and how Potter panted under his weight. Draco tried to avert his eyes from the scene before him, but for just a second his eyes locked with Potter. It was not even an entire second, but it was enough to see understanding and recognition in Potter's eyes. He knew Draco didn't want to be there any more than he did. He knew Draco had no intention to kill either of them. Potter was insane for throwing his trust at Draco at that moment, but Draco took hold of it and wound it around his mind as best he could. It was the only reason he was able to raise his wand at his classmate and headmaster when his Aunt Bella slithered up next to him and whispered in his ear in a hiss. Now is your chance, Draco. She wouldn't stand still, and though she kept twirling around like a ballerina from hell, Draco cast his eyes across the group of people before him behind Potter and Dumbledore. He spotted several familiar faces of people he knew were in the Order. No one had their wands raised, but they held them in a way Draco knew meant that they were ready for hell to break loose any second. It was as if time had frozen between the two sides of the grounds. Behind him stood the Death Eaters, all of them waiting for Draco to say the incantation and make a swift motion of the old man before him. Behind him were devastation, destruction and ludicrous ideas of how they believed the world should be. Before him was the Order, poised to attack if need be. Before him was, Draco realized the feeling with a horrified surprise, Hope for a better future, where people like Granger never had to fight so hard to prove they belonged. Before him was hope for a future with Granger. For a second he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him when he thought he saw her bushy hair among the crowd in the shadows before him. But that was impossible. "Do it, Draco!" roared his aunt somewhere behind him, and Draco adjusted his wand and pointed it right at the space between Potter and Dumbledore. He locked eyes with Potter for a fraction of a second and both moved their heads in a minuscule of nods before Draco spoke the spell in his head and watched his wand non-verbally fire a frail reducto between the Chosen One and the one man the Dark Lord truly feared for reasons unknown to Draco. And that was when all hell broke loose. When Hermione sprinted through the almost empty corridors, she didn't even stop for the scared-looking students that had crept out of their beds with all the commotion going on. She barely had time to scream at them to go back to their houses and stay there for their safety. Most she saw thankfully listened to her, but she didn't have time to exert her prefect power over every straggling student and send them to bed as much as she wanted to. Her mind was elsewhere, which was why she had to bolt back around the last corner when a red light shot right by her left ear. She reached up and felt her hair singed, but that seemed to be the worst of it. Pausing to catch her breath, she waited to see if the person shooting the hex would come around the corner and try to finish the job. However, after several moments in solitude, she reasoned it must have been a stray curse flying from the mix of the battle she could hear coming from the Great Hall. Turning slowly around the corner, she saw dancing flames outside the front doors and heard Hagrid's frantic yelling and Fang's upset barks. She was halfway through a step that way when another spell barely missed her head. "Think, Hermione, think." She ducked behind the armor next to her and tried to think of the best solution in an impossible situation. She couldn't rush to help Hagrid, that much was certain. She could hear several voices and people shouting from the Great Hall and surmised that someone must be dueling, the hall outside lit up with the many colors of curses and counter spells. Hermione rubbed her ring one last time. She had not felt it warm for a long time and fear had taken permanent residence in her heart. But then again, it had always had a room there, only now it seemed to have settled more firmly. Hermione closed her eyes briefly before bracing herself for the ongoing battle she could only hear. She held out her wand arm and was prepared to fire at will when she turned the corner. Two Death Eaters, one she recognized as Yaxley from his Azkaban poster, were dueling Tonks on the far side of the Great Hall. She was holding them at bay while Lupin was busy dueling his own Death Eater just to her left. Hermione had to duck when yet another Death Eater spotted her and fired a hex in her direction. She briefly registered Tonks noticing her and nearly slipping in the hundreds of colored stones that littered the floor. In the far corner were the wrecked hourglasses of each house. In a mocking turn of fate, the only hourglass still holding it together was the emerald green of Slytherin House. Adrenaline kicked in just then and she jumped to her feet and fired leg locker jinxes at anyone in dark robes. She could feel both potions from earlier still in her system and she whirled on the spot, just as a flash of green blasted by her ear and she aimed another jinx at one of Death Eater's dueling Roberts. The Death Eater fell over on his face and Roberts shot a stunner at him before he turned to duel someone else. Hermione had barely taken a second to look at her surroundings when she felt a sting in her left shin. Something wet trickled down and pooled in her shoe as she looked down. A dark stain formed on her pants as she inspected the cut from what she was sure must have been a poorly hit slicing curse. Bollocks! She ducked and quickly murmured a spell to hastily bandage her leg before she rose to her full height and aimed her wand only to be blasted backwards on her rear from Ginny's powerful reducto coming from somewhere. Sitting on her ass, Hermione scrambled to get to her wand which had been knocked from her hand in the blast. Fortunately, she saw this was the case for several of the Death Eaters as well, and a number of them were held down with stunners in a flash of light from the still-standing Order members. Finally, Hermione spotted her wand not far from her outstretched hand and she rolled on her stomach to reach it. She ignored the wet sensation across her stomach as she did so, and fought to ignore the shooting pain up her leg from the movement. Just as she was about to close her fingers around her wand, a heavy booted foot stomped down on her hand, and she heard a sickening crunch that sent bile up her throat. "Not so fast, my little mudblood!" Hermione screamed as someone pulled her up by her hair, and she was face to face with a putrid-looking Death Eater with the ugliest set of yellow teeth she had ever seen. His shaven head bent low, and he sniffed her scruffy hair and let out a chuckle. "I'm going to have fun with you, my filthy." Hermione suddenly felt the weight of the ugly man sag on her as his fingers slipped from her head and she was dropped to the ground on unsteady feet again. When her feet touched the ground, her knees buckled in pain from the slice on her leg. But strong arms were quick to pull her up and heave her away from the mess of the knocked-out Death Eater, who now lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Hermione started to scream and kick to wrench herself from the tight hold of whoever had snaked their arms around her waist without her noticing. It only made the person hold on stronger and haul her into the shadows behind an upturned table. "Granger! Stop kicking me!" Draco's voice hissed in her ear, and she deflated instantly in his arms. His arms loosened around her, and she spun to face him. There was a smear of blood down his temple and his hair on the same side was caked in dried blood, but apart from plaster dust and dirt sprinkled over his clothes, he appeared fine. She cupped his face, studied his grey eyes, and soon saw dark signs of heavy occlusion. "Draco!" She breathed and planted a firm kiss on his lips, not even caring that hexes were flying around them. He kissed her back fervently but pulled back too soon. "Not here. It's still too dangerous." "Why are you here?" He was fighting to not raise his voice and give their tentative hiding spot away. Without warning, he cast out a shield charm to encircle them while he continued to glare at her. "Where's everyone else?" "What's going on, Draco? Stop!" "Granger, I need you to stop Draco." "I'm not going anywhere, so you can." "Why are you so fucking stubborn?" "Sodding Gryffindors and their heroics, I swear to Salazar if Potter hadn't Haney." "Where is he?" "Is he?" "I'm fine thank you, just trying to keep you alive by the way." "That's not Draco." He pushed forward to get them out of sight from the curse that flew in that same direction only seconds later, and being the Slytherin he was, Draco used the opportunity to flatten her to the ground and shut her up with another searing kiss. Once his lips left hers again, he breathed heavily against her skin and closed his eyes in defeat. "Just try not to die, okay? I'm going to murder you if you do." He kissed her forehead again and lingered far too long given the circumstances, but Hermione savoured every touch. She reached up to cup his cheek and sought his eyes. "Come back, Draco," she whispered, and then he was gone. Chapter end notes. In the meantime, you can always find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. The aftermath chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. When Draco came back from his occlumency spiral after being forced to leave Granger behind, he was outside on the grounds again. He had never hated himself more than he did at that moment. He cursed himself to hell and back for leaving Granger behind, but he knew he couldn't haul her with him. It would be too dangerous for her to be with him at the moment. He was supposed to be a fucking Death Eater trying to one-up the Chosen One and an old man. Not that he had actually done anything. His father and Snape had seen to that and forcibly pushed Draco out of the way after his supposedly failed reducto earlier. His aunt had been beside herself in fury, and it was a pain to even try and keep track of all the spells she haphazardly threw around the perimeter. Raising his head, he tried to spot his father or Snape, and struck lucky for once in his life, when he spotted both of them near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He couldn't understand why they were out here and, in the shadows, instead of dueling with the rest of the stupid Death Eaters in the Great Hall. Fuck did he care? As long as he didn't have to deal with his psycho aunt anymore that day. From the sounds of things, she had long disappeared when it looked like they couldn't get a hit on Dumbledore anyway. The few remaining Death Eaters eager to battle it out inside the Great Hall were just the leftover scraps. Draco knew this and felt smugger than he thought at the idea of Granger handing them their ass, as he knew she was capable of. He sauntered over to his father and Snape, who seemed to be arguing in hushed voices. The second his father spotted Draco, the two men shut up and turned to face Draco. "Draco, your father and I have plop." Somewhere behind the still scorching hut that used to be Hagrid's house came Aunt Bellatrix again, only this time she wasn't alone. On either side of her walked the furry bastard Fenrir Greyback and Dolohov. The three of them paused when they spotted Draco, Lucius and Snape. His Aunt Bellatrix smiled viciously and licked her lips. She leaned towards Greyback, but her soft words still carried to Draco. "Go enjoy yourself, Fenrir." Draco froze on the spot, and he was sure he had been about to sprint back to the castle had it not been for the hand that had taken a firm hold around his upper arm. Snape's robes fluttered against Draco's sleeve as the man looked down his long nose at Draco and barely shook his head at him. But Draco wrenched his arm free all the same just as Greyback let out a maddening howl to the sky. Aunt Bella cackled before she winked at the rest of them and then walked at a far too leisurely pace to the gates of the grounds, where she then apparated away. "What the fuck?" Draco spun on his two elders, not even caring that Dolohov could still hear him even as he jogged up to the castle as well. His father took hold of Draco's arm as well and pulled him closer to the edge of the forest. "This is just the final show, Draco. Things did not turn out as planned, as I'm sure you are aware. However, we are going to use this to your advantage." Lucius roughed in his pockets, still, his one hand clung to Draco's arm. Draco watched him produce a small sliver of parchment rolled into a tiny scroll. "You still have your part to play. Now is the time to play it to your advantage. The rules are changing, and we need to play outside the chessboard." Draco furrowed his brow at his father's nonsense. He was losing it from the sounds of things. His father stuffed the tiny scroll in his pocket and then turned his attention to Snape. "I shall have to trust you on this. You know what will happen if some things are better left unsaid." Lucius Snape spoke through clenched teeth and folded his hands in front of his dark robes. Lucius straightened but nodded. He then faced Draco one last time. "Play your part, Draco." He clapped a hand on his shoulder and then followed the same way his aunt had just done. "What the fuck was that about?" Draco stared after his father, who didn't even turn around before he was gone. The sounds from the castle suddenly sounded much too loud and Draco turned to Snape for any pointers to what the hell he was supposed to do now. "Come along." Snape turned on his heel and didn't wait to see if Draco would follow. It wasn't as if Draco had any choice but to follow, so he did. He had to hurry his stride a few times, which hurt his left thigh from where Potter's stinging hex had hit him. Draco rubbed the spot absently and tried to go through his head of all the shite that had gone down in the last few hours. It was hard to believe it had only been a few hours since he had seen the dark mark appear in the sky and things had taken a turn for the worse. Once Draco had misfired his reducto at the space between Potter and Dumbledore, as expected, all hell had broken loose. Dumbledore had been flung to the ground, and from what little Draco could tell in the ongoing battle, he had not risen from where he had fallen. Potter had hovered above his beloved headmaster for one moment before he rose and flung himself in the middle of the battle that exploded between Death Eaters and Order members. Potter had tried to disarm as many Death Eaters as possible, while Draco had just tried to avoid getting hit by any number of spells that flew around him. He would use to aim some weak hex at a far-off Order member, just to keep up his role in everything, but his heart was never in it and he rarely took up enough aim to hit anyone properly. Draco suspected his father had noticed this, because at one point he had rushed over to pull Draco from the line of one particular nasty cursor a Dawlish had fired in their general direction, and Draco had turned seconds later to see an old tree trunk exploding into bits and pieces. The sneer Lucius Malfoy produced afterwards was like none other Draco had ever seen. His father had forced him to take up a place of somewhat hiding behind him, while Lucius Malfoy strode into the battle, robes billowing behind him. Before he started shooting spells in every direction, he cast one spell Draco didn't know in the direction of the castle. Moments later, Snape appeared next to Draco and escorted him closer to the shadows of the forest. Draco had been as good as petrified from everything that had been going on around him, that he paid little attention to anything. Snape had spoken to him, and moments later he was being forced back to the castle. Snape had been about to forcibly return him to the Slytherin common room when Draco had spotted it just inside the Great Hall, where several Death Eaters had managed to gain entrance. A mane of wild chestnut hair. Without a second thought, Draco had shrugged off Snape's hold on his shoulder and dashed inside the Great Hall for her. Of course, Granger would throw herself into the battle. He watched her double over from the cut on her leg, but he still hadn't been able to get to her fast enough. Draco's insides had coiled in disgust when he watched the bastard Avery bend down and pick her up by her hair. Draco had heard of Avery and what he liked to do to female muggle bombs, and his next reaction had been pure instinct. It was all it took for Draco to see red and send a stunner to the man's back without hesitation. He went down too easy, and of course, she didn't. The look in her eyes when she realized who had grabbed her all but stopped his heart and made him want to apparate the two of them far away. He very nearly would have done so if it weren't for the wards around the castle and the fact that she would never forgive him if he did so. It had taken everything in him to leave her behind that table and go search for his father or Snape. He mouthed curses at himself for leaving her, even though he knew there was no other way. They had to remain a secret for everyone's sake. If he had taken her with him, she would have ended up a prisoner or worse. And Draco would not have hesitated to curse every man in sight to get her back. His wand trembled in his hand just thinking about it. But that didn't mean he had to like leaving her behind, and he would surely tell her this once they got out of this horrible mess. Snape took Draco around the castle and through some hidden entrance that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Draco hadn't been paying attention, but the sounds from pots and pans made him raise his head again. Snape had taken him to the kitchens. Around their knees, several house elves trembled from the still-sounding booms that echoed above their heads. Draco winced when two elves clung to each other for comfort. "Come, Draco." Snape's voice cut TLN off the tension, and Draco hurried his pace to the doors. Snape shoved them both through. "You are close to your dormitories. Go and remain there until I or someone else returns with news to the rest of your house. All houses are kept in their respective common rooms. As far as anyone is concerned, you have been in Slytherin's common room all evening. Are we understood?" Snape clasped his hands under his dark robes and glared down at Draco. Draco threw up his mental shields, knowing what Snape was about to do. He felt the pricking sensation he knew was from when someone tried to glimpse into his head. Snape raised his chin and nodded once. "Good. Now go." Draco didn't hesitate to turn his back and rush back to his dormitory. He nearly knocked over several other Slytherins on his way in, as they were trying to sneak out and find out what was going on. "Draco, mate, what the bloody hell?" Blaise came to help him back on his feet, but stopped dead when he spotted the caked blood on Draco's face. Right, he should probably take care of that. He pulled himself from Blaise's hands and headed straight for the bathrooms. Sod the bloke for following him in there. "I'm not much for show and tell usually, Blaise, but I know you." "Shut up, Draco. Why are you covered in blood? What the bloody hell is happening?" "Some of the portraits are shrieking about Death Eaters." Draco paused while pulling his shirt over his head. A slight wince in his side made him cringe as the movement also pulled on some of his still healing scars. He hadn't even thought of those all night, and of course, now they came back with a vengeance. Well, those gossips are bound to get something right eventually. He muttered and tossed his shirt next to his muddy pants on the floor. He didn't bother to look back to see if Blaise was still there before he stepped out of his briefs and started the running shower. He didn't even bother to wait for the water to heat before stepping under the spray. Blaise stood watching, open-mouthed and trying to figure something out. "Mate, if you just want to watch, you might as well pull up a chair." Draco forced himself to put on the playful act and lift one side of his mouth in a grin. That hurt like hell too. Blaise shook himself and locked eyes with Draco for a second. "Shite, mate." He huffed a breath and started pacing on the spot. "Normally, I would happily take you up on that offer, but given the circumstances." Blaise trailed off and left Draco to shower by himself with no further explanations. Draco was glad to finally have a moment to himself. This night had been utter hell. It had started like one of the fucking best nights of his life when he had finally been able to put his hands on Granger's ass, and then of course those lunatics had to go and fuck things up and ruin that delightful memory for him. Salazar, if his stupid cock didn't fidget at the memory again. Seriously, what was wrong with him? He had just seen her nearly get mauled by a fucking Death Eater, and that was where his prick was going. Draco banged his head, hard, on the tiles, and some clarity found its way to his head, both of them for that matter. He applied occlumency for the rest-off shower to cool down. It helped clear his mind, and that's when he remembered the tiny scroll his father had handed him. Once he dimmed himself clean again, he donned a towel and bent to find the scroll. He quickly dimmed his clothes unsalvageable and kicked them to the side. He was just about to unfold the scroll when a putrid little third year came into use, the 100. Draco hurried to clutch the scroll and depart for his dorm to find clean clothes. Once dressed, he was less annoyed to be joined by Blaise and Theo again. Theo looked green in the face and Draco was sure he could puke any second if provoked. Neither he nor Blaise said a word when Theo silently crept back inside his bed and shut the covers around his four-poster. Blaise and Draco stared at the spot for a second before Blaise raised an eyebrow at Draco. Draco just shrugged and settled on his bed, with his back against the headboard. He still held the tiny scroll, yet to be unfolded. "Are you going to know? Can I even know? Always a delight talking to you, mate." Blaise snickered and returned to his bed and started to pretend to be asleep for Draco's benefit. Draco lost track of how long he sat twirling the little scroll in one hand. Eventually, Blaise's fake snores turned real, and his breathing softened. Theo's hitched breathing also fanned out and left Draco to wonder what the hell had happened to Greg, or Vincent for that matter. Greg had been surprisingly vacant all night, while Vincent had taken up a big stance once the fighting broke out. Draco could only hope one of Potter of Granger's stunners had hit him. Fuck. He had no idea how things were going to play out after this night. He wanted nothing more than to go to Granger and make sure she was safe and unharmed. Or at the very least healing from what harm he was sure she had gotten herself into. Once again, he muttered a string of curses. He wasn't even sure if they were directed at her for her idiocy of stomping into the battle that way, or himself for leaving her behind. The scroll was starting to come undone, and Draco sighed before unfolding it completely. Only to realize his father truly must have lost it. It was the only explanation he could think of for his father to write such two stupid words in that combination. The meaning of those two words couldn't possibly be what he truly intended. The more times he read those two words, he grew more and more confident that Snape must have tampered with his father's mind, and something surely wasn't right. There was no other explanation for it. Draco reached for his wand and lit the tiny piece of parchment on fire, making sure no evidence was left behind. He vanished the tiny wafts of ash, but he could still clearly see those two words before him, even as he tried to close his eyes. Seduce her. Hermione clutched her wand arm to her chest, as her entire wrist and hand were throbbing in pain. After Draco had pulled her away, she had lost sight of her wand in the mix of things. Suddenly losing her wand turned to be the least of her worries, when a much too hairy man made his loud entrance to the great hall, and too easily upturned the table closest to him, making the remaining goblets and plates scatter loudly across the floor. The noise drew everyone's attention to whom Hermione could only assume was Fenrir Greyback, and the momentary slip of attention cost Tonks a slice on her shoulder before Hermione saw Lupin jump in and bombard those two Death Eaters away. Hermione scrambled to get as far away as possible, but it was difficult with her cut leg and her injured hand. And she desperately needed to find her wand. On the other side of the hall, she heard a terrifying laugh rupture from Greyback, followed by a loud howl, and she briefly saw him fling what she could only assume was a body against the wall closest to him. The next thing she saw the light from several stunners aimed straight for Greyback, and he barely stumbled from the combined force. Hermione realized the werewolf in him kept him protected, and nothing short of a bombarder or a reducto would get him knocked out. But she couldn't very well scream that across the hall for Lupin or anyone to hear. She saw Lupin's eyes change when Greyback strode through the continued stunners from a few Order members. Greyback's eyes gleamed in recognition at seeing Lupin, and Lupin took up a stance with his wand held high. Hermione had reached a wall behind her back, and she slumped against it, trying to cradle her hand without jostling it anymore. She closed her eyes for a brief second and tried her utmost best to summon her wand in her head. She had read about some wizards being able to do so, and she figured now would be as good a time as any to use that. But she didn't dare close her eyes for too long. When she opened them again, she saw Lupin advance on Greyback, and Tonks followed just behind Lupin, both wands shooting stunner after stunner at the deranged man-beast. Suddenly someone blew the remaining door to the hall off its hinges, and in strode Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody. The two of them glanced around the hall and without another word raised their wands to shoot silver ropes around the room to bind whatever fallen Death Eaters they could find. Next, they turned their combined attention to the still-standing Death Eaters, whom Hermione then saw included Vincent Crabbe. It was then he spotted her as well up against the wall. His smile turned feral and he started towards her. Hermione fought to control her breathing and summon her wand again, but nothing happened. Crabbe was just 7 feet from her. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw Ron and Katie locked in combat with a tiny Death Eater, who fought much harder than she would have guessed from his size. 5 feet. Hermione looked around her to see what she could use to protect herself or hold off Crabbe. 3 feet. There was nothing but broken bits of turned-over tables and bent-up plates and goblets. She leaned on her good elbow and reached for an empty goblet before pushing her way up again through gritted teeth. Crabbe crouched before her. "I'm going to enjoy this, Mudblood." He pointed his wand tip just under her jaw and turned her face up towards the ceiling. "Never understood how you got under his skin like that." Hermione flinched, but Crabbe kept on talking, clearly oblivious to everything else that went on around him. So fixated was he on her and his hatred for her. "I know." He leaned into stage whisper in her matted hair, and Hermione couldn't hide the way her entire body shook at those 2 words. Her eyes went wide and the smile on Crabbe's face told her just how big this revelation was. "I saw him pull you away tonight. The way he held you." Crabbe's face twisted in disgust and she was sure he was close to spitting on her. She tried to summon her wand one more time while she prayed someone would see her, but not hear what Crabbe was saying. "I wonder just how good of a mudblood you are, to have fooled him with your." Crabbe moved his wand down Hermione's front and felt the tip of the wand graze down her cleavage. Crabbe's mouth sneered as he stole a peek down her front. Hermione twisted to the side and felt her hand ache up her an. But she also felt something else under her fingers. "Or perhaps you used some kind of spell on him?" "That's more like it. Draco would never sully himself. Not even for a wasted pair of mudblood tits like these." Crabbe was halfway to groping her breast when she mustered all her remaining strength and shouted, "Flypendo!" She watched Crabbe fly halfway across the floor before he landed with a thud on the ground and his head smacked down on the stone floor. Hermione was halfway to her feet when she spotted the tiny pool of blood under Crabbe's head, but she didn't have time to care or worry. So many people were on the ground, some in Death Eater robes but some were not. She still leaned on the wall, clutching her wand firmly to her uninjured side. She was panting for breath and trying to think of a way out of this horrid situation. If Crabbe had seen her and Draco, then others might have as well. But how was she supposed to know about that? And how was she supposed to make sure Crabbe told no one? Glancing at the blood haloing his head, she prayed he at the very least had a severe concussion. She wasn't proud of herself at that moment, but she slowly got to her feet and put as much distance between herself and Crabbe as she could. She heard Ron shouting something from the other end of the hall before he crouched down just before he shot back up again. His face was scrunched up with several emotions and Hermione was too far away to tell just what he was about to do. And where was Harry? Hermione tried to figure out who was left standing, but it was so immensely difficult with everyone still moving about and Greyback still holding off the many advances the Order members were trying to use. Her entire arm throbbed in pain as she leaned on the wall behind her, and she felt herself slip down to the floor again. She thought she heard someone shout her name, but it was too difficult to tell. Her arm hurt so much, and she just wanted to close her eyes and think. The last thing she registered was Kingsley and Mad Eye simultaneously raising their wands. Afterwards, Hermione closed her eyes. The next time she opened them, it was to the view of the ceiling of the hospital wing and her arm felt much less painful. As did the rest of her body. It was just incredibly sore and tired. She groaned as she tried to sit up and get her bearings, but was quickly pushed back down on the bed and her sight was obscured by a thick set of black hair smothering her. "You're awake." Harry breathed into her neck and held her close. Hermione flung her good Anne around Harry's back and welcomed his warm embrace while her mind spun. She felt light-headed and from Haney's reaction she probably had a slight concussion, so she accepted him pushing her back down on the bed. Though not fully on her back as he stuffed several pillows behind her back for her to see who else was with her in the hospital wing. "Everyone is mostly fine," Harry hurried to say as he caught her eyes scanning the room. She landed her gaze on one bed surrounded by most of the Weasleys. Hermione's eyes widened in shock and she tried to get out of bed again, but Harry held her back. "It's not Ron. He's fine, just some bruises and another dent in his thick." The giggle that escaped Hermione felt so strange and misplaced as she couldn't help but stare towards the bed surrounded by redheads, even as she felt Haney had left something out about Ron. But then her voice was so raspy and her throat sore from lack of water in who knew how many hours. Harry handed her some water as he started to explain its bill. Greyback got to him in the mix of things. He was bitten, but we're not entirely sure just how affected he'll be considering it wasn't the full moon or anything. He's resting now. He woke up a few hours before you did, and Fleur and Nereus Weasley both had a cow or something like that." Haney glanced back at the people they both considered family. She reached for Harry's hand for comfort. "I think they'll all be fine. Mrs. Weasley is too shaken up to say anything, but I think they are all just glad he's still with us, even with though." He sighed and made room to sit next to Hermione on the bed. "What happened?" he asked directly and Hermione swallowed several times before she was able to explain her side of things. After she blacked out, Harry continued to fill in the blanks. He had helped take an unconscious Dumbledore up to the castle amid the ongoing battle. They had then discovered the Horcrux had been a fake. Dumbledore had only woken to realize this before he fell back into a deep slumber, from which they still waited for him to wake. This part bothered Harry the most, and Hermione felt the same anguish just then. Because what if he didn't wake up? Once Haney finally managed to make his way back down to the battle, it was near over. Most of the smarter Death Eaters had vanished and left the remainder to fight for themselves. Some had died while they had half a dozen on their way to holding cells with the order for interrogations before they would be shipped off to somewhere that was not Azkaban, as that did not help at the moment when Death Eaters were breaking out rather regularly at the moment. Greyback had escaped. Mad Eye in particular was very angry about this. But how did they get in? Harry let out a chuckle at this. Turns out Crabbe wasn't as stupid as he let on. Hermione frowned and felt a jolt of fear at what Crabbe had discovered about her and Draco. When he was sent home to his parents to heal from the accident, he brought back something extra. A portkey. A portkey? But that shouldn't work, I know. To be honest, Lupin tried to explain this, but I'm still not sure how it worked. Hang on, I'll go get him. Hermione fell back against her pillows just as Harry waved over Ron, who towed Katie along with him. From the look of the both of them, Hermione guessed that Ron had been reluctant to let go of Katie since they had separated right before the skirmish broke out. Katie was first to sweep in for a light hug and to reassure herself that Hermione was all right. She couldn't hold back the cringe even from such a light embrace now that her body was fully awake to register the small bruises littered everywhere. Ron saw it and reached for her uninjured hand instead. I'm glad you're all right, Hermione. How are you? Me? What about you? Hermione gestured to the wrap around Ron's head and his left arm in a bandaged sling. Katie looked seemingly untouched except for a few bruises and cuts here and there. This idiot, she gave Ron an affectionate shove that he gladly took, only to wrap an arm around Katie's shoulder. Pushed me out off way of a slicing curse from one nasty Death Eater. Pomfrey said she nearly had to patchwork his arm back together. I'm still furious with you for doing it, you know. Yeah, well. Ron shrugged as his ears turned slightly red, and Hermione thought he was more glad than either of them for the reprieve that was the arrival of Lupin and Harry. Hermione, how are you? Lupin bent down to place a kiss on Hermione's head, and she let out a smile at the touch. That was new. Maybe the shock of the battle had rattled everyone more than she realized. I'm fine. I think. Please, Haney started telling me about Crabbe and a portkey. Lupin conjured up a chair to take a seat beside her bed, as he nodded. Yes. Our young Slytherin found a way neither of us could have anticipated. It seems he managed to create a portkey to the castle using an object he removed. From what we can gather, he has been scouring the Room of Requirement, as I believe you call it, to find something really old to be considered Hogwarts property. When he was retrieved by his parents not long ago, something we also believe was part of that plan, however unplanned it was, he managed to leave with the said object and have it transformed. He then returned it to the castle where it was recognized by the castle, thus allowing the portkey to work. It is magic Dumbledore did not even think of because I don't think anyone would have thought of it, let alone try it. So how come Crabbe did? Of all people. Ron interjected with a sneer to match. Though the sentiment wasn't pleasant, Hermione had to agree. Crabbe had never been one of the smartest people she had come across. And after her encounter with him just hours ago, she wasn't all that impressed with the bloke. I don't think Crabbe thought of it. Harry mused out loud. Hermione agreed. I think it was someone else's idea and he just got told what to do, or find actually. That sounds more accurate, Hermione said and looked at Lupin. You know him better than I do, so I'll have to take your word for it. But I agree, it does not sound like something an ordinary 16-year-old would think of. Definitely not this one. Ron snorted. What happened to him? Hermione asked timidly and prayed no one had seen her work of sending him across the hall as she had done. He's knocked out completely. He's being kept in a sealed ward somewhere in the castle. Pomfrey said there was severe damage to his head. Shame really. Harry shrugged. He might not be able to tell us much afterwards from the sounds of it. Hermione leaned back again after having been so nervous her spine had been ramrod straight. But Harry's words relaxed her more than she had expected. If Crabbe had taken a serious injury to his head, he might not remember about her and Draco. Her heart started beating faster at the thought of Draco. She didn't know what had happened to him. What about all the other students? She asked and turned to Lupin again. Ah, yes. Well, once Minerva realized what was going on, she sent the heads of houses to go seal the separate entrances to each dormitory, thus preventing the students to get out and get mixed up in the battle. Unfortunately, it left those students who had been out past curfew. Some managed to a hideout, while a few stragglers were caught in the middle. Pomfrey has already attended to them, and they are perfectly fine. As I understand it, hardly anyone knows the truth of the matter of the evening, which I believe is how Minerva prefers it until she has everything figured out. But surely, Dumbledore, he hasn't woken up yet. Like I said, Hermione spoke in the most anguished voice Hermione had ever heard. She looked at him, and he looked utterly broken at that moment. But why not? She looked to Hermione, but once again, it was Lupin who answered. Dumbledore was very weakened before he and Harry arrived at the castle. Even the weakened reducto that didn't hit him directly was enough to damage his fractured body. Pomfrey has been doing her best, as has Snape. Harry scoffed at this, and Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Lupin chose to ignore the slight interruption. Snape has monitored Dumbledore hourly and prepared several healing potions for him. They have eased his ailments, but have yet to wake him up. For now, we just have to be patient and give him time. To wake or not was left unsaid. Hermione nodded and fell silent with the rest of her visitors. A few moments later Pomfrey materialized as if out of nowhere, and she bustled everyone except Harry out to look at Hermione's hand. Most of the bones had been reground while she had been knocked out, and it ached rather painfully. She didn't envy the few times Harry had been submitted to the same procedure, and he grinned back when she told him, "You will most likely feel a change in your wand work if I wish to continue with this as your dominant casting hand. I have some exercises for you to do regularly for the next few days to get as much movement back as possible. You'll still be able to use it, though not necessarily exactly the same as before. The fractures were too extensive to just heal, which is why we had to regrow from here." Madame Pomfrey pointed with her wand tip just above Hermione's wrist. She then moved to look at Hermione's leg, which had healed much better and hardly hurt at all. She had bruising left on several of her ribs and was told to remain on bed rest for at least another few days. Pomfrey left shortly after. Harry gave Hermione a gentle sideways hug. Hermione struggled to find the words to ask what was most pressing on her mind just then. She thanked Merlin she didn't have to when Hermione opened his mouth next. Malfoy was here earlier. She couldn't see his face, but from the sound of his voice, there was less of a grudge there than what she was used to hearing when he spoke of Draco. Hermione bit her lip to prevent herself to appear too eager. "He asked about you." "Looked right the mess, to be honest." Harry narrowed his eyes at Hermione and studied her for a moment longer. "Really?" was all she could think to say. Hermione nodded. "I told him you were resting. He wanted to see you, but Pomfrey said no. Something about too many visitors. He was not pleased with that." Hermione's lip twitched into a smile, and Hermione's did too. No, she could just imagine how upset Draco would have been at that. "Hermione, do you think not now, Harry? You heard Pomfrey, I should rest some more." "Right." Harry dragged out the word as he moved away from her bed slowly. "I'll see you later then." He gave her hand one final squeeze and left Hermione to her own company. She waited for one breath after Hermione had gone before her fingers sought the ring still on her finger. She rubbed it anxiously and felt her heart flutter more than usual for the minimum of seconds it took before the ring warmed against her skin. Chapter Endnotes. It's getting close to the end of this part I of the story. In the meantime, you can always find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Promises. Chapter notes. Thank you for reading. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hermione woke with a jolt when she felt a hand clamp over her mouth. Instantly, fear and adrenaline shot through her entire body, and she started running spells through her head about what to throw in the direction of her assailant. If only she could get to her wand on her bedside table. She opened her eyes and found piercing grey eyes staring down at her. Once they locked eyes, he slowly removed the hand that had been covering her mouth. Hermione heaved in a deep breath and tried to soothe her nerves again. Draco. She gasped and tried to sit up, but was forced down into the mattress again when he slammed his lips over hers with such force. She was thankful for the air she had sucked in seconds before. The kiss was brutal and gentle all at the same time. His hands closed around her face and caressed down her neck and along her jaw. He kept a tight hold on her face to maintain contact with her mouth as his tongue explored her mouth. There was a sense of desperation in the kiss that Hermione felt with each brush of his tongue, and with her uninjured hand she reached up to clasp his collar and pull him to her. To feel his chest against her own. To be able to feel him all around her. She clawed at his hair and sucked his bottom lip between her teeth, and when he let out a stifled groan at that she did it again. His hands pushed her shoulders down, and once he decided the kiss was enough, he rested his head in the crook of her neck, just to hold on to her. He was still standing so she didn't feel his full weight of him, but it was enough to make her feel cherished and safe under his upper body. Draco, what SCSH just? His hold on her tightened and she tried to hold to him as well. Hermione fought down all the things she wanted to say and instead waited for Draco to relax around her body again. Even though he was holding her in a way that made her feel like the most important thing in the world, he was still strung tight, and his limbs were stiff around her. With her one good hand, she reached up and started stroking his hair down his neck, while she hummed at the back of her throat. It didn't take long for her ministrations to soothe him, and he loosened his hold on her. When he rose to look at her, his eyes were like steel and staring straight into her soul. Hermione focused everything she had on breathing, afraid to break whatever that moment was. Didn't he cut himself off and rested his forehead on hers? She felt him try to control his breathing as well. She reached to cup his jaw with her good hand, and he leaned into the touch, covering her hand with his own. I didn't know. He whispered and pulled her hand away to start kissing it inside her palm. Fuck, Granger, if I'd known I wouldn't have just. He closed his hands around her now folded fist and pulled it close to his heart. One of his hands started moving comforting up and down her stretched arm, and she smiled at him. Know what, Draco? That your hand had been shattered like that. If I had, I would've. It's okay, Draco. We couldn't be seen. I know, but fuck, Granger, seeing you like that. Yes, well. No, don't try to brush this off. I was halfway to blasting that fucker across the room when he grabbed you. He was fighting every instinct not to yell, which was good, Hermione reasoned. After all, it was the middle of the night in the hospital ting with several more beds occupied than when she had snuck in to visit him only weeks ago. Granger, this is all too dangerous. We shouldn't. He let go of her hand and started pacing. The cold she felt on her exposed skin was nothing to the tug she felt from Draco's touch when he removed it. I shouldn't do this. He was murmuring to himself like he had forgotten where he was or that she was even beside him. I can't do this. I need you to be safe, and you won't be that if I fuck. I don't know what the hell my father has planned, but I'll be damned if I fucking hell. Granger, He stopped and whirled to face her. While he had been rambling to himself, much, she thought, as she would do on several occasions, she had used most of her regaming strength to get into a sitting position. She cradled her arm carefully before she faced him again, and when she did, she saw something crumble in his expression. Fuck if I care. He then exhaled before he was on her again, kissing every inch of her face. He moved carefully to straddle her lap without jostling her too much. On his knees on either side of her hips, he took hold of her face and tilted her chin up to look at him before he sealed their lips together in a deep kiss. She felt no weight of him on her, except the light touch of his hands which then moved down along her jaw and behind her neck. He pushed her chest flush to his and with one hand stroked up and down her back. It just then occurred to Hermione that she was in loose sleepwear and without a bra. The force of Draco's chest pressed against hers and the ruffle of the fabric against her chest was a new sensation she was not prepared for. The moan that escaped her lips surprised both of them. Draco Granger, they spoke at the same time and both of them let out tiny chuckles. The severity of the situation and where they were seemed to catch up to them, and Draco pulled back a little. Hermione felt the absence of his body so close to her like a bucket of cold water down her neck. She was sure her cheeks were flushed crimson, and from the look on Draco's face, he must have felt similarly. Draco, last night Hermione swallowed a couple of times trying to find the right words. You need to find out how injured Crabbe is. How much he remembers. The confusion on his face was evident and the heat that had been between them moments ago frizzled away like smoke on a dying flame. There was a deep frown on his brow. Crabbe, he saw you. Us, I mean. Draco's eyes widened and he sat back on his haunches only to realize he was still straddling her. Then he jumped to the floor and started pacing again. What? He caught me. I didn't have my wand, and my hand was. Hermione hated herself for the tears that started to find their way to her eyes just then. She swiped furiously but not fast enough before Draco was there to stroke a gentle thumb across her cheek. He had pulled on one of his masks. She saw the determination and loathing filtering through his eyes, as he was trying to ascertain what to do next. Tell me, Granger, what did he do or say? For the first time in her time getting to know Draco that year, Hermione was afraid. But it wasn't herself she was afraid for. It was the current of anger that swelled beneath every layer of Draco just then and what he struggled to figure out what to do with. She hesitated for a moment before she told him what Crabbe had nearly done to her and what he had said. She saw the change in his eyes the moment it happened. I'm going to find him, and he stood abruptly and had gone several steps before Hermione let the tears fall. Don't go, not like that. She fought to control the shriek in her tear-induced voice, and the sound of her voice brought Draco back from wherever his mind had been. He softened his features and came over to her side again to brush the tears from her face. I'm sorry, Granger. I'm sorry this shouldn't have happened. I'll take care of it. Crabbe won't ever look at you again. I'll make sure of it. Hermione didn't even know how to respond to the threat or promise he enclosed in those words. Instead, she let herself cry in his arms. She cried for the pain she had felt over the last 2 days. She cried for the change she knew was about to come. She cried for her stupidity at the situation she had gotten herself into. She cried for needing Draco's arms around her just then. She cried because she knew how much she would miss him once he left that night. She cried because the world went on without knowing how much her heart hurt. She cried because she had no one to tell. She cried. She cried until she had no more tears left and no more strength in her body to stay upright. She allowed Draco to help her lie down again, and she allowed him to pull the blankets around her. She welcomed the kiss he pressed to her temple before she drifted to an exhausted sleep, where she was unaware at what time he left her bedside. She dreamt of nothing that night. When Hermione woke again, her arm felt less painful and she heard fewer voices from the beds surrounding her. As she tried to push herself up, she saw a streak of silver hair and for a short second thought, Draco had come to see her again. But it was only Fleur helping Bill get dressed. He winced a few times but otherwise only had eyes for his wife-to-be, as she helped secure a cloak around his shoulders. Hermione smiled wistfully at the sight of them when they caught her looking. Fleur rushed to hug Hermione and reassure her that they would see her at the Burrow and the wedding. Bill nodded gravely at her and then allowed Fleur to escort him from the hospital wing. Hermione felt their absence more than she had anticipated. She tried to glance at the other beds and see who else was there, but the screens prevented her from doing so. She was still questioning herself to get out of bed when Madame Pomfrey came bustling over and pushed her back in bed to check her arm and leg. "Your leg is nearly back to normal. You might feel a twinge of pain over the next few days, but with a strengthening potion for the next 2 nights, that should all be taken care of. As for your hand," Pomfrey slowly curled and uncurled each of Hermione's fingers towards her palm. Hermione felt the slight strain off her new bones getting adjusted to the movement and a pull up to her elbow. Of course, nothing went by Pomfrey. "Yes, that will take some getting used to. I will help you with these exercises to get it back as close to normal as we can. You will need to do them by yourself regularly to keep the bones pliant. We don't want them to lock in any place." Hermione paid close attention to the movements Pomfrey instructed her to do at least 3 times a day over the next week. "I should be able to check on you before the term ends and you leave the school." Hermione didn't have time to ask any questions about that matter before Pomfrey bustled off again and a tray of breakfast materialized on the bedside table for her. Sometime after she had finished her breakfast, Hermione and Ron appeared for a visit and to fry and give her a much-needed update on things. "Dumbledore is still out," Hermione mumbled as he made himself comfortable at the end of her bed, one leg tucked under himself and the other hanging off the side of the bed. "Snape stays with him most of the time, which is weird, but McGonagall says to trust him." "I don't know." Hermione trailed off and stared into thin air. "Most students still don't know what even happened the other night." Ron piped in and stole the apple Hermione had left from her breakfast. Between munches of apples, he told her how things had carried on as usual with small changes. Some lessons were postponed until further notice, and a notice had been put up, that Transfiguration and Dada exams were to be taken at another time. The rest of the exams would proceed as usual. This made sense considering everything Snape and McGonagall would have on their plate. With Dumbledore still unconscious, very few students were gossiping, but even more surprising was the lack of gossip from the portraits. "I reckon McGonagall must have used some sort of spell to keep things from getting out. Same with the few students who were out of bed that night. Swim to secrecy or something." Ron shrugged and tossed the apple core in the bin with ease. "I spoke to Malfoy," Harry suddenly said, surprising both Ron and Hermione for very different reasons. Hermione fought herself on screaming at Hermione to bloody tell her what that had been about. Ron merely gaped at the information. Even now he knew. Draco was working for the Order. "Says he's still working double." Harry shrugged. "What that's supposed to mean?" Ron questioned. "Dunno. But the people from the Order who saw him that night, now know the truth. Or parts of it at least. As for the Death Eaters, Malfoy says he and Snape have it handled." Hermione bristled at that and got up to pace again. Not knowing everything bothered him to great ends. Hermione felt similarly and wanted to ask more questions, but also knew it would do nothing except upset Hermione because he wouldn't have the answers. "What about the Horcrux, Harry? Did you get it?" Harry chortled and snorted at the same time before he sneered at the thing he pulled from his pocket. "Yeah, we got it. But it's a fake. Nearly killed Dumbledore to get this useless thing." He chucked the locket on Hermione's bed and told her to open it and read the note. "R.A.B. Who's that?" Ron shrugged. "No one seems to know. At least not the few I've asked." Harry ran a hand down his face in frustration and Hermione could see how much all of this pained him. "What will you do now?" "Dunno. Finish my exams." Harry laughed at the idea of a normal school year, and Hermione found she quite agreed. Nothing about her education at Hogwarts had ever been normal. After that, I'm not so sure. He moved to go look out the window, and Ron stayed by Hermione's side to give Harry a moment to himself. Hermione turned to look at her other friend with a worried expression. Nothing's certain anymore, Hermione. Ron gave her shoulder an affectionate squeeze. She nodded. Except us. She whispered and took hold of Ron's hand and tilted her head towards where Hermione stood. Ron huffed a laugh. Yeah, except us. He squeezed her hand right back and glanced over at Harry. They both left not long after that, and Hermione found herself with too much time to worry about everything and nothing at all. She longed for nightfall to come because she was certain Draco would sneak in to visit her again. Only she hoped it would be less desperate than the previous night and she would be able to get some answers out of him. When Pomfrey finally came to give Hermione her last potion of the day, she drank it quickly to make sure Pomfrey went back to her office. Her ring had been warming in her hand several times over the past 30 minutes, and she was very eager to give the signal for Draco to sneak in. It only took 2 seconds after Pomfrey had shut her door before another opened at the other end of the room. Moments later Draco was curled around Hermione on her bed. He tapped an arm behind her back and tugged her firmly against his side. He was careful not to jostle her still healing arm whilst doing so. "Will you tell me what's been going on?" she asked while grasping tightly onto the shirt on his chest. She felt it rise as he breathed before he opened his mouth. "Vincent's been obliviated. He's still out, but just to be sure." Snape agreed it was for the best. He was the one to do it. Hermione felt him shrug behind her back, but she still heard the tension in his voice. "He's made sure I have a story to go by. It's nothing to concern you with. Not yet anyway." He brushed a kiss to her temple and despite her arguments at this, she fell silent. She was sure there would be another time to ask more questions. "My father is doing what he does best." He clicked his tongue and let out a snort. "As for the rest, I hardly care anymore." "Hermione said you spoke." Draco laughed at this. When his laughter had quieted down, Hermione had to stifle a grin from his explanation. "If you can call screaming your head off at me speaking, then yeah, sure, we spoke." Draco's fingers had found their way to the back of her neck where they traced idle circles against her skin. The small hairs along her arms rose in shivers, but she leaned into the touch all the same. "He found me and started yelling balmy shite at me. I think we were damn near to hexing one another if Snape hadn't been alerted to the soothing voice of Potter." Draco then explained how Snape had pulled the two of them into his office and explained, whether they liked it or not, things were changing, and they could either accept the way the wheel was turning or he would make sure they fell in line another way. No one had said a word about Dumbledore, but it had been implied that his lack of consciousness was a problem for everyone. As far as the Order was concerned, at least as far as Draco knew, the only reason Voldemort and the rest of the Death Eaters weren't storming the castle already was because of reasonable amounts of doubt about Dumbledore's actual well-being. After all, he was still the one wizard Voldemort feared above many others. "What's going to happen now?" Hermione whispered into the thickening darkness as she felt Draco's arm tighten around her shoulders. He placed a pale finger under her chin to tilt her face up to his. Her lips were brushed with a featherlight kiss before he spoke against them. "We play our parts." "What parts are those?" She breathed back onto his lips and watched as his pupils dilated as they focused on her face. "Each our own, Granger." He brushed his lips softly above hers and gently teased with his tongue, even as a smile tugged his lips upwards. She seized the chance to bite his bottom lip and was pushed flush to his chest when she did so. "I'll be the wicked Slytherin." She felt the puff of air he breathed on her neck, just below her ear, and tilted her head sideways to give him better access. The tip of his tongue poked out and tickled the lobe of her ear before he pulled it into his mouth. "I suppose I'll be the brave Gryffindor, then?" He stiffened beside her, and she felt the moment die between them just then. About that he spoke into her shoulder, slowly carrying on from where he had stopped just before. How about you try not running into any battles with maniacal Death Eaters shooting spells everywhere? What? Draco, you know one. She paused when he placed his mouth on the top of her clavicle and his tongue moved in slow circles. She battled with her senses for a short while before she was able to speak again. Draco, you know I can't promise that. I won't stay behind and let others fight for me. That's not who I am. The hand around her shoulders had snaked forward along her neck and had started tracing the collar of her very loose shirt. She had yet to get a hold of her proper clothes from her dorm, including her bra, and she became very much aware of this when Draco's fingers started moving along the collar. Sodding Gryffindors and your hero complexes. Why can't you just let Potter do the nasty work? You know just as well, he won't last a day without me to clean up his mess. She bit back and suddenly found herself arching her back. Her eyes widened and she tried to shift to hide the fact that she had just arched her back to push her chest out, where she was sure her breasts were much too visible in the faint moonlight. There were hardly any people left in the hospital wing after Bill had departed that morning. A few students had been sent back to their dorms with instructions to come back the next morning for Pomfrey to check on them. Hermione's bed was the only one occupied at her end of the room. Near the doors to the hospital wing was a small third-year boy, who had fallen ill with an upset stomach earlier that day. The bucket was thankfully empty beside his bed at this time of night. Still, Hermione was very attuned to Draco being the only other person breathing so heavily in the room. His chortled laugh did nothing to stop her breathing from turning into small pants. Can't argue with that. Fuck, why do you have to be so brilliant, Granger? He trailed kisses along her neck just above where her shirt covered her skin. She could feel him UI and move it aside as his mouth traced a course across her neckline. I'm still furious I had to pull you away from Avery. I fucking hate that I had to leave you behind. He spoke between soft kisses. Draco, it was fine. We both did what we had to do, and that's just it, isn't it? He stopped and pulled back to look at her, flustered cheeks and all, and damn him if it didn't make him smirk even as he continued to complain. Why do we have to do anything? It's not your fault, Draco. It might as well be. No, listen to me, Draco. It was her time to pull his face to lock eyes with him. It never failed to amaze her how much emotion his eyes held. She briefly wondered why she had never noticed this before, even before they had found their way into each other's arms. None of this is your fault. You made your choice a long time ago. Which was a bad choice, I'll give you that. He smirked but with darkened eyes. But you also made a better choice later, when you knew better. When you opened your eyes and sought meaning to things you hadn't questioned before. You dared to question everything you thought you knew about the world, even when you knew it would turn your existence upside down. Very few people can say they did that in a horrible position as you were in. She held his face firmly in her hand and felt him nod. So, you listen to me, Draco Malfoy, wicked Slytherin, there's just as much Gryffindor bravery in you as there's wicked Slytherin in me. He actually started to guffaw. At this, she made quick work to shut him up before Pomfrey found them. Draco kissed her back hungrily and happily and hung on to her as if his life depended on it. When their lips broke apart their arms did not, and they hung on to each other for the rest of the night in silence before Draco had to sneak back out again. Hermione found it very difficult to sleep that night, as her fingers traced the collar of her shirt where Draco's fingers and lips had been just before. There were just 2 weeks left of the term before everyone would get back on the Hogwarts Express and return to their families. Although several students were being picked up early by their parents day by day, Hermione wondered if there would even be any students left in 2 weeks. Once she was let out of the hospital wing, she spent most of her time with the rest of her fellow Gryffindors, apart from her evenings. Those were spent with Draco in the astronomy tower, which had turned into their fixed meeting place. Ron and Katie had grown even closer after the battle and were rarely seen apart those weeks. Hermione didn't mind. She was fond of Katie, who never really backed down from any arguments Hermione raised. Not like her other two best friends, who seemed to shrink to half their size whenever she mentioned anything to do with their remaining exams. Ginny worked frantically to prepare for her exams, which put Harry in a horrible mood that was topped off with even more glum expressions with each visit to Dumbledore's office and still no sign of him waking up. When the end-of-term feast was announced, they all felt briefly hopeful that surely Dumbledore would be back to give them all a proper speech to close the term. However, when McGonagall stood at the front of staff table, and all the repaired work of the Great Hall, no doubt thanks to many house elves, Hermione felt Harry deflate beside her, which was mirrored in Ron's depressed expression. She saw Katie reach under the table to take hold of Ron's hand, and Hermione did the same to Harry. On his other side, she saw Ginny lean on his shoulder. McGonagall told the school how Dumbledore had fallen ill and would use the forthcoming summer holidays to tend to his well-being, to be back for the next school year. Hermione could see several students start to whisper among themselves about this piece of news, and had she not known any better, she would have too. Instead, she tried her best to listen to McGonagall list all the accomplishments that had been carried out throughout the year, and how the exams seemed to have gone, all things considered. It shall be no secret that next year will be very different from what you have so far been used to. McGonagall clasped her hands before her and raised her chin before continuing. This year has proven that certain dark forces are growing in numbers, and we can only do what we have the means to hold them off. Over the holidays, the school is likely to oversee several changes as well to accommodate the ever-growing threat. But rest assured, Hogwarts will always welcome back every student who wishes to return. The Great Hall erupted in a mixture of loud cheers and subdued applause. Hermione felt Harry stiffen beside her, and she saw him turn to have a whispered conversation with Ginny. Hermione turned in her seat to look at the other students, and her gaze found a set of silver eyes staring back at her. She blinked and looked back at McGonagall with a lump in her throat. Tonight would be the last night she would see Draco in. She had no idea when, or even if, she would see him again. When she turned back to her fellow Gryffindors, she spotted Ginny wiping a straight hair from her cheek before she bade them all good night. Hermione furrowed her brow at Harry, but he just stared into thin air with a close expression. Hermione decided Ginny needed her more in that situation, and she went after her younger friend. Much later, Ginny had fallen asleep in Hermione's bed after they had worked in silence to pack their things. Ginny had refused to talk about what she and Haney had discussed, but Hermione thought she could guess what the issue had been based on Ginny's sad composure. Once Ginny finally fell asleep, Hermione rubbed her ring and set off for the astronomy tower through the dark corridors. As usual, he was already there waiting for her, when she closed the door behind her. But unlike almost every other night, he didn't rush to hold her. Instead, he stood by the railing and looked out over the grounds. It was only the way he tilted his head that indicated he knew she was there. She walked slowly to stand beside him, where she placed her hand atop his on the railing. He flipped his hand to intertwine their fingers, and Hermione thought back to one of their first nights in the tower, where they had just held hands. So much had changed since then, and so much was still going to change ahead of them. The way he held her hand told her that he knew this as well. He pulled on her gently. It was the hand where her bones had been reground, and tugged her into his arms. His chin came to rest on the top of her head, and she breathed him in as she closed her arms around him. She could tell he was dreading letting go as well. The uncertainty of when they would see each other again after this night hung in the air between them and tainted their time. Hermione bunched her hands in his shirt and pulled herself closer. She felt him do the same, as if they each were trying to absorb the other person from ever slipping away again. "I hate this," She mumbled into his chest and fought the tears she knew wanted to spill if she let them. "Granger, one please don't, Draco." He sighed. "I don't want this night to ruin things. So please, just kiss me. That's the one thing you never have to ask, Granger." And his lips were on her, and she gave herself completely to the kiss and Draco. He took as much from her as she took from him. She felt her heart wanting to burst from her chest as if she could hand it to him. It was the single most terrifying feeling she had ever felt, and it made her light-headed. She wanted to give herself to him as much as she possibly could. She knew he would happily accept anything from her, and yet she was still so frightened. The last few months had been the best and the worst of her life for the same reason. All those stolen moments with Draco had been just that. Stolen. From a time when neither one of them could fully be themselves among the rest of the world. She tried telling him this with her kisses, and she thought he understood, with everything he was trying to tell her with his kisses. There was desperation in his touch and the way he tried to touch her everywhere. He grazed his hands over her bum several times, up her arms and down her sides just beside her breasts. He ran his fingers through her hair and pulled her closer to him, pressing their chests flush against each other. In return, she duplicated much of his movements until she found her hands resting one at the back of his neck and the other on his hip. She found both of his hands on her waist, tugging her against himself. She hid her face in the crook of his neck and started to let her tears fall into his shirt. "I'll miss you," she offered into his wet shirt and closed her eyes. He paused as if debating what she had just said, trying to figure something out. "What do you mean, Granger?" He tried pulling her back to study her face, but she refused to look at him just then. Because she knew he would be angry with her, and she didn't want to ruin this perfect memory. This bittersweet and perfect goodbye. "Please, Draco." She felt him give in to her with her words and the way he breathed in defeat. For several silent moments, she clung to him as she tried to memorize as much of him as she could. When she felt her tears slow just enough, she stepped back to cup his face. She kissed him slowly and determinedly before looking him in the eyes. "Come back, Draco." She whispered and turned on her heel and hurried from the tower before she changed her mind and left with him, as his eyes asked her to do. She had made other promises before she had ever promised herself to Draco Malfoy. Chapter End Notes.